Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to another Canadian weather live stream. We are covering the prairies again today. Bit of a different situation from yesterday, possibly. We are going to jump really quickly into this because we have a storm heading towards Edmonton. So I do want to get the word out for folks on that. So we'll get right to it. So right on my screen here, let me adjust this 1 second. Just going to show you folks, this storm is coming in. It has a lot of hail, some wind on it, and after what happened in Edmonton yesterday, this is kind of round two coming right into Edmonton at this point. It is moving from the southwest, moving northeast into town. It is currently near Riverview, heading into Riverbend and 216, and then going right through there. There are some indicators of large hail on this. We are talking probably at this point, probably golf ball sized hailstones. It could be bad as this goes in. The hail has picked up as it's been getting closer. So you can see that here. The hail core intensifying there. We are close to the radar, so might be showing a little more than there actually is there, but again, does indicate that just north of Devon is where we have some brighter pinks. So we've got about 85 kilometers an hour, about 300 meters off the ground roughly. So the winds are picking up with this as it is moving in. That is our big concern right now and why I've jumped right into it. We will do an analysis and an overview later, but right now we do have storms coming into Edmonton at this point. So you've got a severe thunderstorm watch, and it's for this storm that is coming in right now. And it will come through pretty quickly. These are probably moving 50 kilometers an hour, 60 kilometers an hour. So it will come into town quick. It'll also hopefully leave town quickly. Right now, severe warned by Environment Canada. Let's just take a look here. Saying the thunderstorm is located 15 kilometers south of Stony Plain and is moving to the east at 50 kilometers an hour. It is actually moving northeast right now, just as you can see on that path that we're showing you. So coming back from the southwest of Edmonton, moving northeast, and it's going to track, looks like right through basically the heart of Edmonton again today, just on a different trajectory. Lots of rain in this, again, lightning, wind associated with it as well. We're seeing some 80-kilometer-hour winds about 300 feet off the ground, so quite a bit going on at this point. What else? So that is that's where we're at right now. We do have a couple of other small hailers down to the south. Let me just take a look here. So these ones coming off the foothills near Rocky Mountain House, a little bit of hail in them. They're not anything too severe at this point. This would be over 22 and near 54, just again southeast of Rocky Mountain House, and they are moving northeast, as you can see here, maybe drifting a little bit eastward as they come off the hills, so we'll have to watch that just to see how those progress. But that is our area of concern, would be up in Edmonton again, very close to the radar station itself, and we're heading into Edmonton at this point. So last scan was at 2:11 p.m. about 6 minutes ago, so we've got about 2 minutes to our next cycle, but I expect this to be over 216, crossing over it by the time we get this next scan. Again, saying about 50 kilometers an hour for the storm motion this afternoon. So that's where things are at right now. And we'll jump into the rest of it. We do have storm potential in Saskatchewan as well as Manitoba. Most of the models we've been looking at are holding on a very strong cap, meaning very warm air aloft, which won't allow storms to get developed. If a storm did get through that, where you've got an updraft trying to punch through the cap, then that could be a very strong storm today. But right now, models are holding the cap, not showing a lot happening in Saskatchewan. So we will keep up on that. So again, it's right over 216. That's kind of what we predicted here. There are some winds again packed into it. The strongest pixel I have here is right over 216 to the south of the ridge and Oak Hills and this would be 95 kilometers an hour off the surface, about 300 to 400 meters. So at the surface, a little less, maybe 85 kilometers an hour. But we did see what happened when that storm moved through yesterday afternoon through Edmonton. So once again, probably getting some decent sized hail coming into Edmonton. Right now, the radar indicating probably toonie to ping pong ball sized hail, possibly. It is, again, close to the radar, and a lot of times when we are close to radar, it reads more intense as far as precipitation is concerned. So right now, this is the obviously the Edmonton area and in Alberta, and moving northeast at this point. That is the strongest storm that we have out there. It's pretty much the only storm essentially with any intensity. We do have a couple of small hailers to the south near Rocky Mountain House, west or southwest of Red Deer. Those are the ones that we're watching as well. They right now, very small hail on them and just trying to get themselves established. So those are severe warned for the hail in those two storms. Looking back here, nothing else going on to the south. A couple of storms look like they've popped somewhere near in Saskatchewan. These are very minor from what I can tell. These are non-severe storms and non-severe thunderstorm. One of them has a bit of lightning on it, but we are waiting for things to develop in Saskatchewan area. And then later at night, probably pushing into Manitoba, kind of to the north. That's what the models were showing. One model has stuff happening in Saskatchewan very late, kind of closer to dark and after, and then moving overnight into Manitoba. But that was only one model, essentially. So we're not sure whether that's going to happen or not. So again, we are zooming into Edmonton. This heavy precipitation and winds associated with that, the hail moving over 216 right now and heading northeast. So it's going into Riverbend, Grandview Heights, Greater Strathcona, and it'll probably, if it sustains, it'll probably go through right through the core of Edmonton and continue northeast from there. So right now, those are the areas that are concerning today, and we are basically looking at severe weather across the prairies. Right now, nothing else is of concern. We have nothing for Ontario. They don't even have severe watches out anywhere else at this point, which severe watches would be those boxes or outlines with the thin yellow line preceding any severe weather at this point. So no lightning on the map anywhere. We do have a really strange situation you don't see very often. They do have a water spout watch out for around Prince Edward Island, along New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and that is basically the equivalent of a water tornado, but it's called a water spout. So they have those out on the East Coast. We have one radar that's down. I so far have not seen anything reported, but that doesn't mean anything hasn't happened, and that is out there for the afternoon into the evening. But right now, the only severe warned storms that we have are in the Alberta area, and that is the area of focus for now, and then we are looking across the prairies. So we will continue to update you guys on that as things move along. I'm just going to walk folks through this one going through Edmonton, and then we'll walk through what the outlooks show, what models are thinking, and where things could end up. But jumped on here because of this strong storm coming again into Edmonton at this point. So obviously concerning with that, just again, with flooding, this is going to dump a lot of rain, especially with those dark oranges and dark reds. App just went rolling away from me. Okay, so that's where we're at right now. This is going to make its way into kind of the St. Albert area. Moderate to light rain up to further north you are. It is the south end of the storm, or southeast corner of the storm, that has the heaviest precipitation and winds in it right now. Again, moving 50 kilometers an hour at this point. So Okay, cool. I'm getting Wheels saying there was multiple touchdowns in the water. Just saw a few photos. Most of them look like they're over water, which that's what they should be. Hence the water spout. But interesting. I haven't been able to find that. But again, we've been concentrating on the severe weather, so maybe missed something out there. But thank you very much for putting that update out there for the East Coast with that water spout watch out there. So they happen very quickly. They're also harder to detect on radar because they come out of much smaller storms, and that's why they put out that water spout watch. So yeah, Edmonton definitely very saturated from yesterday's storm. We did see, lots of surface water through streets. Even saw a video of somebody driving through about a foot of water. So obviously not good that there's a second storm here. So right now, moving into Riverbend, Lansdowne, Royal Gardens, we've got some hail, very heavy precipitation. Moving into Grandview Heights from there, Greater Strathcona, Mill Creek South, McIntyre Industrial now crossing over that Highway 2. And again, this should go through most of downtown. The main area of precip to the south may skirt just south of downtown, but we are seeing that moving through most of Edmonton. The north side of Edmonton looks a little bit better. Might miss some of this storm, but still going to be impacted by rain, obviously, but not the heaviest of it. So that's where we're at right now. And again, we're just going to walk everybody through this in Edmonton. So lots of precipitation, lots of rain. The winds, let me just double check that for you. I'm just going to switch over here. So very windy to the west of Edmonton and kind of to the south portion of Edmonton. So we're seeing some 78 kilometers an hour above the surface here. This is only 300 meters or less above the surface. And then directly south of downtown, I've got 85 kilometers an hour, but that is about 400 meters off the ground. So going to be windy as this moves through. Like I said, moving at 50 kilometers an hour, so moving fairly quick, and should move through the city within the next probably 20 minutes or 25 minutes, somewhere in that neighborhood roughly. So what else? I did see some photos from the rivers in Brandon in Manitoba, all that flooding that is happening. Unfortunately, that's the causation from all the precipitation that's been happening over the last few weeks, and it's now flowing southward from Dauphin and down towards Brandon and into those areas. So I saw a bridge that the water was basically right up to the deck of the bridge. Hopefully it doesn't rise anymore, because once that water starts pushing against that bridge, that's a lot of side load, and those can damage those bridges, unfortunately. So yeah, we're definitely right now looking at a storm coming through Edmonton, folks. So this is why we're here. I'm just going to show you guys how this is approaching. If you're just jumping in, we jumped on specifically for this storm just because it is going through a heavily populated area, obviously Edmonton being a bigger city, and heavy precip with some winds in there. So far, the winds we've seen, the maximum we've kind of seen is 90 kilometers an hour. Lorna, thank you very much for subscribing to the Sunshine Club. Appreciate that support. So yeah, it's again, we're round 2 today. The winds are a little bit less right now. They could pick up over the scans, but we're not sure if that's going to be the case. So we will keep an eye on it and walk you folks through it. The hail did change kind of the size of the hail core and the colors of it as it's moving northeast, which is good, showing a little bit of weakening, but obviously still massive amount of rain coming down with this. And the only difference is this is moving quicker than yesterday. Yesterday was a bit slower, so more chance for that precipitation to accumulate in the city, in the streets, and that kind of stuff. So right now it will move, like I said, it's a very heavy rain through Greater Strathcona, but we're moving up to the northeast. So this will be soon into Sherwood Park. It'll be through South Industrial District, Maple Ridge, Greater Hardisty, and then off to Strathmore Industrial Park, and then through Beverly and Abbotsfield, kind of heading up that way way. So let's just take a look. Environment Canada just updating the severe warning. Just saying producing wind gusts up to quarter-size hail and heavy rain is what they are calling for in this. So again, that would be good if the hail is small. Obviously, larger hail going to cause damage. So that's where we're at right now. And we are, what time is it? 2:23. We're about 2 minutes out from our next scan. So we will keep an eye on things here and make sure that we update you guys as soon as that next scan is in. You can see where, if you're new to the channel, the yellows, so the light orange, yellows, greens, and blues are on the lighter end of the precipitation scale. When you get into those dark orange, reds, dark reds, and pinks and purples, that is absolute downpours. That's where you're getting those heavy accumulations of rainfall. So not fun when you see those darker or brighter colors. Those are the ones that you want to pay attention to. And again, we do have some wind velocities in here where you see those brighter pinks. Those are the brighter colors. And we were seeing, I think, about 80 or 90 kilometers an hour. So 85K, about 400 meters off the ground. So a little bit less at the surface, but still very windy as this blows through. We did get reports of trees and stuff getting knocked down yesterday through Edmonton. So again, that is exactly why we jumped on this afternoon, just to get ahead of it and let people know as this was coming in. It formed fairly quickly, and it picked up intensity quickly, I should say. It did form a little while ago, but the intensity did pick up just as it was coming into Edmonton. So that was the reason for our live stream, jumping on here. So bear with me for 1 second. Okay, that's good. Okay, here's our next scan. So right now we have basically heavy rain throughout all of Edmonton, downtown core, maybe a little bit of hail. The hail core is subsided down. It's over McIntyre Industrial, Jackson Heights, South Industrial District. Let's see what the winds are doing in there. Pocket of heavier winds here right over Jackson Heights on that last scan, about 80 kilometers an hour, so subsiding a little bit. But back to the west here by Jasper Place, in that area, we've got a little over 85 kilometers an hour. So still windy as this storm is moving through. And again, it is moving northeast through the city at this time. So that's what's going on. It will be through fairly quick. Like I said, 20 minutes, maybe roughly around 20 minutes. Let's just say that it'll be pretty quick, depending if the shape of the storm changes, but should be for the most part flying through the city in about 20 minutes. So that's basically everything we have right now. So seeing hail core over Millwoods Golf Course, comment in there. Yeah, it's definitely going to be, unfortunately, these two storms in a row, and they were literally right through the core of the city. Yesterday, just tracked down 16, went eastward, and continued on from there. And it did obviously drop a lot of precipitation and was quite windier. Yesterday was a bit windier, so still a very windy situation right now with what's coming through, but yesterday was a little more intense with those winds. So just looking at some of these comments, Riverbend hail just ended about P to small grape size. So thank you very much for that update. It's always good to hear what is happening below these radar scans, because obviously we are not seeing below it and we're a little bit blind. So I love getting the reports from people from the surface or right in front of the storm, that type of thing. So yeah, definitely not good as far as things are concerned for Edmonton day 2. Hopefully this is the only storm of the day, but we are early, obviously, so we're at only 2:30 p.m. Alberta and Saskatchewan time. Still a lot of day left. You can see back to the northwest of Edmonton, we have regular rain showers. There's not even any real lightning up there. The intensity is centered around around Edmonton area at this time. We are monitoring a few storms that have come off the foothills, but they look like they've mostly died off near the Rocky Mountain area. So right now, the only concern is smack dab middle of Edmonton right now. Heavy downpour, lots of wind in that, and obviously the lightning. So that's going to rattle people and pets and that kind of stuff. So again, that's the whole reason why we jumped on, so that people can share this with folks. It is heading northeast, so this is going to go up 15 essentially somewhat into Fort Saskatchewan and Josephburg, but right now we'll be coming into obviously Horse Hill, Clover Bar, through Sherwood Park, and then any properties kind of northeast of there. So blowing through town, essentially causing a whole bunch of ruckus and then leaving town quickly. So not a lot of fun this afternoon early on through the Alberta and Edmonton area at this point. So and they have extended the watch way northeast because, again, they're seeing that trajectory of the storm moving up in that direction. We should have a new scan here very shortly. We are, yeah, about 3 minutes before we get a new scan. So I'm just going to revisit the winds. You can see those packing into the backside of that initial line of the storm, and you can see those bright pink areas. So let's hope that they kind of subside on the next scan as it hopefully weakens a little bit as it's going through Edmonton, but it's still going to be impactful just in regards to that very heavy precip. Some hail. Again, we are getting reports up to possibly small grapes, and obviously flooding as well associated with it. So getting some comments here. Stony Plain, kind of to the west of Edmonton, just getting good rain coming down, and that's good news. Sherwood Park right now seems to be on track to get the heaviest of the precipitation as it goes through. So that's where we're at right now, and we'll like I said, we're going to jump into everything else after this moves through Edmonton and continues northeast. Hopefully it does weaken as it transitions through the city and comes out the other side, but we'll watch to see if that's the case. Just getting a couple of beeps here. So they do have a severe warning storm around Red Deer. This is just southwest of Red Deer. It has 1 pixel of pink in it, which is when we get to our hail, and that would be probably pea-sized hail, maybe a tiny bit bigger than that, depending on, obviously this is the scan at 2:29 p.m. 7 minutes ago. We will see how that goes. Just going to show you how that came off the foothills, and it's drifting northeast slightly, but more eastward on these last few scans. So coming towards Red Deer, going to be raining there, possibly heavy precipitation, but that is the only issue in that area. And then let's get back to Edmonton. We should have a new scan here any second. Which we just did get one, so that just updated. Let's take a look at our winds. Strong winds right through the heart of Edmonton right now. Let's take a look here. We are talking 80 kilometers an hour, only about 400 meters off the surface. Mags, thank you very much for the 99 stars. Appreciate that. Also about 77 kilometers an hour. So at the surface, we're talking anywhere from 60 to 75 kilometers an hour, maybe a little bit more. So again, not as much as yesterday. Yesterday was definitely windier as this came through. You can see the arc that is forming here. Bear with me for one moment. You can see the arc that is forming in that precipitation as this is pushing northeast. So Sherwood Park into that heavy precip, that's what we called for there. Again, moving northeast, going to cross 16 up into Fort Saskatchewan, probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes, that heavier precip getting into there, going through Horse Hill shortly, and then obviously into CFB Edmonton, and those areas kind of northeast of the city. West, where is this? Morinville, Sunnydale area, that has heavy precipitation in it. Let's take a look at our winds. Moderate winds, not really as strong down as they are towards Edmonton, but we're seeing that push up in that direction. So again, lots of precipitation where those reds are and those darker oranges. So very quick to see where we have lots of rain, and then obviously the yellows, greens, and blues where you're seeing just light precipitation at this point. So getting started kind of quickly on this. Luckily not like yesterday where we jumped on a live stream and it was all tornado warnings in Saskatchewan for basically 8 or 9 hours yesterday. We ended the stream, I think we ended here, it was 11 p.m. Saskatchewan time, 1 a.m. our time. But we'll hopefully not be talking about tornadoes as much today. There is potential for them, and again, we'll kind of run things down. But latest model runs on multiple models are holding that cap pretty strong. So storms look to struggle to bust through the cap. But if they do, if one does or a couple do, they will be very strong storms because those will be the only ones getting through, and all that energy rushes to that area. It's kind of like if you have a pot, you know, and you leave one area where there's steam that can get out, everything rushes to there. It's the same basic concept as that. So, okay. And we'll see what's happening here. So that's 2:35, 4 minutes ago. Let's take a look at our red deer storm. I'm going to take a quick look at that. So just kind of to the southwest of Red Deer, the yellow and green are going to be reaching into Red Deer, Sylvan Lake, which is minor showers, very minor at this point. A couple pixels of hail on this one. And it is drifting northeast, but mostly east at this point again. So still quite a ways away from Red Deer, but we'll probably get a bunch of rain up that way. Hopefully no hail. And then we do have one severe storm here back in Saskatchewan. So let me just take a look at this. This is southwest of North Battleford in Unity. Right now it's severe warned. It does have precipitation in dark red, which is very heavy rain. I do not see a hail signature yet on that. So let me just see what they've got that warned for. Thunderstorm warning, click on that, saying damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail and heavy rain, but that's the maximum possibilities. That does not mean that is ongoing right now. It is moving northeast at 40 kilometers an hour. And in the path would be Unity, Scott, Phippen, Wilkie, and Rockhaven, according to Environment Canada on their wording there. So you can see this. I'll walk you through this. It's moving northeast and started right around Denzel and made its way up there, and now just has a heavy precipitation core on this last scan, but right now not showing any hail as we see on this scan here. So that was our area that yesterday we had a bunch of storms go through kind of north of there and east. We'll continue to monitor what happens there today if storms do manage to fire and get themselves organized. So 2:35, we're about 2 minutes out from things here. So we'll take a look right now and go from there. So, oh, they just put a tornado watch out for Saskatchewan. This is probably 5 minutes ago, so I'll talk about that in a second. But we do have a tornado watch stretching from basically Cold Lake on the Alberta side, so just on the opposite side in Saskatchewan, straight south through Lloydminster down to roughly Leader, then northeast towards Saskatoon, and along the area here you see in red Birch Hills east of Prince Albert, and then kind of north of there. So quite a big tornado watch area. Again, we will cover that. That was an area yesterday that was very active, and we'll go through that. So let's take a look at this. Most of the storm has made it out of Edmonton, which is good news. Again, it wasn't going to be long sustained area kind of north of downtown, just has the remaining precipitation in there with those dark reds. Let's take a look at our winds. Castleman, Steel Heights, it looks like, Pilot Sound. There are some big winds in there as this expands out, almost 90 kilometers an hour. I'm reading only about 400 or 500 feet, 400 or 500 meters off the ground. So at the surface, again, 60 to 75 would be my guess, maybe a little bit more than that as this continues to move up 15, it looks like. So it's going to cross 216 here with the winds and heavy precipitation precipitation. Hail has broken up on that southeast corner. There is still some east of Sherwood Park indicated on this last scan, but it has definitely gone down and subsided far more, so that is good news. And you can see how the heavy rain is kind of just bowing out in an arc, and that's why you have those strong winds in behind it. That's what's happening in that regard. So right now, lightning, heavy rain, and we are taking, some winds obviously associated with it as well. So through Horse Hill right now, coming into Fort Saskatchewan, we'll be coming through to Josephburg. That's another area. And then obviously north and northeast from Edmonton, we get a little more rural, but Gibbons would be another area that this will come through shortly. But the stronger winds right now just associated on the north side of Edmonton with that bright pink area, and you can see this is a pretty big wind field right now, meaning wide in stature, and obviously strong winds in there as well. So reading almost 90 kilometers an hour in that. The winds on the east side have subsided a little bit. It's still going to be gusty. It's just not going to be 90 kilometers an hour or 80 to 90 kilometers an hour in that neighborhood. So that is just the only area right now that has those straight line winds with these things. So we're going to continue to walk you guys through this. It is losing some intensity. When it was southwest of Edmonton, it definitely looked far more gnarly than it does right now, which is good news. But moving through Edmonton also very quickly. So hopefully not as much rain accumulation as there was yesterday. So we'll see what comes out of there. So what else? Yes, highways to heaven. I see your comment there about the Saskatchewan side of Lloyd isn't included in the tornado watch. But I always say on this channel, if you are anywhere close to any of these boxes, even if you're not in it, weather doesn't care about imaginary lines that we humans draw out. If you are close to that tornado watch, you are close to a severe watch, you need to be weather aware, keep your head on a swivel. If you do get any kind of warning, you obviously need to take it seriously. That is just a estimate of where the issues are going to be, but weather does not stop at imaginary lines. So, but yes, I did notice that, and we will cover everything, like I said, once this goes through the Edmonton area. So, okay. Just trying to keep up with comments. I don't think I have any moderators in here today, so it's just me, myself, and I today. And I'll try my best to keep up with things, folks. Please, keep it relative as much as possible to weather, and I'll do my very best to try and keep up with things. So bear with me today. Just obviously a lot going on. So let's just take a look at this, and we'll see what our next scan is, and then I'll look at the storms down to the south, and we'll kind of run through all of this, just kind of give you guys an update. So let's see what our last scan here is at 2:41. That's 5 minutes ago. So let's just take a look here at the storms southwest of Red Deer. So this is indicating some hail on this is growing. So there's about 10 or 12 pixels here of hail. We are starting to show probably grape size to maybe slightly larger. And I'll show you the track of this storm. Again, it is somewhat northeast, but it looks like the main part will probably just go through the south end of Red Deer. It will include heavy rain. There is some lightning on this storm. Let's take a look at our winds. There is a bit of rotation on this storm, so we're going to watch that right now. Just going to see our speeds here. It's a little bit outside. This is inflow to the storm, 55. Okay, so we're going to watch that a little bit just to see what happens here. I want to see where that is. It's just on that leading edge of the storm, so definitely good inflow into the storm, feeding into that updraft, and that's what's creating that hail. And we'll take a look here at the one storm southwest of North Battleford. It now has a little bit of pink on it. So again, we're probably going to say pea-sized to grape-sized hail maximum. This is moving northeast from the Unity area and is severe warned for that. That is the only one at this time. It is right in that tornado watch, so we will have to pay attention to it to see if it does pick up any intensity. They just changed the shape of the box here. The box in the left corner for the severe thunderstorm warning was pulled back a little. That's why this is beeping the way it is. And we will have a new scan here in about 1 minute. I expect the hail to possibly subside even more out of this storm. Just the way it's breaking up and arcing out is a good way of putting it. So there is still 1 or 2 pixels here of hail on just south of Highway 16 to the east of Edmonton. So very heavy rain in here. Let's take a look at what those winds are. Horse Hill right now, you guys on that last scan heading up in that general direction, 81 kilometers an hour, 84 kilometers an hour right in there. So a little further off the surface, so that is good. Down at the surface around 60 to 70 kilometers an hour, but you can see how those colors have proceeded through Edmonton, where those brighter pink areas are, and are just pushing up northeast as everything moves through there. So let us switch back over. So still very heavy rain in lots of areas here. St. Albert basically almost out of it at this point. North end of Edmonton still moderate heavy to light rain. And then you can see the band of red stretching from northwest just to the kind of south of Fort Saskatchewan all the way through Highway 16 down to kind of 630. And obviously very heavy rain along 16 east of Edmonton at this point. So that's what's going on there. This is again moving up towards Fort Saskatchewan, towards Bruderheim, and pushing through that area, and it's going to continue northeast from there. So the severe thunderstorm warnings most likely are going to be extended for that. They've expanded the warning for the red deer storm, so let me pull that up. And I'm just trying to look at it from the closest radar. Hail did go down on this last scan. There's no longer purple in it, but this could be going through what they call a cycle. So we'll see whether that's the case. I'm just going to look at some winds in there. Still a bit of rotation in there that we do need to pay attention to. If anything gets too, too windy in that area, we will watch that and update you folks on it. Our storm here east of Unity still indicating that hail. This is a small storm right now, southwest of North Battleford. No real rotation indicated on that storm. A little bit of hail again, pea-sized to grape-sized hail as this progresses. So nothing right now. I'm going to read your tornado watch on the Saskatchewan side, just saying conditions are favorable for the development of the severe thunderstorms, which may produce tornadoes, strong winds, large hail, and heavy rain. Hazards, tornadoes up to tennis ball sized hail, winds up to 110 kilometers an hour, and heavy rainfall. And the timing is this afternoon and evening. So clearly being just not even 3 p.m. We have lots of time left. And again, we did talk that the little line goes around Lloydminster. Consider yourself anywhere on the eastern portion of Alberta that you are close to that tornado watch. You need to be weather aware for tornado possibilities. We had some come through Alberta and Saskatchewan only a few days ago. Obviously went through one of the parks down here. Injuries and stuff like that. So just stay weather aware. That is the most important thing. Have your plan ready to go. Just noticing some severe storms here over in Manitoba. So they just put out a severe thunderstorm watch for Manitoba. So let's go take a look at that as well. And we're starting to expand where things are happening. Stronger storm here. This is north of Winnipegosis. Along 20, there is some good hail in that. So let me just take a look here. This is moving. It's parked itself. It's kind of stationary just east of 20 right now. We'll see if it moves off of there. That it will cause some flooding in already a very saturated area. So we are going to watch that one and see whether this is an issue if it parks itself there. This is north of Dauphin, south of Duck Bay along that 20. And we do have some sizable hail in here. It definitely looks to be probably loony size, maybe slightly larger based on that scan. And I'll read the severe thunderstorm watch out for you folks, just saying conditions are favorable for the development of severe thunderstorms capable of producing strong wind gusts, large hail, and heavy rain. It does expire in 8 hours, so that is midnight roughly in the Manitoba world of things, and it just got put out here. So starting to cover a lot of stuff at this point, so things are picking up or increasing. So let's take a look here. Edmonton, we've got about 2 minutes till our next scan. I expect this to kind of line out a little more from southeast to northwest, and we're still just going to have a lot of that heavy rain in it, and the question will be where are the winds going to be and how bad they will be. So what else? Hey, Melissa, thank you for jumping in the chat. It's because I made a comment that I don't have any moderators in the chat that I could see, and that it was all by myself. So I said, I asked them to go or have an understanding that I can't answer all the questions, obviously, and I'm just trying to concentrate on this. And so that's maybe why it says people are saying finally there's a moderator here. So anyways, appreciate your help, Melissa. Thank you very much for that. And we'll see what goes on here. We're waiting for 1 more minute here while until we get this next update for around the Edmonton area, northeast of there. But most of Edmonton should be out of this precipitation in terms of the heavy stuff on this next scan. And then again, it's just moving northeast from there. So still a little bit trailing here on this is moderate to light rain, so the very last of it on that north side of Edmonton around that 216 outer highway, and right now going through Fort Saskatchewan. Let's see what our winds are doing. Oof, there's some strong winds in Fort Saskatchewan. Give me 1 second here. Let me just take a look at scan here. Just going to go back, just watching what's happening here. That's probably noise more than anything, but I'm going to play this scan as well. Just want to assess what I see on the screen there. Okay, so wind-wise, right now near Fort Saskatchewan, you can see that bright pink area. We're reaching almost 90 kilometers an hour. Again, this is 2,000 feet off the ground, so that's about 700 meters. Still going to say probably 70 kilometers an hour, maybe a little bit more on the surface. So that is the windiest area, as you can see by that bright pink. The rest of it is going to be very heavy precipitation along 16. A little bit of hail here. This would be east of 16 and 830. I'm just looking if there's any coming towards Elk Island National Park just on the north side, or it looks like straight north of Antler Lake is where our hail is. This is going to be smaller hail. It is a small pocket of it. Very heavy precipitation throughout where you see those dark reds. Like I said, going through Fort Saskatchewan, going to make its way into Josephburg and then Bruderheim. Right now going into Gibbons over Bon Accord. And what else do we have here? Southwest of Redwater, so this is going to be coming in there. And then there's a Lily Lake Village Resort. It's getting a little bit rainy there, maybe even heavy rain. Let me just see the winds. A little bit of wind up there, but not as bad. Again, back to the south where we're in Fort Saskatchewan. So that is the story of it. Edmonton out of it at essentially out of this point, just a little bit of residual rain on that north side. Let's take a look at the stuff to the south. Right between kind of a couple of radars. Storm, so raining in Red Deer right now. This is going to be light rain. Still haven't hit the heavy stuff in there. We do have precipitation here right by Penhold, and the pink pixels, that's going to be probably grape size or a little bit larger than that coming towards, it's just kind of southwest of the Springbrook Airport, it looks like. So that storm continues to be severe warned. And then let's look on the Saskatchewan side. We'll jump to that. So our storm continues to march up 29 essentially to the northeast towards North Battleford. A little bit of hail in this again, probably talking grapes at biggest or smaller, still continuing to make its way up that way. a few other storms in the area, but these are non-severe storms at this point. That's why they don't have a yellow box around them. And then let's take a look in Manitoba just to see what this storm is doing. So on the last scan, it is still parked over that area, obviously over that open water. That's what it's feeding off of somewhat. We did have obviously some pixels of pink in it, but that has gone away on this last scan at 2:53. This is 3:53 Manitoba time. Let's be clear about that. When the scan came in, and this is just a heavy rainmaker, the last thing that area needs, and it's kind of stationary at this point. So that could be problematic from the flooding aspect side of things, just because of how much water is in Manitoba, but we also have it in lots of places in Saskatchewan and Alberta at this point. So that is our kind of our outlook as to what's going on with storms right now. We'll do what time? I've got 3 minutes here, so I'll try and give you guys a rundown of what the outlooks were. This was as of this morning from Environment Canada. They were calling for severe weather in this yellow area, moderate level. And let's just take a look here. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Why is it doing that? I'm looking for the readout for that. Bear with me. There we go. That's what I was looking for. So obviously isolated thunderstorms, winds 90 to 100 kilometers an hour. They were talking about 6-centimeter hail, which is 2-inch, and then risk of tornado. This is from 1 p.m. Saskatchewan time till 1 a.m. So right after midnight, that's where this was covering. Obviously going all the way from Red Deer through a good portion of Saskatchewan. You can see here we're talking Prince Albert, Meadow Lake, North Battleford, Saskatoon, Humboldt, just to the north of Regina, essentially, and the Trans-Canada Highway. So we'll see if that unfolds, but we were suspecting that models, again, were holding strong on that cap, which means that storms may struggle to go through that area. So just getting some messages here, so bear with me. Put that there. Okay, so let's get back to this. We're going to have a new scan here for the storm, basically now northeast of Edmonton, and we will continue to watch that as this progresses. Still a tiny pocket of hail right at 16, essentially. That's the only area of a little bit more concern for the precipitation side, and then the winds that were by Fort Saskatchewan, that is the other area. Those you can see the bright pinks. These are straight line winds, and there is our update. So things are breaking up a little bit. The hail is gone out of it with no pink pixels on that east side of Edmonton. Still very heavy rain going through kind of Elk Island National Park, mostly north of 16, arcing back to the northwest, going through again Josephburg, just went through Fort Saskatchewan, and then up 28A. You can see there's a ton of red in here. Those are basically downpours, and then through Gibbons at this point and heading northeast from there. So what do we have up here? This is where Highway 28 turns right and goes towards Redwater. That is very heavy precipitation, so that will be coming into Redwater very shortly, and in a couple of scans here, probably into Bruderheim and onward from there. So that's the story there. Let me just see if any other winds jump out at me. Still strong winds on northeast of Fort Saskatchewan. They continue to push out there. So what's our main fast? 84 kilometers an hour roughly, and that is 2,300 feet off the ground. So we're between 700 and 800 meters. So we're starting to get higher up in the storm as the storm gets further away from the radar. So you do have stronger winds aloft generally when it comes to weather. And what happens is it's like climbing a mountain at the base. You have a little bit of wind at the top. It wants to try and blow you right off the mountain. So let's take a look at Red Deer here and see what that one is showing us. No hail on it on this last scan. And this is directly south of Red Deer at this point, just light rain in Red Deer, but through Penhold, very heavy precipitation moving along Highway 2 and drifting very slowly east-northeast at this point. So that is all that's to be talked about down there. And then we have our one little storm back here coming up to North Battleford. It's moving at a decent rate because over the last number of scans, it's made it all the way from Unity up that 29 corridor. Let's just take a look here for our thunderstorm warning here. They're saying it's moving northeast at 40 kilometers an hour right now. No pink pixels in it, so no hail. More than likely just very heavy rain. Few lightning bolts on it. And they've updated the severe warning around the Edmonton, northeast of the Edmonton area. So they've pushed that further northeast as that storm continues to move through. Let's take a look at Manitoba. This storm is just parked right over there. There's a couple pixels of pink again, but you can see this is not moving off. It has latched itself to that water source, and you can see it's just sitting here, raining, throwing lightning. It is throwing lightning very far out. Oh, I was just going to ask about that because, okay, so we do have a tornado warning with the way this storm is exhibiting lightning. So let me update you folks on this. This is for Manitoba. It is a long 20, basically at 20 and 271. This is north of Winnipegosis and south of Duck Bay. Those are the nearest names I can find. Opposite side of the water is Skomen, I believe, or Skonan, sorry. So this is right now showing some rotation on it. They are tornado warning it for this area right here, I believe. Let me just check. Reflectivity, it's on the very edge of the storm, but this has been sitting here rotating for quite some time, or rotating, it's been sitting there for quite some time. It is not really moving at this point, so I'm curious what they're going to say. Really not much that's happening. It's just parked there right over the water itself, it looks like somewhat. So our box, if it's moving anything, it's moving east southeast at this point, but anybody in this box, obviously don't be on water. You need to be in shelter with this storm because it has established itself and is rotating in one spot. Hopefully it is not producing anything. We obviously don't have any confirmation. Let's see what Environment Canada is saying, and they're commenting tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. So not, that's always the key word we look for. And obviously these, they're listing off a whole bunch of areas in and around the following localities. They're saying Swan Valley, Minnetonus, Bozeman, Duck Mountain, Camperville, Mossy River, and Ethelbert. Duck Mountain is way to the north, I want to say. Where is Duck Mountain? I've called it out before, so I just want to make sure. So Minnetonus area, I think they mentioned, Duck Mountain Provincial Park are all back to the west, folks. This is not moving in any real direction at this point. It is just sitting here right by 20 and 271. If it is moving in any direction, it is slightly east southeast. You can just see that very slowly right now, not really going anywhere. So this is again to the north of Winnipegosis. That's where it's at right now. I can tell you a distance roughly from Winnipegosis, just for folks that are out that way so we understand what's going on. And let me move that up. It's about 15. The rotation or area is about 19 kilometers from this at this point. So it's, again, pretty much stationary. We're just going to have to watch what this is going to do. This is what's happening in Manitoba. So I'm just going to zoom out. This is way north of Brandon, Manitoba. But this storm is just parked here. So if you do, if you are a lot of water obviously involved in our orange box, but if you are back to the west all the way up to Duck Bay, up in that whole entire area, you have nothing to worry about. This storm is to the south. It is essentially just stationary, but if we're calling anything, it's east southeast at this point, slowly over water. Obviously there are people out here, we just want to get that word out, but they are because you've got some rotation in this storm here. So continuing to keep this tornado warned. Our rotation has moved off a little bit. So let me just double check if this coincides. This looks like inflow into the storm, but let me double check. Yeah, it's right on that kind of appendage that's at the back there. So we're still going to say if you're anywhere in this area that you need to be in shelter right now, just because of the way this is just stationary. So again, we'll draw a box out here, throw it out. And we're getting an update done probably so that my instead of these hand-drawn lines, they'll be actually straight lines. But anywhere in this orange box is where you need to be concerned. If you are anywhere near it, be in shelter. If you are anywhere to the north, you are way to the south or way back to the west, there's nothing going on. This storm is just sitting here, rotating away at this point, and you can see it's just parked itself at 20 and 271. That's the intersection that I can tell you about, more main roads. So again, 20 and 271 north of Winnipegosis, and it is literally not moving out of there at this time. So that may change, and we'll have to watch what it does. So that is what's going on in Manitoba. Let's swing back to Edmonton area. We'll update people on that, and we'll continue to run around, just giving updates as we go along. So heavy rain kind of through Gibbons, kind of to the west of Fort Saskatchewan. It has moved northeast from there. You can see the line stretching from northwest to southeast through Elk Island National Park at this point, picking up a few more markers of hail here to the north of 16 east of Elk Island National Park. This is moving northeast. Let's see if there's some winds have subsided, but we do still have some brighter pink areas. So this is good. It looks like we've gone into the 70s now and we're higher up. So that is good news. It is still going to be windy, but it is losing a little bit of that intensity as far as that goes. So what else? What else? Okay, so I've got all of that. And then to the south by Red Deer, let's take a look at that storm to see what it's doing right now. Just rain. There's no hail, or no hail. There's no lightning. There is also no hail indicated on this. So this right now is essentially a non-severe thunderstorm, and it's not even a thunderstorm at that because it doesn't have any more lightning on it. So right now a rain shower as this is moving eastward south of Red Deer at this point. Just going to look back here. There's still thunderstorm warning here, but this one is expired, so that's going to disappear in about 9 minutes, the one to the northwest of Red Deer. Let's take a look at our storm by that's moving towards Battleford. They have not extended the severe warning with this storm because it is dying out. You can see that it's only got a few pixels of red now, so that storm is weakening. We do have other storms trying to get organized by Hafford area. This got hit pretty hard yesterday, I believe. Spears, a lot of trees blown over with the storms that went through there, a lot of wind. There was a extremely strong circulation that went over that area as well. So obviously these areas still a little battered from yesterday. So let's take a look here. They've updated the severe watch area on the Alberta side, and they're mentioning there is also a risk of a tornado. So I think that's new wording that they put in there, and they pushed the box further north. So the severe thunderstorm watch does mention the risk of a tornado, which is on the Alberta side. Those light yellow lines, the thinner ones, that is the watch area. The thicker yellow lines are always your warning. So let's go back to our tornado warned storm. We'll get an update on this one and take a look at it. 3:05 p.m. So we should see another scan. This is 4:05 Alberta time, or Manitoba time, and we should see an update here in about 1 to 2 minutes here. So definitely got a lot going on here. What else? Okay, so a lot of comments flying around, and I'm right now just trying to keep up with the information. And we'll go from there. Kevin, I did get your email. I saw that coming into us earlier today. I'll respond to you when I get a chance here. Basically, once it's not busy. Tomorrow may or may not be a stream day, so I'll try and respond to you then. So thank you for your patience. Okay, let's just take a look at a few other things here. Okay. So right now, waiting on an update for our storm. This is the latest update, so let's take a look at this. You can see that this is sitting in the same area, has not really moved from 20 and 271. It does show some rotation on it. The latest scan looks a lot weaker than it did before, but we'll continue to monitor it. It's not indicative of anything very strong right now, but that can change very quickly, so still a lot of hail. This is just parked over the same area again. I've been repeating that. So in that orange box, that's the only area that you need to worry about. You can see that this is not moving at all. The anvil, or the eastern portion of the storm, is expanding out, but the core is sitting where it's been sitting for a while, and that's where we would have that rotation in the area of concern, again, just north of Winnipegosis to the kind of northwest of that, but this is just stationary there. If you are anywhere else in these red boxes that this is a problem with our warning boxes. They just extend so far out, and why we put our own little polygon out there so people can understand where they need to worry about. The rotating storm is down here to the south, then there's a warning box 150 kilometers away to the north, and this is moving east southeast. So never are you in danger up in that area, and that's why we try to get the info out so that people, like I said, in Duck Bay, anywhere along here to the west and southwest, Pine River, you are perfectly fine. This thing is just sitting there stationary, and it is slightly drifting east southeast at this point. Winnipegosis is to the south of this, still about almost 20 kilometers away from the storm. If this does to change direction, we may tell you folks to take shelter from it, but right now that is what we're looking at. We do see some reds and greens rotating in this, and I'm going to see how high up we are. That's another thing I want to check. We're about 8,000 feet, so we're just basically 2.5 to 3 kilometers, not quite 3 kilometers, but maybe 2.5 kilometers up. So the higher you are up in the storm, the stronger that couplet needs to be for things to reach the surface, essentially, when we're talking about rotating winds. So that is our storm out by Manitoba area, and we'll go right back to Edmonton and see what the update is on that storm. This is turning into basically a non-severe thunderstorm. It's just going to be a thunder shower. You can see, let's take a look at our winds. Some stronger winds coming into Bruderheim, but again, these are going to be higher off the surface at this point, 3,000 feet. So we're just at about a kilometer above the surface and only 77 kilometers. So on the surface, maybe 60 kilometers an hour, somewhere in that neighborhood. And then let's take a look at our rain. So rain is north of Highway 16, tucked in along Highway 15 corridor, moving northeast, coming into Lamont, Bruderheim, and then there's a little bit of a curly queue here of precipitation back to the southwest, just into the north side of Fort Saskatchewan. This is moderate to light rain at best. Nothing to be concerned about there, and we're getting moderate to light rain in Redwater. The dark red areas are obviously where we have that heavier precipitation. Not showing any hail in this, so this is downtrending. It's losing its intensity, and you can see how that has lined out, meaning stretched itself out. When it came into Edmonton to the southwest, you can see how compact that southern portion of it was, and now it has expanded way out, which is always good for anybody in front of a storm. When they start expanding out, they do lose their intensity, generally speaking, and that's what's happening in this case right now. So what else? Rick, thank you for jumping in as well. Appreciate it, guys. I know oh wow, this red deer storm absolutely just died. Crossed Highway 2 and it said sayonara. So this storm barely with any kind of heavy rain. This is moderate to light rain. That storm is dying. We do have another one forming off the foothills here southeast of Sundre right now, just noticeable, but doesn't mean anything's going to happen there. And then let's take a look in Saskatchewan. So right now, nothing is severe warned. They did not, this warning back to the south, I'm assuming they've expired that. Yes, so the severe warning that was around Unity, that has expired. Storm has moved to the northeast, coming into Battleford and North Battleford. That is just going to be rain, folks. Nothing to worry about. Few pockets of heavier rain here to the east of Battleford, but that's all they are. They're non-severe thunderstorms, folks. So things obviously picked up intensity, and now we've shifted focus obviously just into this particular area. And this is again to the northwest of Winnipegosis. This storm has been just sitting here. It is tornado warned at this point just because it is exhibiting rotational features, but it is parked here essentially, which again is bad news just in regards to the flooding aspect of it. And it's just, again, just sitting there. It may have drifted a little bit south on that last scan, and we'll monitor if that's the case and just see what's going on. So again, the orange polygon is where we are saying that you need to be in shelter at this point. Let's just take a look. Rotation definitely looks like it's breaking up on this last scan. So let me delete our box here and take a look at everything. It has moved a little bit further east and south on that last scan. I'm just watching where the core is sitting. So yes, it is moving a little bit southeast at this point. The rotation does not look as strong or organized, so tight couplet or anything like that. We're out of an abundance of caution right now. I'm going to say that you still stay in shelter if you are anywhere in this orange box. Probably in Winnipegosis, I would suggest it at this time, and we'll wait for another scan. And if it continues to weaken, then we will, let you folks know that it's less of a concern at this point. So anybody who's gotten the tornado warnings in this area, Duck Bay, west and northwest of this storm, you have nothing to be concerned about, even all the way down back here into Ukraine. That you don't need to worry about. It is northeast of you, moving east, southeast. So not likely to make it down there. If anything did change, we would update you, but that's why we're highlighting this orange polygon so you know where you need to be concerned about it right now. You can see the red box goes way north. Where are we even up here? Pelican Rapids, all of that area along 60 and Highway 10, nothing to worry about at this point. So what's getting updated here? So let me switch back out to Edmonton and Red Deer. I'm just going to switch over to the radar. They have expired, these two thunderstorm warnings that were south of Red Deer and east of Red Deer. So those are now expired because those storms basically died off. And that's all we have going on right now is the storm by Edmonton, and then the one storm that has parked itself here at just north of Winnipegosis. That is basically it at this point. So two small areas to monitor, and obviously tornado warnings, they do scare people, and that's why we try to get that info out. There is hail on this, but it is over the water essentially. I'm just going to turn my radar off. Obviously a bit of land here, but situated over a large body of water, and that's basically what it's feeding off of, that extra moisture. The storm loves to feed off of that. So just some of the comments in the chat are pretty funny. Okay, so that's where we're at right now, folks. Switch over here, just going to take a look. 3:17 p.m. Alberta time. So again, I'm feeling pretty good about this storm or cluster of storms. Essentially, it has widened out, stretched out, and so it's losing some of that intensity. Still lots of lightning on it, heavy precipitation, but we are no longer seeing hail, and the winds are kind of subsiding on it. So this will possibly lose its severe warning or threshold at this point. So that is basically it at this point. So we're going to watch that. And then obviously our bigger concern will be this tornado watch, whether that comes into play later. Again, if you've just jumped on or you haven't been here for too long, a lot of the models we've been looking at have held a fairly strong cap in place, which will not, which looks looks to keep storms from getting mature going through the cap, and that would mean storms would not be severe today. If some storms do get through the cap, then we're talking a different story, and that would be anything that can get through the cap today would be a strong, severe storm that we would really have to monitor. So right now we're in a good place. So Tiny Kitty Cat saying the hail in Edmonton was crazy. Obviously we are getting some reports. I've heard up to grape-sized hail up in there. So we'll see if we get anything bigger as far as hail size is concerned. And we'll monitor this tornado warning storm just again here in Manitoba. And we should have a new scan here in about 2 minutes. And I'll just kind of play the radar here. Let me just take a look at this. And you can see how this has developed over the last little bit. Essentially just a stationary storm for the most part. So that's Daza, that's an awesome way of explaining things to people. We were just talking about the tornado watch. So watch versus warnings. Watch, we use tacos as a comparison. So if you've got your ingredients out for tacos on the counter, that is your tornado watch, meaning all the ingredients are present. But if that taco arrives at your table with all the ingredients together in one place, that is your taco warning. So the same thing applies for severe thunderstorms or tornado watches. So our tornado warnings, watch or warning either way. And if you do get a watch, that is your heads up that you need to be weather aware today. If you get your warning, that means it's go time. You need to be prepared to take emergency action if it happens to be in your area where you are and you are, close proximity to the particular storm. And that's again why we have this orange polygon out. The rest of the tornado watch area, you don't need to be too concerned about it, especially to the north and northwest. You have absolutely nothing to be worried about. Right now it is just sitting itself north of Winnipegosis at this point. So what have we got here for time? 3:23. We just got a new update. Let's see what this is doing here. It's still got rotation in it. It's not the strongest. I'm just going to take a look here. 50 across from 70. Let's see here where this lines up in our storm. It's just outside of it. It's just in that notch area. So, but that is again because we are so far off the ground. We're reading up way high in the storm. This is 2.5 kilometers up, so it can be slightly displaced from where this is on the radar reading. So there is still rotation. We are still going to maintain this box here out of an abundance of caution. Actually, I'm going to check some social media as well while I'm at it. And see if anybody is posting any photos from underneath it at this point. So just seeing the tornado warning going out, but absolutely no photos from that. Yeah, I'm just reading. Okay, that's not from today. That's from July. Okay. Yeah. So right now, no media that I can see here or photos of anything underneath this storm. So again, out of an abundance of caution, we're going to say that you stay in shelter for this particular storm. It is not moving away. And the only area that you need to be concerned about is that orange polygon. Okay, let's go back to the Edmonton area, northeast of there, Fort Saskatchewan. And oh, wow, this is moving off. Definitely weakening for the most part. There is a big wind field over Bruderheim. And we'll switch over to our velocities. There's a large wind field, but this is 4,000 feet off the ground. So we are now probably little over a kilometer over the surface, but they're only 65 kilometer-hour winds. So down at surface, we're probably 40 to 50. So things are subsiding on the wind side. Still very heavy precipitation to the northeast of Highway 15. Those are downpours with 1 pixel of pink. Let me zoom back out here. They are updating all these Jenga style, or I should say Tetris style warnings. So let me just jump on that. We'll swing back over to Alberta in a second there. Tornado warning, just saying that is possibly producing a tornado. So that wording has not changed. And they're obviously re-updating this at this point, and it's just been sitting there stationary. So we are still talking about just north of Winnipegosis at this point. So obviously all these boxes and lines flashing. The only area we've narrowed it down for you folks is inside that polygon. If you are there, you need to be in shelter out of an abundance of caution. Again, we are seeing some rotation on this, but it is very high up, so we will continue to update things there. So switch back over to northeast of Edmonton as we were talking here. So a lot of rain north and northeast of Highway 15. Heavy downpour, some moderate winds in that, but shouldn't be too bad. And it continues almost up to what looks like Highway 28 and heading northeast. One more pocket of heavier rain north of Thorhild. Just in that area to the north, you've got a heavy pocket of rain, but that's it. There's no lightning up there, so that is definitely just a rainmaker. And the storm moving through Bruderheim, that is going to be, it's losing its intensity. It's still packing a lot of precipitation, but it is definitely subsiding. No hail, none of that stuff. So that is good news based on that scan, at least anyways, at this time. So storm coming off the foothills has died off southwest of Red Deer near Sundry and Olds area. That is just dying off at this point. I'm just looking at this boundary that's here to the south. I just want to see what that is. That's off. Okay, that's off the initial storms that fired, and you can just see this boundary kind of coming through well, it's coming through Crossfield right now. It'll be through Cochrane, Airdrie, and those areas shortly. That's just a boundary coming off those storms. So it's showing up on radar, that's all. Saskatchewan, pretty quiet right now. These storms are struggling again because of that cap, so they aren't getting very established. If one of these suddenly goes up and starts to get big, that is the storm we are going to have to watch. The parameters are there, so what is keeping things in play right now or keeping things from going too crazy is the cap, and the cap is basically like a bottle of water, and if you're squeezing that bottle of water, the cap with it on, the water has nowhere to go. Pull that cap off and all of a sudden all the water rushes out of it. Same idea with storms, what you're seeing here. So it's right now it's keeping things safe. The problem is that it can help build pressure at times and allow that pressure to exceed what the cap can hold, and then you have those strong storms. So again, just stuff we're monitoring right now, keeping an eye on and watching what's going on. They have expanded the severe thunderstorm watch. They pushed it back to the west here. I can see that through Duck Mountain Provincial Park. So those thin yellow lines, that is the watch area. Obviously, thick red lines, that's your warning. And for red, it is tornado, obviously. And that is just to the north of Winnipegosis at this point. So that's where we're at this point. And we're going to monitor all of this as it unfolds. I'll take a look around at some other radars just to see if there's anything going on. Not expecting anything anywhere else. We are having smoke issues here in Eastern Ontario. That is what these gray boxes are going to be for, so I can click on those and update anybody in the Quebec side. We have smoke coming from the north. You can kind of see how it's curling down. Smoke is causing or expected to cause poor air quality and reduced visibility. This is good for 12 hours, they're saying. These are from forest fires in Quebec. So that is where we have our air quality warnings, and you can kind of see how they kind of extend northeast into Quebec and then back turning northwest towards Val d'Or and up further there. You can see that big gray box. That is all to do with smoke from wildfire at this point. So that's the only stuff that's happening. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch in British Columbia near Prince George. And we do have some storms out there, but very minor. They don't even have lightning on them, so not consequential at this time. We just got a new update, so let me zoom back into our storm here by in Manitoba. Whoops, I hit the wrong thing there. Let's take a look from Fox Warren here. Still some rotation in that. It is very broad at this time. A little bit of hail in there, and it hasn't really moved. It is maybe drifted a tiny bit south. We haven't even had to really adjust our box, so you can see it is moving a little bit southward. But the velocity scans are very broad, meaning those greens are spread out pretty far. Not a really tight area where you can pinpoint that this would be. I'm not super concerned about this rotation based on the scan, but again, out of an abundance of caution on this one, we are going to tell you guys to stay in shelter at this point within the orange box only. The rest of it, they've pushed this box all the way across here into multiple areas through here. So I'm just looking here through Pionan Point Wildlife Management Area, along 328 here through Prue Lake. What's on the opposite side? This runs 276, I guess. Right now, storm not moving quickly. It could be there, but if you're in like Skomen or Skonen area, you don't have anything to worry about. This is to your southwest, and it's moving southeast at this point. So again, the orange box, the orange polygon, that is the area we are calling for shelter at this point, and that's the only area as far as that's concerned. Just need to update something here. Okay, so let's head back over to Alberta. We'll take a look at the storm here. And you can see that things are still heavy precipitation, some winds behind the line here, still through Bruderheim, but again, we're talking maybe 60 kilometers an hour, so that has reduced. This is continuing to move very heavy rain northeast, going towards Andrew and that 45 area. What else is up here? Coming into the northern end is going to be coming into Waskatanu or Waskatanau. I'm probably butchering that. My apologies. But it is heading northeast. That is moderate to moderate heavy rain. That's all we're talking about. And eventually coming into Smoky Lake. But right now, our heaviest precipitation is south of 45, stretching through 29 back to the southeast. And again, this is moving northeast at this time. So if I drag it through, you can see the progress of this storm over the last little bit. But again, lost significant amount of intensity compared to what it looked like when it went through Edmonton. And I suspect the further north it's going to go, it's going to slowly weaken. I'm just going to turn on my weather stations and see what I've got up there. Cold Lake definitely warm at 25 compared to Lac La Biche at 21, so definitely a difference in temperature there. I don't have any other stations reporting from that area, so I can't update anything else, but still going to maintain for a while. Looks like it'll just slowly start to die out. Storms south of Red Deer, absolutely dead at this point. Let's see if anything else is trying to fire down to the south using a radar by Medicine Hat. Suffield, I believe, is the radar on that one. Nothing down there. Let's take a look at Radisson. So again, non-severe storms just kind of populating this area. Once again, I believe these are just being held down by the cap at this point. And if one of them does punch through it, that's going to be the one to pay attention to. The severe warning on the western side of Saskatchewan is expired, just in case anybody is wondering. And we have that large tornado watch, the red thin line that extends through the northwest portion of Saskatchewan and a very large portion of western Saskatchewan. That is where the show could be later if storms do manage to get established there. So what else have we got here? Okay. Let's jump back in and we'll watch this tornado-warned storm. Let's see if this is our latest scan. This just came in. This is looking much better. This is very broad rotation, folks. I'm not concerned about this one at this point. Just the shape of the storm has changed as well. So I'm going to say that no longer a concern for shelter right now. It is very stationary. If you feel more comfortable being in shelter, then obviously that's a personal choice. Right now, we are saying that this is pretty broad and the shape of the storm has changed. So we are not as concerned about it at this time. And again, this is north. It's been basically north of Winnipegosis for quite some time. I will take a look here what it's doing. It is drifting a little bit south, so it's going to come into Winnipegosis at a little bit of time here. But again, the wind profile does not look like it is anything that is rotating tightly, and the storm has changed shape. It looks like it's breaking up a little bit, so definitely feeling more comfortable with that. We have so many of these red boxes out here overlapping each other. I'm going to try and read some of them. They haven't updated that since 11 minutes ago. Let's take a look at this one. That's 12 minutes ago. They've got multiple ones. So the tornado warning box that extends all the way up to, what was this up here? Pelican Rapids in that area to the north. That is now expired. And I believe, let's just take a look at this one, still to the east is still available. I just can't decipher where, because of all these red lines the way they are, it almost looks like that tornado warning has expired where this is right now. Because the box extends all the way south, following all these lines along 276. It looks like it's possible that Environment Canada has drop that where the storm is currently located. They probably are feeling the same way, but let me zoom out and see whether I can find that right on their website. So bear with me for 1 second. I just want to confirm it before I say anything there. So they've killed off the northern section of it. Yeah, so there. This was updated at 4:26 p.m. 13 minutes ago. So the northern portion has been dropped as far as tornado warning is concerned. Like I said, to the north there, through Duck Bay and that area, nothing to be concerned about. This storm here just continuing to be parked basically just north of Winnipegosis, but it is now drifting very slowly to the southeast at this point. So we'll continue to monitor it. We'll see what the next scan looks like, and we'll come back to it. We'll look at our storm northeast of Edmonton. This is our latest scan. Let's see what our winds are looking like. By Bruderheim, a little bit of winds picking up there. Again, probably 60 kilometers an hour on the surface, maybe a little bit more. And heavy rain coming into Andrew shortly. No real 1 pixel of pink, so maybe some hail at most would be pea-sized. And the red is starting to make its way out of this line. As you can see, I'll move it up here and you can see how it's sort of shrinking back a little bit. So from Highway 28 kind of southeast from there along 831 through 45 down to Andrew, that's where our heavier rain is, but that's all it is at this point. It's just a very heavy rainmaker, and it is heading northeast. I'll just show you the progress on this at this point. So what else? Just reading through some of the comments. Yeah, I just got Pamela asking, I believe here, saying nothing in Saskatchewan. When does it update again? So our radars update every 8 minutes. Right now, there is nothing in Saskatchewan of any concern. There are a few storms that are trying to get organized. They are to the north of Saskatoon, but these are non-severe. Some of them are thunderstorms, very few of them, but mostly non-severe storms at this point, and they cannot get organized because of that cap at this point. The cap is holding by the looks of it. So, and models were showing that. So right now we are in a pretty good place. The only area that we have that we can really monitor is northeast of Edmonton. That line is losing some intensity. The winds have gone down on it. Precipitation levels have gone down on it. So it is less concerning in that area. And then obviously we have our one little storm kind of parked over to the north of Winnipegosis. We're going to monitor that one, and we should have a new scan here, and let's just take a look at it. We'll see whether this tightens up or if it just continues to broaden out at this point. So what else? Back, I hit the space bar by accident. Okay, one more minute here. Oh, there we go. Yeah, this definitely is broken up. There's definitely rotation in this, but it's not concerning at this time. Again, let me just double check everything to be sure, but I'm just going to see how this is drifting. It's now moving. There's an additional updraft that has fired here. You can see that. Let me show you. This area is new. This is just another new updraft coming up. The old one is further to the east, or east-southeast, I should say. And let's just take a look at the progress on this. Yeah, it's stretching out. So coming down, it's starting to drift back down to Winnipegosis. So you guys are going to get into the rain. There is going to be some heavy rain. There's even some additional possibility of small hail where you see those pixels of pink. That's going to be pea-sized hail, more than likely at most. And again, we are fairly high up here from the radar. So again, not as concerned with the rotation. We just see that one area or updraft from there. So I guess the threat level as far as rotating winds is definitely on the very low end of things, and it is continuing to drop over the last 3 or 4 scans. So that's where things are at. Something. Okay. What else? Okay, let's zoom back out. And right now we are, things are a lot quieter than they were when we started. So again, we're waiting for possible higher end severe in Saskatchewan. It could be one of those days where storm chasers drive out, and because the cap holds, they basically suntan. I've done that. I don't know how many times. I don't even want to count, because obviously makes for a very boring day sitting somewhere and not getting storms. One of my biggest busts ever was in Saskatchewan with a whole bunch of Canadian chasers, and we literally were standing there, and it was actually the smoke. When you have smoke from wildfire move into an area, it acts like a blanket. It inhibits the sun from getting its full energy to the surface, and so it doesn't allow that environment to get destabilized and keep storms from forming. So smoke is definitely a negative thing in terms of if you're a storm chaser. It does impede those storms from getting organized or getting going. So what else here? Well, yeah, Melissa, if you want to ask me a question, you probably want to throw it in the chat for the moderators, or not the moderators, our live stream chat. But I do have my sandwiches ready to go. I have my water. I've always had that for the last, I don't know how many streams. I moved a fridge up here. So I have my little fridge literally not even 5 feet, 4 feet away from me. So everything is very easily accessible, and I can grab my food. I've got lots of water always prepared. So we're good on that regards. Okay, 5 minutes in, we'll see what our next scan here shows. Just everybody that's in a tornado watch area here in Saskatchewan. Still no storms getting organized, just non-severe storms at this point. I can show you what's been progressing in the Saskatchewan area. We had one minor storm that did have some hail on it, and it got that severe warning that is now expired, but it's dying off. So we still have lots of daylight left. It's only 3:45 Alberta and Saskatchewan time. We don't get dark till about 10 o'clock. So Yeah, I got your message there, Melissa. So that's the best way if you want me to notice. I check that chat all the time. That's the I try and keep up with our regular chat, but folks, there's a lot of comments in there, so I do my best to keep up. But when there's a lot of areas to cover, I only have 8 minutes to get through all of them before the next scan comes in. So I try and get it done before that's the case. So a little bit of hail picking up in this storm. There are 3 areas that are showing a little bit of pink, but that would be, if it's anything, it's going to be pea-sized hail or smaller. But you can see that our precipitation is tucked in along this line. That is where the heaviest of the precip is going. Thank you, Daza. I really appreciate the donation. Thanks for supporting us as always. It goes a long way towards helping us out. So thanks from Connor and myself and our team. So we can see how this has drifted up, but that's where our heaviest of precipitation is. Let me look at winds. There are some winds circling back around. Let me just double check that. So they're kind of swinging around, and I'll show you that here. Let's just take our velocities, flip over to this. So our winds are kind of wrapping around into here. That's why you're seeing those bright pinks in that area as this moves kind of northeast. If I switch over to velocities, you can see that's where those bright pinks are. 85 kilometers an hour, but this is 4,300 feet, so 1.5 kilometers above the surface. So down by the surface, 60 to 70, right where those bright pink areas are. And again, not really concerning, just that there are straight line winds. That's what we want to make you aware of. Moving through Andrew, and then this is going to continue northeast past Andrew up towards 28. And then we have, oh, there's our latest scan. So let's just take a look while we're here. We're still getting the swirlies behind it, but that's okay. They have subsided. What that little bit still tucked in there. Let's see here, 85, still maintaining that. So down at the surface, 60 to 70, as we were saying. So going to be a bit gusty, still rain, but it looks like the band is narrowing a little bit. What I mean by that is where those darker oranges and reds are, they're definitely narrowing in spots. Still lightning south of 28 all the way through Andrew back to 45 and 29, and a little bit further south of there, so kind of west of Two Hills. That's just heavy precipitation at this point. Again, mostly not concerned with this. This is kind of just a higher end severe, higher end thunderstorm, barely keeping on to kind of that severe parameter. Let's take a look further south. Nothing there. Switch into Saskatchewan, nothing there, and then we'll watch our little storm here just over. This is just reaching Winnipegosis right now. Very broad rotation in this, so again, not concerned with this. There is very heavy rain. It is feeding off that body of water, so that is what's causing this storm to have that very heavy precipitation core, those dark reds, and a little bit of pink involved here to the northeast of Winnipegosis. Probably going to be pea-sized hail or less. We're about 2.5 kilometers out up in the storm when we're reading from here, because we are far from radar. So okay, what else have we got in here? Just looking at comments. Yeah, it's Kevin saying it's only going to take one storm to get through that cap. Absolutely, and that's why we're monitoring it, because exactly that. If you get one storm that punches through the cap, we are going to have to be laser focused on that one, because there's a lot of high-end parameters for severe storms in Saskatchewan today, and that's why the watch is out. So what else have we got here? Okay. Oh, Raven Wolf has the same name as Connor, obviously. So yeah, Connor not in the chat today. We do have a chaser out in Saskatchewan. Shannon is out there. If storms go and she gets on something, she'll be live streaming for us, hopefully, if everything comes together. And then what else? So we'll possibly have somebody live streaming as well today, but it just depends if storms are going to happen. Okay. Okay, so what time are we at? 3:47. So let's take a look at our storm. I think we just covered that actually. This is the latest scan, so you can see this just moving, continuing to move northeast of Edmonton, but looks completely different now, and has lost a lot of its intensity after going through Edmonton, and continues to slowly lose kind of weaken, but still has quite a bit of heavy rain in it. That's basically what we're talking about, with lightning and some pockets of winds in specific areas that we highlighted. And that's it. I'm just going to take a look. There is a severe thunderstorm warning up here by west of Grand Prairie. Let's just take a look here. A little bit of hail. This is looks like what is that? Bear Hole, I almost said beer. Bear Hole Lake Provincial Park and Protected Area, right around 52. There's a little bit of pixels of pink. This is dropping southeast, so it's going to cross 52. That is going to be very small hail. Let me just take a look at it. We're about 5,000 feet off the ground, so maybe pea-sized or a little bit larger, but again, that's it at this point for that area. So we'll stick with our tornado warning storm here in Manitoba, and we're just going to keep our eyes in the back of our head watching Saskatchewan and Alberta at this point. But definitely things are a lot quieter right now, folks. Nothing too much to get excited about, which is always a good thing when we're talking about this kind of stuff. So yeah, definitely a little bit of a quiet time right now, and we are just before 4 p.m. Alberta and Saskatchewan time, just before 5 in Manitoba, obviously. So So we'll wait for our next scan. About 1 minute out from this storm, we'll pay attention to it, see if anything does pick up any intensity. They still do have the active tornado warnings on either side of this because it's over the water. Those haven't, let me see when they were last updated. 28 minutes ago. We've had no updates on those. So we'll see if something updates here shortly. In the next minute, we should have our new scan as well. So I'm just reading about Nightbot. Okay, this storm does look like it's kind of very disorganized at this point compared to what it looked like at these scans here, where you had that kind of like hook echo type shape to it with some hail in it, and now it's kind of moved off and definitely looks a lot more broken apart. So just very heavy rainmaker at this point. Let's just take a look here. This is, where is that in the storm? That's in the heart of the storm. Down here, just switching around. Again, no real velocity scan on there that is concerning right now. And very heavy rain in this, with maybe pea-sized hail at this point on that storm. So it just continues to slowly drift southward through that area. Okay, we'll flip back to our storm northeast of Edmonton. This is basically along 45. We do have a couple of pixels of hail. We are now 7,000 feet, so that's 2 kilometers and a bit away, or above the surface, I should say. And that would probably not even be hail at the surface. So just heavy rain at 45 and 29. Just checking what they're updating here. They've got another severe warning in BC. I'll go take a look at that. And so just heavy rain in this. Let's take a look at our winds. Still some stronger winds here to the back. This would be just north of 45, northwest of Andrew in Alberta. 90 kilometers an hour, but this is almost 2 kilometers up from the surface. 1.5 kilometers, basically 1.6, somewhere in that neighborhood. And down at the surface, you're probably talking 60, 70 kilometers an hour roughly as this storm moves through and dies out on that back end. And then we have a very narrow band of heavy rain west of 855 to the kind of the northwest of Smoky Lake right now. And that's it. Nothing much more exciting than that for the storms moving through Edmonton earlier. Let's take a look at our radar here. This little bean down here, that's the only thing that they could have severe warned on this, because there's nothing else out there. Let me just see here. Did it have any purple on it? This is right over, it looks like Tighttown Provincial Park. No purple in there, but they have, this is the only storm that's in that box that would have any kind of indicator on it. Let's read their thunderstorm warning, just saying tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging winds, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. Those are kind of the max values. That does not mean it's ongoing right now. It's just heavy rain. There's no lightning on this storm at all. So very, very low end severe as far as that's concerned. And then the storms by, let's just take a look here. Grand Prairie west of there, a little bit of hail just to the north of 52 here. That is going to be pea-sized hail, maybe slightly larger than that at this point. So let's take a look. What have they updated here? They're just updating that severe warning. So we've covered it. Edmonton right now is northeast of Edmonton, I should say. Is the area up in Alberta to watch. We are watching all of this stuff happening in Saskatchewan. Again, right now, CAP is holding. No storms have gotten organized. We are still early. It's 4 p.m. If we get to like 6 or 7 o'clock Saskatchewan time, that is where we start to get, you know, those, that's kind of magic hour to a certain extent when it comes to storms. So we will be more concerned at that time if something does go. And let's get back to our storm here in Manitoba. And we should have a new scan here about 2-3 minutes. So yeah, comment from Danny Sullivan, it looks like. We got nailed with a pretty good one in Edmonton about an hour ago. That's when we started our stream. We started about an hour and 45 minutes ago, just when that storm was southwest of Edmonton, and we jumped on immediately to give the heads up, because obviously a storm went through Edmonton yesterday. That one was a bit stronger, but this one was still packing a bit of a punch, bringing hail, quite a bit of heavy precipitation, and obviously some winds as well. So not fun going through that. So walk into the store and you got nailed, really cold rain. That's the worst, unfortunately. So what else have we got here? Oh, the water was actually coming up out of the manholes for the sewer system in Edmonton. Just a lot of it over the last number of days as well. Rick playing with our custom emojis. If you become a member of the Sunshine Club, you can see them all in that message there. I don't have to worry about offending me. I hang out on kiwi farms. Yeah, though that would be colorful, to say the least. I can only imagine what that would be like. 1 minute out from our next scan here for the Manitoba storm. This is the only storm in town in Manitoba, and we'll watch to see what this does. So there's our update. Let's take a look. It looks like we have 2 separate updrafts right now. Why we're showing these kind of 2 separate areas. They're still parked over that same area right here. I'll highlight it. This is where that initial storm started, feeding off the lake. It has moved off in this general direction over here. So a little bit of tiny hail at most. No rotation in that's concerning right now. And it's continuing kind of to drift southeast at this point. It has essentially, for the most part, missed Winnipegosis. There may be some rain that's gotten into there, but this is staying out over the bodies of water and just very slowly drifting southeast at this point. So Hopefully these tornado warnings are going to be expiring shortly. Let me just take a look here. Still 23 minutes left on them unless they manually expire them. That is the only storm going on. Let me see if there's anything else on the southern end. Nothing there in Winnipeg and Portage, and we're not really expecting anything of severe potential down south by, Highway 1 and in those areas. So let's zoom back in here and we'll take a look at our storm that is now way northeast, even northeast of Bruderheim, coming through Saddle Lake, Cree Nation. A little bit of hail indicated here to the northwest of Two Hills. Right now at 29 and 860, very heavy precipitation in that. And it stretches a little bit northwest, but you're seeing that a lot of the red is coming out of this line. Straight north of Smoky Lake, we do have heavy precip there just to the west of 855. And let's take a look at our winds in this line. Back to the southwest here by 855. Where are we? Northwest of Andrew. There are some stronger winds in behind this, but these are aloft. We are now 1.6, 1.7 kilometers above the surface. So again, probably 60 to 70 on the surface if they are making it down that far. And this just continues to move northeast away from Edmonton at this point. So you can see that how that has unfolded here as it progresses through. So not much to talk about at this point, which is good news. We are in the hurry up and wait scenario with Saskatchewan. If, again, we've been talking about the cap there. If the cap does hold, storms will not be able to get through it and they won't go severe. And if one, well, again, all it takes is one, but if one gets through it, then we will have to be very focused on that storm, because all the energy is going to rush to that area, and that storm could go high-end severe. And yesterday, obviously, a very dynamic day in Saskatchewan, and yesterday overperformed for what the expectations were on models. We definitely did not have that many tornadoes expected in Saskatchewan, and that's why you have to stay weather aware. Models are only so good, but they are trying to predict the future. And we all know how that goes. Predicting the future is extremely sketchy at best. And when you're talking weather, there's just so many dynamics at play. It's very difficult to do those predictions accurately. We rely heavily on models for that. Unfortunately, a lot of the National Weather Service offices in the U.S., especially through the Midwest, are no longer launching balloons, and that provides data to these models, and they've stopped doing that. So the models are now far more inaccurate because they're missing that huge chunk of information. And when you put up a balloon and you get exactly what's in the atmosphere, it helps those models to predict what's going on. So that is partially at play here with some of the models not being able to, resolve what to expect to a certain extent. So what else of here? No, I changed, Melissa, I changed Nightbot with those emojis. I think you're safe up to like 15 emojis maybe before Nightbot gets upset with you. So you should be okay at this point. I tweaked Nightbot a little bit just so that they were, not freaking out at people as much. So let's take a look at Saskatchewan while we wait at things. And again, nothing happening here, folks. Like it'll be obvious if something does go in Saskatchewan. It should be fairly obvious, and we will obviously be laser focused on it because you'll see that all of a sudden you're going to have a whole bunch of red. Let's just go to the tornado warnings as soon as I hear that, and let's see if they're. Let me see here. 359. You can see all of these flashing here. This is crazy. So they've expired the one to the north. That was a while ago. They dropped the one to Duck Bay. So they've shrunk the size of the box. That's what's happened here. We had a box all the way up to Duck Bay, kind of to the west. That box has been shrunk back, but we have so many overlapping boxes here. So let me just make sure I'm not missing anything. What have they got here? They're continuing to say possibly producing a tornado. This is at 5:05 p.m. Let me take a look at our velocity scans here. I'm going to delete our drawings. Let me take a look here. So a couple of areas, maybe a tighter rotation at this point a little bit. Let me see here. We're seeing 40. Okay. So let's just say right now they do have a bit of a look to them, and what we mean by that is a little bit of a hook echo. Possibly these are the two areas that they're looking at. I can tell you that right now. Let's just, out of an abundance of caution, go ahead and say that we'll put out a warning box at this point, and we're going to say if you are anywhere in this area here, I'm going to go pretty far out because we do have two updrafts currently ongoing. Let me move this to the north, get back to this, and then we're going to say kind of in this area here. So if you are kind of in anywhere in this orange box right now, out of an abundance of caution, we are going to say that you get into shelter. Shelter is a basement if possible. If that is not possible, then you need to get into an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And ideally, a bathtub makes a good location. You can get in it, a little more protection, and then maybe put a small mattress over you in case worst case scenario. So again, we've got these giant red boxes all over the place. The only area of concern is where these where our orange polygon is currently. These are extremely slow moving storms. They're not exhibiting very strong rotation, but they are exhibiting some rotation. So again, we are going to err on the side of caution with this particular storm, and say that you be in shelter if you are anywhere within this orange box that we're looking at, which would include Winnipegosis at this point. And I'm just going to check social media to see if anything's been posted anywhere that I can find. I'm not seeing. Oh, wait. Oh, somebody's got some photos of the storm from Saskatchewan side, but very far away. Nothing underneath it, nothing that I can see here. So I'll continue to monitor social media, see if anything pops up there. But right now, just this orange polygon is where you need to be. If you are in there, you need to be in shelter. The rest of all of these red boxes, you are okay. There's nothing to be concerned about, especially to the north and over by Highway 6. You're definitely not, at an issue. If you got one here in Fairford, this is moving southeast at this point. That's why our polygon extends in that general direction. So again, out of an abundance of caution, please be in shelter there. Let's take a look at our storm back by Edmonton, or northeast of Edmonton. We're coming into St. Paul. Just heavy rain isolated in two pocket areas. So basically we have heavy rain just in here with possibly tiny hail, and then the same thing in this pocket. Those are the last two pockets of heavy precipitation. Let's take a look at our winds. There are some stronger winds in this, and I'm just going to see which radar we are looking from. So let me see here. Still showing the same idea. A little bit windy behind the line. This is way above the surface again. This is 6,000 feet, 2 kilometers almost. Down at the surface, 70, maybe a little bit more than that. So they're moving that severe warned box further out in front of the storm as this comes into St. Paul. And you'll see how this is progressing here. I'll move it up. And just marching northeast essentially at this point. So going to be coming into St. Paul, then Bonnyville, Cold Lake, and Lac La Biche as well. Some of it might skirt just to the south of there at this point. So we are between two radars right now, so I'm just trying to see which one's closest. We have one obviously west of Edmonton, and then one at Cold Lake itself. We're starting to get closer to Cold Lake, so we'll start using that one to read the storms. Going to take a look back to the west here. Nothing significant for these storms in the mountains. They are severe warned, but there's not even any lightning on those. One only has heavy precipitation. Let's take a look around the Calgary area. Nothing happening down there. And then let's take a look in Saskatchewan. Still no storms trying to get going through the cap. We will monitor that. And again, we are still very early on in the day. There is still lots of time for these storms to get organized. So, okay, so we are just dealing with this one storm. Basically, it's two updrafts right now. You can see there's two areas of pink. Those are two separate updrafts, just kind of interacting with each other. So, what else? So I've got a question here, but you guys are going to have to be a little more specific. Just asking, but what about the little small part in Manitoba? I'm very curious about it. So I don't know what we mean by little small part in Manitoba. If you're talking about this storm here, this is a tornado warning storm. We just got our next scan here, so I'm just going to quickly look at it. Again, very dirty, noisy velocity scans on there. Nothing really strong compared to what we saw yesterday. I'm going to say for one more scan here, we do stay in shelter if you are anywhere in this orange polygon. The red boxes around that to the north and way to the east and way to the south right now, not concerned for anybody in those areas. So let me just switch over here. Okay. Okay, so oh, yeah. No alerts on phone in Winnipeg, but CBC and CKUW radio stations going off about this tornado. Right now, we have no confirmation of any tornado. I'm going to double check to make sure that none of these boxes have been updated. Still the wording for Environment Canada that is possibly producing a tornado. So that means there's no confirmation, just anybody jumping in from Winnipeg or Manitoba area. All of the wording is possibly producing a tornado. So far, the velocity scans that we are seeing right now are not as concerning to us. And again, we are saying out of an abundance of caution in this orange polygon is the only area you need to be concerned about. You can see the warnings from Environment Canada go out much further than that, and that's why we narrow it down on this channel so you know exactly where to worry about. There is lots of precipitation over this, some hail involved with it, but it's basically been latched to the bodies of water, and that's what's causing it to sit here, and it is not moving very quickly. I'll show you what's been transpiring over the last hour and a half. It is very slow moving to the southeast at this point. So if you are north of these storms, zero concern whatsoever. Just by default, you don't need to worry about it. But I appreciate getting that comment so we can at least update people on that kind of stuff. So what else? Just seeing all these comments about Nightbot. Sorry. Whoops. Oh, good God. These are flying so fast, guys. Give me a sec here. Sorry, I didn't mean to, though. Just getting how's the CASRA radar look? That is in Saskatchewan. switching over. We do have some storms, but nothing getting organized in any way in Saskatchewan. These are storms that are trying to get, there's a very strong cap in place. Models, just before I came on this afternoon, models were showing very little happening, but all it takes is one storm to get through that cap and you've got a problem. So we will have to monitor this area. The tornado watch is out for another 6 hours. So that's till about 10 p.m., between 10 and 11 p.m. tonight, Saskatchewan time. And let me just drop the drawing here from our storms. We'll go and take a look up at Cold Lake radar. So Saddle Cree Nation, southwest of St. Paul, heavy precipitation in there. A bit of wind on the backside of this, but again, it is very high above the surface. We're not expecting much more than 60 to 70 kilometer-hour winds within this line. And right now over 820 or 855, I should say, which is due north of Smoky Lake. Heavy spot of precipitation, maybe a little bit of hail in that, pea-sized probably, in roughly in that area. And that is the only thing to call out on this as this continues to move northeast. We have no other storms, I believe, back to the south and west. These warnings to the south of Red Deer are expired. I'm actually going to do a refresh to see if I can get them to disappear. They're still there for 2 minutes. So those were for previous storms. Those died off a long time ago. We'll take a look again. Southern Alberta, nothing happening down there. And then we're just back to these, I'm going to call them Tetris style tornado warning boxes. And it's just for these storms that are parked here. Obviously, I understand a lot of people through Winnipeg area hypersensitive to stuff going on with weather, with the last month and change of all the storms and events that have happened in Winnipeg this summer. Obviously, people paying a lot more attention to it. So what else? Okay. Yeah, no cell coverage in the area where the Manitoba storm is. There's some closer to Winnipegosis, and that's what's frustrating about Environment Canada dropping the weather radio system, because this is a perfect example of where it could help people, and that is was its primary purpose, because we don't have cell coverage everywhere. We are a very rural, remote country overall when you look at the landmass that we cover. So that frustrates me that we killed that system off. It was phenomenal for provincial parks all over the place, because generally they don't have a lot of cell coverage. They're farther from cities and where we would have that kind of coverage. So great comment. Yes, definitely agree that people have to have a different way of getting their warnings. So just looking in here, we do have quite a bit of hail right now just coming off the water here by 269 and 276. This is kind of near Spence Lake. Let me see how high up this is. Gonna probably say this is 8,000 feet, so you're about 2.5 kilometers up. That by the surface would be probably grape-sized hail, maybe slightly larger than that, but that's it. And our back end of the storm here, where we've got all these a little bit of pink here, probably at the surface, not even making that's turning into rain as it melts, as it drops down. And this is dropping southeast as it crosses the water and heading very, very slowly. This is going to be causing more flooding, unfortunately. That's the biggest concern with these two updrafts that are here, but we'll continue to monitor them as we move forward here. So yeah, Justin saying yes, correct. Very minimal coverage, so these people don't know when it hits. We were there last year and got a bad storm that we weren't aware of, and that's exactly the reason why I'm very annoyed that they killed off the weather radio system. I even have one on my display case in the corner. That's a weather radio that normally would work. Now it's a museum piece. Apparently it's still in its original packaging, so you know, I definitely wish they would bring it back. I know some people are trying to fight that in Parliament to try and get that reestablished, because again, so many areas are remote that have no cell coverage, and I think it's a shortfall for Environment Canada to do that. So okay. Oh, this is for all, you can see all these boxes flashing here. The north part, this kind of dog bone looking thing to the north, that's expired. Let's see what they're doing here. They're continuing to warn this. The wording is possibly producing a tornado. So again, that is the wording from Environment Canada, and nothing saying that there is a tornado going on. Let me see our velocity scans. Very broad, very weak at this point, right on this scan. I'm going to wait here. What do we have? We are 5 minutes in, so we need another 2-3 minutes. But again, they continually can repeat, and everybody in Duck Bay has gotten, I don't know how many warnings up in that area. The repetitive warnings is what concerns me, because then it turns into the boy who cried wolf, with these giant boxes, unfortunately. And it's just the way the system works. This is not somebody's fault that's, you know, on the desk at this point putting out the warning. It's just that somebody in north of these storms in Skonan has gotten warnings repeatedly, and the storm is south of them moving southeast, can never get up there at this point with that. And so that's just a small example of why it's frustrating with these warnings that we have right now. And we try and kind of pinpoint things a little more for folks on this channel so they know where to worry about it. So, okay, what else? Yeah, Todd. Yeah, 100%. Again, if you're enthusiast about weather, there's a lot of things happening that are just very frustrating. We are taking steps backwards when we have the technology to do much better than we are, and that's the frustrating part right now. So the biggest issue with these storms that are just sitting here is just the extra precipitation that's happening. These are just dumping a ton of water, so overland flooding in an already saturated area, not helping the situation at this point. So what else? Let's swing back over. We've only got that one area still to the northeast coming into St. Paul. Some areas of very heavy rain, but it's in pockets mostly. And the hail markers have gone down as this is continuing to move northeast closer to Cold Lake. Rain now coming into Lac La Biche, and that's going to be moderate to light rain. So our only areas where we do have that heavier precip would be right in this area. And let me drag this just down here. And then obviously these reds down here. Still some winds associated with this storm, but they are probably 60 to 70 kilometers an hour on the surface, so not as high end as they could be. And we just got an update here just now, so let me take a look at this. Let me switch to Cold Lake radar. That's going to be a better version at this point, because we are getting closer to it. So still on the southern end, that's where our heavy rain is currently. And then a little bit just to the north of 28, between 855 and 36. That's just heavy rainfall with some lightning. And then we have a bit of wind above the surface. Again, those brighter blue areas, that is going to be 60 to 70 kilometers an hour. The rest of the storm itself is fairly moderate to light wind in there. It's just those bright areas, but they are way off the surface at this point, meaning very high up in the storm. Let me just switch back here. We'll take a look from Calgary radar. What is this? I bet you that's a train. This little coloration here could be noise, but it could be a train as well. It could be, there's a few things that can be. Radars will pick those things up sometimes. Let's take a look in Saskatchewan, which we are again hurry up and wait scenario. A lot of little boundaries kind of sitting out by Saskatoon area. We'll see if anything develops out of that, if a storm can use that as enhancement. And then we will switch back to our Manitoba storms where they're continuing to maintain things. Let's take a look at our latest scan here. This is right over the lake. Let me see here. Okay, let me switch back. So right now, I'm going to say on this leading storm out here, there is some rotation on that. So let's pull this back. We're just going to say, we'll highlight our box. We'll narrow everything down for you folks. So if you are anywhere in this area, we'll put it out like this. The back storm definitely is not concerning at this point. However, if you are in this orange box, again, over near Spence Lake, there is some stronger winds in that, a bit of rotation. So out of an abundance of caution, we will tell you to take shelter in this orange polygon. That is the only area. Everywhere else, you are okay. You don't have to worry about this storm. So again, just this orange polygon, this is moving very slowly. This would be north of Rorketon, just due north of it basically at this point. So around that 276, 269 area. That is the only area right now that we're going to recommend taking shelter at this point. And we will update on the next few scans what happens there. It's just been exhibiting on and off kind of behavior. So, okay. So Dan saying, yeah, in Regina and surrounding areas, because it's so hot there, I believe there's going to be a thunderstorm brewing. We do have a very warm air mass aloft, meaning way up. And the problem, or not the problem, what that does is that storms can't get going because the air is actually warmer above them. So when you get crazy thunderstorms, you've got really warm air at the surface and really cold air above. What happens with warm air? It wants to rise. But if you have warmer air above, that warm air comes up to it and kind of bumps up against it. And like I explained earlier, this is like a water bottle. If you're squeezing it really hard with the cap on there, water can't go anywhere. As soon as you undo that cap and pull it off, the water goes out of it. It's the same concept with the cap in meteorology when we're talking storms. If one of these storms can continue to bump that cap, it can erode at it, meaning push it out of the way, and then sometimes it will punch through, and after that it's on. So again, we're in the hurry up and wait scenario in Saskatchewan. The tornado watch is still out there for quite some time. We're still showing 6 more hours at this point. So by 11 p.m. Out in that area when this watch is going to or supposed to end. And as I mentioned, models were showing this cap kind of holding. Many models were showing that, and that no storms would really form of any severity. But again, it only takes one. And let's switch back here to Edmonton area. We are about a few minutes from a scan here, so I'll keep watching that as well. No, the heat dome is something completely different. That's a totally other phenomenon. That's a very large scale event, multiple provinces where you get a lot of heat basically packing into an area and kind of staying there. So that's kind of a heat dome. This is just to do with the layers of the atmosphere above the surface when you're looking at storms developing, just storms on their own. So Marsden, because I got a warning. Let me just see that. So, and guys, when you got to remember, please, when you're asking about a specific area, if it's a smaller town, I don't I don't necessarily know them all. There's literally hundreds of thousands of town names. Please put the province, because we are covering it, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, just so I can find it quicker. Sometimes I do find it really quickly. Just to answer Uncle Gord, you do have a tornado watch. So that's not a warning. That's just a watch saying that you need to be weather aware today. Keep your head on a swivel. And we compare this to tacos, and it always makes me hungry. Is the comparison for you would be a taco watch is when you have all your ingredients on the counter, you can see them all spread out. So that is a watch telling you that tacos are possibly coming. When that taco arrives on your plate with all the ingredients in it, that is a taco warning. That's the easiest way we can compare it for severe storms and tornado, both for watch and warning. So right now you are just in a watch. It's one of those scenarios. Hey, pay attention. There is possibility of storms today. A lot of times, like I said, these types of scenarios we have, it's either a big event or a complete bust. It's never really anything in between, because again, if that cap holds, nothing is going to happen. If the cap breaks, then the storm that does get through that cap could go ballistic. So that's the scenario we're in today. And we're going to have to keep monitoring at this point. We're in the hurry it up and wait scenario, as I said. So hope that helps. Okay. Let me take a look down here. We'll watch our storm that is still, and this has weakened on the last scan. All the hail has come out of it. Let's take a look. There is an area of rotation. It is very broad at this point. Still going to say that out of an exercise of caution, you need to be in shelter in this orange polygon only. It is moving very slowly at this point, and we will continue to monitor that. But everywhere else in these red Tetris boxes, you do not need to worry about currently. It is just isolated to this one area. It is basically right over Spence Lake, if you know where that is, 269, 276 area. That is roughly where it is, due north of Rorketon, which is due south of this. But if you are anywhere in this orange box, we'll continue to call for shelter at this point, and we'll see what the next scan shows, where we can go from there. So, okay. So that is as far as Manitoba is concerned. Nothing else, no game in town anywhere else for that. And then we're just watching this line moving towards St. Paul. It's right on the doorstep of St. Paul right now. Moderate to light rain at this point. Further west, we have these dark red areas around 28 and 36. That would be very heavy rain, downpours essentially. And then there's a gap until you get basically along 36 and to the west of it. So I believe this is west of Whitefish Lake, and that is just a heavy downpour in there. Let's take a look at our wind profiles. Excuse me. Couple of pockets of stronger winds, but the primary ones here would be south of 28, and these are far off the surface. We are reading, let me take a look. We're 5,000 feet off the ground, so this is 1.6 kilometers off the surface. So somewhere at the surface, 70 kilometers an hour, maybe slightly more, let's say 70 to 80 maximum. As this moves through, that is again to the west of 36 and 28 kind of intersection. And this is west of St. Paul at this point. So let me flip back over. Again, barely, like I said, this storm does not really truly meet severe warning at this point because our severe parameters for storms is 3 centimeter hail, which is 1 inch, 90 kilometer hour wind gusts at the surface, and then 50 millimeters of rain in an area from that storm. So right now it's borderline if that would meet that threshold, but they're continuing to throw that severe warning out in front of it, obviously out of an abundance of caution as well. So that is it. That is all. We are very quiet at this point. And it's 6:40 my time, 4:35 out in Saskatchewan and Alberta, and then we are 5:35 p.m. in Manitoba. So let's just take a look at this. We're going to zoom out here and we'll see what's going on. As far as this one storm is in Manitoba, we'll keep an eye on that one. So, Glenna asking about Pine River. Right now, the only area that is anything going on in Manitoba is just north of Rorketon. That is it. Pine River is back to the west of these storms, and right now it is in a severe thunderstorm watch, but that does not mean anything necessarily will happen right now. The only storms we have are stretched from Winnipegosis just to the other side of the body of water and over Spence Lake right now. But the area for the tornado warning, in our opinion, is in that orange polygon, and if that's the only area that we are highlighting as far as this storm is concerned at this point, so it narrows down the giant red box into a tiny little orange box, and that makes it easier for you to understand where you need to be concerned about. So okay, so that, what time is it? 4:29. We're about 1 minute out, so I'm going to take a look at our next scan here on this one, and then we'll kind of go back to, there we go. Let's see what this shows. A little bit of a hail pickup here. Rotation has broadened out at this. Again, I'm far less concerned about it in terms of rotation. This is also very high up. We are where are we? We're almost 3 kilometers above the surface again. So again, not as concerned about the rotation on this storm anymore. The last scan definitely broadened things out. There is still very heavy rain. It is not moving quickly, and overland flooding is going to be the biggest issue with this storm at this point. So not helping the situation that's already bad up there in that portion of Manitoba. So that is the story on the Manitoba storm. We'll quickly take a look at what's going on in Saskatchewan. I've just got to monitor if one storm decides to try get organized here, and we'll take a look. I'm also going to just double check for social media to see if there's anything going on. Okay, let me see here. Yeah, no photos coming out in that area at all still that I can see on social media. And then we'll take a look at our storm up by St. Paul. So that is the latest scan. West and northwest is where the heavier rain is. That is starting to subside or shrink down where that heavy rain is isolated. And then along 36, that's where the next pocket of heavier rain is, but that's it. There's again lots of lightning associated on the southern end, a little bit to the north, but not too crazy at this point. I'm gonna grab a bite to eat here, so bear with me. I'm just gonna grab my sandwich. Beauty. What's going on? Let's try keep our. I'm just looking at the chat. There's a lot of bit of spamming going on, so let's keep our messages a little bit less often, just so others can see what's going on, and also so I can try and keep up with it, and my moderators can. Just let's limit our messages a little bit, folks. Just if you can work with us there, please. Thank you. We're waiting for our next scan here, so I'll just answer a couple questions here. Is Saskatoon Rosthern going to get hit? Right now, there are no real storms out there. We are in a scenario where we have a tornado watch, which means the potential is there, but storms are struggling because there is a cap in place. Right now, nothing ongoing. There's just non-severe storms out in some of those areas kind of around Prince Albert, north and northeast of Saskatoon, but nothing to be concerned about at that point. So we will walk people through it. And if there is anything that happens, we will warn way out ahead of it and let you know what's going on. So okay, Slurpee Burger. That would be a decent meal option on a cheat day for me. Oh, okay, so they are continuing to extend the tornado warning for this storm, and they have moved it all the way. This is okay. Let me jump right on this. I can take a bite after. Give me 1 second. Let's take a look. 4:35. We're about a minute out from getting our data. They have pushed the tornado warning down to Sandy Bay, so we're going to start having a lot of people jumping in here. I just want to put some perspective on this. Sandy Bay and the bottom of this is 126 kilometers away from where this storm is. And if the storm has moved 20 kilometers, I'd be really impressed over the last hour and a half. So this is... if you're this far south, you have nothing to worry about. I am going to look at what we're seeing here on rotation. Sorry, bear with me. Let's take a look here. Yeah, this one's going to be a bit of a struggle to find exactly what we're talking about. The storm in behind is definitely weakened. There is a little bit of hail on this. Let me take a look here. Very broad rotation. I want to see what Woodlands sees here. Woodlands is how far away are we, or how high? We're at 12,000 feet from Woodlands radar in terms of the height of the storm, so that's 4 kilometers. Fox Warren, I keep saying Frank Warren sometimes, is 8,000 feet, so that's almost 3 kilometers up, definitely lower in the area. I, again, looking at this, am not super concerned about the rotation on it. I'm going to read the wording that they just updated to make sure they don't have... they're just saying tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. Always looking for that word possibly. So they have extended the tornado warning to the south. I am going to do a refresh here and see if this northern tornado wants to just stick it out for I don't know how long and why, but it's still saying 3 more minutes, or sorry, another hour. Again, to the north, Duck Bay area, if you're getting anything up there, you have nothing to worry about. It could be a software glitch at this point. So if you're down at Ebb and Flow, nothing to worry about. This is very far away from you. Rorkerton, you're still not even that close to it. It is moving extremely slowly. I wish they would put a speed for this storm. I think they said 20 kilometers an hour, but that was a short while, or that was a while ago. Just looking at a couple of areas here, just trying to isolate whether there's anything. Again, I'm not concerned about this storm for the rotation aspect of it. At this point, it is not concerning for us on this storm. Again, we've been monitoring for this for quite some time, and the rotation or the movement there looks very broad, and it is also very high up in the storm as well. So let me just see if there's anything on social media. Nope. Okay. So we will highlight an area here. Let me let me zoom in. So this is, again, it's still realistically just over Spence Lake at this point. Like I said, I don't like disagreeing, but again, the radar itself, I'm not seeing anything inside the storm that would be concerning. The only areas that I have of any higher wind velocities would be out front of the storm. And what I mean by that, I'll circle it here. These pixels right here are really bright, for example. There's a couple of them. There's one right in here. These are different colored pixels, but if I switch over to reflectivity, those are not within the storm. And for you to have anything rotating would need to be inside the storm, because there has to be something above it for you to have a mesocyclone, without getting into a whole bunch of technobabble. So again, I'm not concerned with this storm. I am going to say, if you feel better about taking shelter, I'll highlight an area here for basically out of an abundance of caution in this area down this way and back. That would be the area where I would look at if we were in this. This is northeast of Rorketon. If you feel that it's necessary, go to shelter. We again are not concerned about it, but out of an abundance of caution, I'm throwing up this polygon. That would be the area to take shelter in. The rest of this giant box, you have nothing to worry about. This is moving extremely slowly. So again, down to Sandy Bay, ebb and flow area. And then back to the west of this, you have nothing to be concerned about. And if that, so again, that would be the only area to be concerned about at this point. So it's definitely not the giant size of this box. Again, it's just the way the warning system works. But that's where the area, our orange polygon area, that is where we would recommend if you feel like taking shelter. We are not as concerned about this velocity scan, just reading everything and analyzing it. So that's for Manitoba. Let's switch back over. We'll take a look at Cold Lake area. That's where this is all moving up to. They've extended the severe warning here for this storm. It does have heavy rain in it to the northwest of St. Paul area, lots of lightning, some wind velocities in there. We do have a small area back here. This definitely has my attention. This has my attention a lot more than the other tornado area, or the other storm that's tornado warned. Let me just see if that's a circulation trying to establish itself. And as soon as I go to update it, not a lot of red in there. Let me just switch over here and switch back. I'll monitor that area, but right now it does have my attention, not something I'm ready to jump on at this point, especially with the last scan that came in. So some pockets of stronger winds, heavy rain, again to the north of St. Paul. And then this line basically south from Lac La Biche along 36 to the east of it, there are some heavy pockets of rain in there. And that is it for the Alberta side, I believe. That's the wrong button. Sorry, I spun the world. Minor non-severe storms moving from BC into Alberta, just around the Grand Prairie area, but those are non-severe thunderstorm, or not even thunderstorms, non-severe storms. I really got to stop doing that. Nothing to the south near Calgary. Let's take a look at Saskatchewan. Still got just non-severe storms around Prince Albert. These are just rainmakers at this point. Again, nothing organized at this time, and CAP is still holding strong. So we will continue to concentrate on the one storm in Manitoba. There's actually two of them now, one behind it. We will watch that and monitor it to make sure everything's going on. So. You're welcome, Mini VIP Canada. So glad I can answer the question for you. So, any storms brewing in Taylor, BC. Let me just take a look. We'll see if we can find that. I don't. No, nothing up that way right now. The only storms are kind of to the, and they're not even barely storms. This is just rain. Would be to the south and east, and they are moving southeast. So nothing really going on. Or sorry, they're moving northeast. My apologies. They're turning actually a little bit more eastward on the latest scans. And it's interesting, there's like a data hole right here for our radar. You can see this kind of pie-shaped look. There's no data in there. Something going on with the data coming out or that particular part of the radar. So we don't see that. But no, you're okay over as far as Taylor, BC is concerned at this point. So let me swing back here. Watch these storms. 447. We should have a new update here in a couple minutes, and we'll see what's going on there. Right out front, it's got strong inflow. This storm definitely has strong inflow, meaning into the storm itself and then into the updraft, which is also why you've got these hail signatures on here. You do need a strong updraft to have good to get hail in a storm. So just broke through 18,000 followers on YouTube. Thank you very much, folks. Appreciate everybody who's become a member of the Canadian Weather Live family, subscribing to the channel. So really appreciate that. Means a lot to us. We're only 1 year old and just celebrated our 1 year anniversary in June. And we hope to be around for a long time. So always good to see that when things are showing up in our analytics and stuff like that. So again, thank you very much, folks. Connor and I and our moderators really appreciate that. Excuse me. Okay, what else have we got here? No worries, Joker. Sometimes there's also a delay between what I'm saying and when you guys get it. So I do understand that, you know, people get that. So I don't mind as long as there's not 72 posts about the same question. Obviously, we try and get to them as much as we can, but yeah, no worries there at all. Okay, 453. Let's take a look at our velocity scans on this. There is some rotation in this storm. It is, let me just see here. I'm going to extend my box. Right now, we are going to say with this leading storm, there is rotation picking up on this. Let's take a look here. You're going to say that if you are in this box out front, we need to be in shelter at this point. Rotation has picked up on this last scan. Again, in this orange polygon is the only area that we are concerned about right now. I am going to look and double check on that backstorm. The backstorm is okay. Right now, that would be our area out of an abundance of caution to be in shelter. And ideally in a basement. If you are not able to get into a basement, then an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And in a bathtub is a good option, a little extra protection, and then put a small bed over you for the worst case scenario if there's any kind of debris flying around. So this is again for the Manitoba storm. It is moving very slowly. This is northeast of Dauphin, almost directly north. Where are we? actually it's northeast of Rorketon right now, and northwest of Ebb and Flow, but it is not moving quickly. It's been fairly slow moving for the afternoon, so we will continue to monitor that and update you folks as we progress through here. So that large red box, the only area of concern is where this orange polygon is at this point. So let me swing back out. We'll take a look at Saskatchewan. Nothing there at this point. Let's take a look up by Cold Lake. And we'll take a look at some winds. A little bit of pockets of heavier wind right around that St. Paul area on the backside of this line. Obviously where those reds are, those are heavy precipitation areas, and that's the only thing to call out here, obviously with some lightning, but continues to move northeast up towards Bonnyville, and then eventually into Cold Lake area, and then into all the provincial parks that are up that way as well. So that is it in the Alberta side of things. So pretty quiet, folks. We just really have two areas, and again, Saskatchewan, we are just waiting to see if anything can happen out there. There are a lot of boundaries here by the radar area. Saskatoon, you can see these boundaries just sitting out here. That's a good visual after the storms have gone by. You can see there's those boundaries just moving through there, which is those green lines. So we're going to watch to see if anything if anything has a chance of interacting with that and getting through the crap, through the cap. Oh my God, that's funny. Thank you very much for that. Question here. Do you know My Radar? Yeah, I know that app. There's a bunch of them out there. We used to use Radar Scope, and we switched to WeatherWise, which is the one that we have on our screen right now. We've been using that for about 7 months. Super impressed with their team, the support, and what this thing can do. We are not sponsored by them in any way, shape, or form. This has just been a phenomenal tool for us. So anyways, what else? 18K is low. It should be more. It takes time, Tony, as you know. We'll get there eventually, but people are finding us now, and again, just trying to do the best we can to get information out to folks. Just getting reports from Calgary that it has good cool winds, so nice with the heat. So yeah, definitely I can handle a lot more heat if there's at least a little bit of a breeze, but if we have nothing happening as far as wind and it's just stagnant, that's the worst for me. I can't handle that. Let's just take a look. What's our closest? Yeah, Foxwarren is still our closest radar to this. So right now, this is the storm that we are paying attention to, and it is dropping a little bit southeast. So we will continue to walk that box forward if those wind velocities are still going. So what else? Okay, I see a comment here. I'm using My Radar. I'm 9 and my name is Brian and only found one tornado. So first of all, that's awesome that you're interested in weather that early. My Radar is a good app. And you will get practice. Just keep paying attention and you'll see when tornado warned storms are predicted. Especially depends what area you're in, but if you do look in the US, obviously they get more tornadoes and they have a longer season. Oh, here we're updating the tornado warning box, so let me jump right back at this, folks, and we'll see what they're saying. So Environment Canada is re-updating it, saying that is possibly producing a tornado, and then including damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall. 4:53, we're going to wait for our next scan here and just see what happens with that. So if you guys have any photos, please email them to us so we can have a look at them and figure out if we can post them or not. So definitely send it to our email address. It's at the bottom, canadianweatherlive@gmail.com. And then also you can scan the QR code at the top. That'll get you to all of our social media stuff in case you need to find us and you're watching it on a TV, a computer, a tablet, whatever the case may be. So, but definitely send it to us. I will try and keep an eye on the emails to make sure. So let's just take a look here. Again, Environment Canada, as far as the wording from them right now, just saying possibly producing a tornado. So that is good, the word possibly. And let's take a look here. Our next scan just came in. Bit of rotation in there. It is broken up somewhat on this scan, but we're out of an abundance of caution. Going to still say take shelter in our orange polygon. Everywhere else, you are okay at this point. The orange polygon is the only area of concern where we do have a bit of rotation. And again, it's not really strong, so I'm not as concerned about it. And there are times when radar presentation, when you look at a velocity scan and you know it's very dangerous, and then there's other times where it's weaker and broader. So we are on the lower end of that. And again, we try to not scare people if we don't need to. But yesterday in Saskatchewan, there were some very strong circulations that we pointed out. And we obviously had quite a few tornadoes in Saskatchewan yesterday. So okay. Let's see if there's anything on social media, and then we'll take a look at the rest of things here. So obviously, all I'm seeing right now, no photos of this storm. Again, it's a very remote area. We understand that. There are still lots of people out there, but right now, not seeing anything on social media. So let's go back up to Cold Lake. We'll look at that area. This storm is still ongoing in the line, I should say. Still heavy precipitation in pockets throughout this line. As you can see, the areas where there's dark reds and dark oranges, that's going to be that heavier rain. A little bit of wind embedded in this. Right behind the line, you can see these two little pockets of brighter colors. Those are still way above the surface. Well, actually, no, these are coming down. My apologies. These are about 1 kilometer above the surface, showing 99 kilometers an hour. So at the surface, maybe 80 to 90 roughly in that area, and then a little bit less on this southeast bright spot here. This is south of 28. Again, this is coming up to Bonnyville. You can see those two bright areas. So very heavy rain, but we are getting closer to the surface. So those two pockets of winds would definitely be stronger when they get to the surface itself. So 80-kilometer-hour winds can definitely blow some stuff around. So we'll keep an eye on it as it marches northeast towards Bonnyville and then into Cold Lake area. So that's all we've got going on. I'm going to just see about these severe warnings. The thunderstorm warnings in BC, I believe, are expired. And then have they got the watch still going? Still got a watch for this very small area around Prince George. That is the thin yellow line. That is the watch, meaning, hey, storms are possible. But the two warnings that they have up there, the thicker yellow lines, those are just warnings that have expired. So nothing concerning in that area. So, and did we look at Saskatchewan? I don't think we did. So just storms to the north, basically through Prince Albert. and around there, but those are non-severe storms and even barely a thunderstorm at that. I think there's one old lightning bolt up here from a while back. So again, Saskatchewan, this is just sitting and waiting at this point. 5 p.m. Alberta and Saskatchewan time, 6 p.m. Manitoba time. So we'll just take a look at this, and we're going to watch these storms move southeast and monitor that as well. So just looking at an email here, folks. Bear with me for a second. Where is this? This is okay. Let me just look here. Me for 1 second. Okay, I've got a photo here. I just want to. That's there. So just getting some photos here. I'm just going to bring them up. We always try, obviously, we have to verify them because we've had people sending us AI photos and stuff like that. It's not that we, unless we know the source, we definitely check with it. So this is Meadowlands, Manitoba. So this is out in front of this storm. Where is Meadowlands? Let me take a look here so I can show you folks this. Oops. Helps if you spell it right. This would have been earlier because this is behind the storms that's currently ongoing earlier. So I'll share this photo. This is a very pretty looking storm. So let me bring it up. This is again from Sterling. He received these photos from Meadowlands, Manitoba. This definitely is a very strong looking storm, but it is very compact. So let me share it here. So you can see that storm, a very compact little storm. Obviously, those clouds at the bottom are scary. A lot of times we refer to those as SLCs, scary looking clouds. So that was just submitted to us. Nothing confirmed in terms of any kind of rotation on any of those images that I'm seeing. But obviously, if you're seeing that come at you, it is intimidating. So thank you very much, Sterling, for sending those in. And we'll see whether we can get a new update here 4 minutes ago. So let me see, a little bit of rotation on it, but again, has broadened out quite a bit. And we'll see whether this continues to weaken. Does look like that because now what you're seeing here is the storm is over land, so it doesn't have that moisture to feed off of like it does over an open lake or open body of water. So we're definitely seeing this kind of rotation broaden out and weaken a little bit. So we'll wait another scan before we call anything on that. But again, thank you, Sterling, for sending that to us. Just looking at some chats here. So we've looked at this. Let's go back up to Cold Lake and we'll see where that line has moved on. 5:05 p.m. We're still waiting for the next line here. Our next update, still a little bit of wind packed in here. One little area south of 28, kind of southwest of Bonnyville. Some stronger winds in that. That is the only area with really strong winds. So if you are anywhere to the northeast of that bright blue area, we are looking at right now 93 kilometers an hour, and that's about 800 meters off the surface. So about 70 to 80 on the surface in that one little tight pocket right there. So still very heavy rain within that line, and you can see how it is. It looks like a snake at this point, and we have further storms firing even kind of further down the line north of Dewberry, and this is all coming to the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, so we'll see what happens here. Yesterday, if you were on the live stream, all of the storms at the southern end of the lines that formed yesterday, we call those that storm tail end Charlie, and all the tornadoes came out of the storms that were on the southern end because they're not being interfered with from below, and those are the ones that produce the tornadoes. So we'll definitely see. That's basically it as far as we'll see whether something happens today. Right now, this is not concerning. It's just basically just severe line of rain with a little bit of wind embedded in some areas. And again, Saskatchewan, we are just watching what's going on here at this point. So these systems headed for Manitoba for the next few days, or does this heat dome shield us somehow? No, it's definitely the heat dome doesn't shield anything as far as this kind of event is concerned. There is potential for some severe weather overnight. And today and late into the night in Manitoba. Right now, we only have one storm basically going on. There is potential tomorrow as well, possibly, but on the lower end of the scale. So still some possibility for storms, but nothing is projected at kind of the southern portion of Manitoba at this point on models. So again, Winnipeg, Portage, Brandon, all those areas right now not showing anything for today and then overnight. And then we'll see what tomorrow brings kind of thing. So. Okay, so let's wait for our scan here. Basically in Manitoba for this storm, 511. We just got this. Let's take a look. This has very broad rotation on it. And what I mean by broad rotation, where the greens and reds are meeting, it's quite a wide area. And if I look at that and measure it, you're talking 5 kilometers across. So it's not a tight couplet, which is what we look at for rotation. And so it's definitely less concerning at this point with this storm, and it does look like it's possibly dying or weakening at this point. Just the shape of the storm, where you saw those little notches cut into the storm, that definitely is more indicative of something problematic, but we'll see over the next scan here. So still calling out of an abundance of caution within this polygon, the orange one that you have on the screen here, to be in shelter. This is northeast of Rorkerton, basically way northwest of Ebb and Flow. Not a lot of town names in this area, so Crane River is to the north, but in front of it there's not a lot to name out on this area. Again, east of Rorkerton at this point, or northeast of Magnet. in Manitoba. That is the one storm that we are monitoring there. And then we are just watching what's going on up by Cold Lake, Alberta. This is our latest scan. Let me kill this line out of it. And we still have some rain embedded in this. So those dark red areas coming into Bonnyville. So this is all northeast of St. Paul. In the Alberta side of things, the southern storms are north of Dewberry. They are approaching the Saskatchewan border. Moderate to moderate heavy rain in pockets here with those dark reds. And then we have one area of strong winds that's just to the southwest of Bonnyville, looks to come right into town. Let's see our speeds in here. We've got some 80, I saw 87 kilometers an hour in this back corner. That's only 2,000 feet off the ground. So 60 to 70 kilometer hour winds coming into Bonnyville with that heavy precip as well. That's the only thing to really call out on this line. Just looking here to see if there's anything else. Maybe tiny bit of hail here, but we're getting, this is over Heart Lake. So pea-sized, maybe a little bit bigger than that. So those are our two areas that we've got ongoing. We are paying attention to Saskatchewan, as I said, just to see what's going on right now. Nothing ongoing. And again, models did show that the cap would hold today in Saskatchewan and we really wouldn't get any storms. So we'll see if that continues to be the case. But right now we're just monitoring this one storm here in Manitoba. The box came away from there, so let me just highlight that. Down in this area, just out of an abundance of caution, we're just saying that you should be in shelter. But again, this does look like it's weakening. Rotation definitely is a lot less compact. It's more broad at this point, and we'll see on the next scan, and we'll probably pull it up from there. So I've got here. Seeing comments. It's kind of an overview of the whole complex of what we're looking at between the three provinces. I can go full screen on this. So we've got the line of storms coming up to Cold Lake. They went through Edmonton, moving northeast. We've got a few non-severe storms in northern Saskatchewan. Those are of no concern at this time. No other storms forming there. And we have the one storm that has essentially just been parked over in Manitoba where our orange polygon is. That's the only area that is of concern right now. Just heard a beep. Oh, no. Very broad rotation. I'm not concerned about this anymore, folks, about shelter. Again, storm definitely still sustaining some strength to it. So it's still going to be raining heavy, throwing some hail, but not as concerning on this radar scan or the last few. And it does look like it is weakening somewhat, and the storms behind it are also weakening at the same time as well. There is a little bit of hail on this right now by 481. This is northeast of Magnet, east of Rorkerton. Let me just double check my velocity scans in here. Yeah, right now, let me see with the tornado warning. It's been 21 minutes since they've updated the radar, or the tornado warning from Environment Canada. It was originally issued at 5:59 p.m. Manitoba time. We are now 6:20, just to keep everybody in the loop here. So there is still heavy rain embedded in this with a little bit of hail. But again, the rotation on this is very broad. We are not concerned about that one at this time. Missed when they put this severe thunderstorm warning all the way out, all the way up there to the north. That's a severe thunderstorm watch, not a warning. Sorry. I'll read. I brought it up there. I'm gonna read it to you guys. Just checking one of my audio settings here. Okay, let's jump back into this fairly quiet stream right now. Sorry, I'm back on the main screen there. So we do have a thunderstorm watch that was put up to the north of Meadow Lake. I don't even believe we have a radar up here that we can access. Let me just double check. Cold Lake is the only one, so it'll get most of this. And they've put out the thunderstorm watch out in advance of this line as it's moving through that area. So to give people as much of a heads up as possible. But they did put out a thunderstorm watch way in northern Saskatchewan for that line that is going up that way. I'm going to quickly switch down to here. They do have, let's just take a look here. What is our closest? Yes, okay. 5:17, so we got another few minutes. They did put a squall warning out over the water, saying 45 knot winds or wind gusts, frequent lightning, hail 5 to 6 centimeters, water spout activity, and poor to very poor visibility. In a nutshell, don't be out on the water in front of this storm, because it wouldn't be fun to ride that out. That's basically what we're getting there. So that is a squall warning out over the water. And again, all the way down through Sandy Bay, and that all the way to the south of that. So stretching through all the way through most of Lake Manitoba at the looks of this right now. So, and that's out in front of this storm that we've been monitoring that's been slow moving, and it's now coming to 481, and it's going to head over water possibly. So so I got a question for somebody. I'm up in Lynn Lake seeing this radar. Is this weather going to be tracking up here, 100 kilometers from Reindeer Lake? This is moving southeast. So you guys know this is basically heading down, essentially along Lake Manitoba at this point, heading south from there. So if you are way north, no, you have nothing to worry about at this point out of that. So oh, Mally, I appreciate it. Mally's son going to say goodnight here. My brother wants to go for a drive to Dairy Queen. Be safe, everyone. Have a great night. I wish I could come along for the ride for Dairy Queen. That's for sure. That's my weak spot, 100%. Oh, Veronica's in the chat. One of my other moderators. Thank you, Veronica. Appreciate you jumping in. Hopefully you got your stuff done that you needed to get done. Okay, well, that's why, yeah. So when you guys ask me again, please give me the province you're referring to, because I'm obviously covering a lot of stuff here. So let me just take a look in Alberta. Let me see, where was it? Up here, 100 kilometers, Lynn Lake. I'll see if our software will find this. If not, I will use Google. It says Lynn Lake, Manitoba. So maybe there's more than one Lynn Lake. And reindeer is spelt differently, but just spelling it that way. No, that doesn't exist. Okay, let me just see if I can find this on... Okay, found Lynn Lake using Google Maps. There we go. Where are we? The only Lynn Lake I have here in Alberta is to the south. So, and I can't find either of those on a map anywhere. So having a hard time finding Lynn. The only Lynn Lake I've got in Alberta is to the south. That one I did find, that was down by, where was that? South of Edmonton. That was southeast of Edmonton at this point, if in Alberta. But obviously, if it's a remote area, definitely a little bit more difficult to find. So. Expired PCP, thanks. Oh, the weather in Alberta making it all the way to Manitoba. That's, I don't think so, but I mean, that is a long ways off, so I can't even predict that at this point. The stuff that's in Alberta making it to Manitoba, long ways off. It's going to take a long time to track through Saskatchewan. And let me just switch back over here. This is going to head up northeast. Right now, that is a long ways off. It possibly could head up in that northern portion of Manitoba, but we don't have radar that far. My most northern radar up that way that I can even look at, you'll see, is basically to the south in Manitoba. So once it leaves Fort McMurray or Cold Lake, in northern Saskatchewan, I no longer see it. I won't be able to track it for you, unfortunately. So if you're that far north, we wouldn't be able to do it. Let me get back to this storm in Manitoba. Let's take a look at this. This is 5:23 p.m. 6:23 p.m. Manitoba time. Let's see what this looks like. Very broad rotation on this. Still hail and rain in it, but it is kind of riding the western shore of Lake Manitoba up here along 481. Again, this is east of Rorketon, northeast of Magnet, and heading a little bit southeast. You can see that, but the storm probably looking to die out a little bit. We will see when it gets out over Lake Manitoba if it can re-energize on that large amount of moisture available there. We will continue to monitor that to see if that's the case at this point. So tornado warning has not been updated in 30 minutes from Environment Canada as well. And the two storms behind it are very weak at this point as well. So, okay. Anyways, no, it's all good. I see the comment just to confuse you. I just, yeah, it's difficult if I don't know exactly where it is. I have a hard time. I don't want to just misrepresent things as well. So, Right now, that's where we're at this point. Just the storm that is over 481 in Manitoba, moving very slowly southeast along that western shore of Lake Manitoba. This is to the east of Magnet and Rorkerton up that way. So we'll continue to watch that. And we do have a squall warning out over that Lake Manitoba for the whole thing. This is still way, way up there north. It's still north of ebb and flow. Let me just give you guys an idea. It's still 37 kilometers away from ebb and flow. It's moving at maybe 30 kilometers an hour, so it's still an hour before it gets down there roughly. So let me see. Here's our latest scan. Even more broad on the rotation. So again, feeling very good about this. Just a heavy rainmaker at this point. Still maybe a tiny amount of hail on this as it moves through, but that is the only area in Manitoba to be concerned about. I'm just going to take a look at our other radars just to see if there's anything to worry about in the south. Nothing at all. So right now, we are just monitoring this one little cluster of storms, and it's only that leading storm that is basically an issue at this point. So we'll continue to watch it just to see what it does as far as things are concerned there. So let's take a look how high up we are. We're at 9,000 feet here. Let me switch to my other radar, just seeing if we're getting closer to the other radar. Both of them are about 9,000 feet. This one's a little bit higher up. So again, right now, very heavy rainmaker and continuing to move slowly southeast at this point. So take a look at Saskatoon area. Nothing happening around there. Still in the hurry up and wait stage. And nothing to the south in Saskatchewan. And then we just have our Cold Lake storm coming in. It's a line essentially, and there are further storms popping to the northwest of it. So right now, just very heavy rainmaker throughout the line, and there are a few areas that may have small hail on it. Starting to worry about this storm here though. Give me 1 second. Yeah, that's why I'm here. This storm, I was just about to say I'm a little worried about this storm. Definitely has an appendage on it. Let me track this. This has definitely got my attention over everything else. It is tail end Charlie once again. So we are going to go with this. Let me just see here. You need to be in shelter if you are anywhere in this box, folks. This storm has the look, as they say, and I'm going to show you guys. So the tornado warning is further to the south, but if this is moving northeast at this point. So you can see how that is tracking anywhere in this orange box. If you are even remotely close to it, you need to be in shelter. It is showing that little appendage. The rotation is not strong on this velocity scan, but that little appendage, this hook echo looking thing, back here, that's the part that gets everybody's attention. It is very narrow, but this is a sign it's exhibiting of possibly trying to get itself organized and produce a tornado. So moving anywhere in this box, orange, be in shelter, be in a basement if you have that option. If you do not have that option, then an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub is a little bit extra protection, and put a small bed over yourself, and that would be in the worst case scenario. So anyways, that's where we're at right now. So this has ramped up a little bit. It is the southern storm on this line. Yesterday, every one of those southern storms, also nicknamed tail end Charlie, are the ones that produce the tornadoes in Saskatchewan. So we are right at that time, 5:30. Remember, I was saying magic hour is around 6 o'clock. This is 5:34 p.m. Alberta and Saskatchewan time. Let's see, they're updating the tornado warning. Let's read it. Just saying they're tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail. This dangerous thunderstorm is located 20 kilometers west of Onion Lake, is moving towards the east at 60 kilometers an hour. Communities in the path include Onion Lake. So let's see if we can find where Onion Lake is. I don't have an Onion Lake right now. Tullabee Lake is on the map here in that orange polygon that we've drawn. So again, this is a storm that is just getting its act together. It looks like it's trying to organize to rotate. We'll see on the next scan here. Obviously near on the Saskatchewan side, Onion Lake Cree Nation. I see that name on the map box. But inside this orange polygon is where you need to be in shelter. This is moving. They're saying eastward, but I'm seeing it move northeast at this point. So unless something changes again, that is the box that you need to be in shelter for. This is on the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, north of Lloydminster, south of Cold Lake, and where we have our orange polygon, you need to be in shelter there. So getting a question here about storm clouds. So they have to be at a certain height. Radar, depending how far from radar you are, those storm clouds need to be 10,000 feet roughly before they'll start showing up on radar. So the cumulus field will never show on radar. It's nothing wrong with the radar. They just don't usually read till you probably get somewhere to 10,000 feet for a storm roughly. And again, that's just an average in that case. So let's switch back and forth. We're going to go back over to our storm in Manitoba. Do we have a new scan here yet? We don't. We should have one here any second. So we'll see what happens with this storm back. It is still tornado warned at this point by Environment Canada. Again, we are not seeing tight rotation within that storm, and it was updated 37 minutes ago. Here is our latest scan. Let's just take a look at this. Oh, my computer is weak. I got to plug my laptop in. Okay, so I'm caught up on my chat. So again, this is just very broad rotation, nothing concerning on this. It's still riding that western shore of Lake Manitoba. There is some hail in it at this time, probably pea-sized, maybe to grape at most. And it's just slowly moving southeast at this point. So our other storm that we're concerned about right now on that Alberta, Saskatchewan border. I do not like that appendage at all. This is what we call a hook echo. This is a notch that's forming in here. This is all typical, and then you have rotation that starts in this area, and that's, I didn't even have to look at my velocity scan because I could tell the shape and the look of that storm on reflectivity, and that all matches up. This is trying to produce a tornado right now. This is a dangerous storm, folks. So you can see the difference when I talk between different types of storms. This one here definitely has the look of a storm that's trying to get a tornado on the ground. If you are anywhere in this orange box, you need to be in shelter. So the orange polygon, what? Oh my God. So there's this giant Texas size warning that just went out. Our orange polygon is the area of concern. If you are down by Turtleford, you have nothing to worry about. We're going to have a bunch of people jumping in here. So again, the orange polygon is the storm in question and an area that you need to be concerned about. And it's very obviously trying to rotate and produce at this time. So let me just take a look here. I'll back that out, but orange polygon, be in shelter. Basement is ideal. If you don't have a basement, you want to be in an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub is a good location. Gives you a little bit more protection, and then put a small mattress or something on you to protect you just in case. I've got eyes on here. There's somebody on it that just posted a video, so I'm taking a look at this. Don't want audio. I do want to do this though, so bear with me. I'm just looking at it visually to see what it's doing. Yeah, so this is just seeing that here. They're the only people on it. And I'm also getting a comment that there's possible. Oh, sorry. Yes, this is definitely a storm trying to tornado at this point. Very strong rotation. I'm looking at several videos of this. So again, it has the look on radar. It has the look on surface. If you are anywhere in this orange polygon, you need to be in shelter at this point. They've extended it to the Saskatchewan side. This is again the same as yesterday. Tail end Charlies have been producing tornadoes, and we are seeing that again. There was some comment that it possibly had a touchdown, but I have no confirmation of that. This is again along the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, and that's where this tornado warning is for. So it's the only area of concern. We do have another storm in Manitoba, but that one was weakening. I'm going to take a look at it after our next scan, but right now this storm definitely looks like it's trying to put down a tornado. It may have put a brief one out. They're just updating everything left, right, and center here, so let me read it. Still saying possibly producing a tornado near Tullabee Lake, moving east at 60 kilometers an hour, but it is moving northeast. Let me just take a look at this. And they're just saying still on the Alberta side, possibly producing a tornado. So again, when we see our hook echo on this storm, that is where you're going to see your tornado, and that is indicative of a storm trying to produce or currently producing a tornado. The wind velocity scan on that was not extreme or anything like that, but it is definitely trying to put a tornado down at this point. And again, moving northeast. This is at 6:41 near Tullabee Lake. So if you are anywhere in this box, you need to be in shelter, as we've been calling for the last little while. So definitely one of those situations that is indicative of a tornado. And I'm monitoring social media right now just to keep an eye on things. Nothing since, usually if there's a tornado on the ground, we'll get updates there. There are a few chasers on this. We'll see if anything happens, but that is the area that we are monitoring. We should have a new scan here in about 2 minutes or so. So we'll continue to stick with this at this point. So what else? Yeah. So that's where we are. We obviously have a very large tornado box on the Saskatchewan side. This is still currently in Alberta, moving northeast. This is southwest of Meadow Lake, but it is very far still currently from that area. From Meadow Lake, we are talking over 100 kilometers currently. So this is the area of concern. Within that orange polygon that you see, that is where you need to be in shelter. The rest of this box, obviously, if you are northeast of it, this is, very indicative of trying to put a tornado down. So right now, continuing to march northeast for the most part. Let me delete the box, move it forward. Oops. Let me delete that. If it's not putting out a tornado, it will be trying to very shortly. So I'm going to extend this out to 21. And then back around in this general direction. Anywhere in that box, you need to be in shelter. I'm going to keep repeating myself. This is definitely trying to produce a tornado if it already isn't producing a tornado. This is our only area of concern at this point, and we're definitely watching this. And this is again north of Lloydminster, south of Cold Lake, right on the Alberta Saskatchewan border. Definitely been a hot spot for the last little while, this particular area. If you are south of this at this time, so Lloydminster, Turtleford, you have nothing to worry about. This is moving northeast away from you. It is not a concern. If you are northeast of our polygon, you definitely need to be ready to take your shelter if this continues to stay on, this path, and also remaining with that intensity and showing that hook echo with the velocity scan showing rotation in there. So I'm going to quickly scan back here to Manitoba. I don't want to forget about that storm, so bear with me for a second. Let's take a look at this. This is definitely just a rainmaker. with heavy precipitation in it with some hail. No velocity scan that scares me on this one like that one that we're looking at right now. So this is definitely a much weaker storm, and it has been weakening over the last number of scans. So definitely not an issue here in Manitoba in terms of rotation. It is still putting out hail, heavy rain, and some winds. So definitely pay attention to it, but don't be on the water with that storm. It is very slow moving, and right now the only area we are concentrating here is up south of Cold Lake and north of Lloydminster. That storm is very strong, has hail on it, has good winds, rotation, and has a hook echo on it. So this is all the signs you look for as a storm chaser as to a storm that's trying to produce a tornado. And so I'm tornado touchdown south of Onion Lake. I'm looking at it. I can't share it with you guys. There is a tornado ongoing right now underneath this storm. Seeing that on social media. So it's not fully condensed to the surface. It's definitely trying to get fully condensed, meaning the cone coming all the way to the surface, but you can still have strong rotation underneath it at this time. If you want to see anything, you just want to see look up the hashtag AB storm. You'll see what's going on there. But right now, tornado ongoing. Several videos of it right now that I'm looking at. So you guys need to be very careful with this storm. In that orange box or polygon, you need to be in shelter. Everywhere else right now to the south and west of this and to the southeast, you are not in any danger. This is moving northeast, and that's why we draw out this polygon so that you know exactly the area to concentrate on, because this is a very large box. Again, right on essentially coming up to the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, north of Lloydminster, south of Cold Lake. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground right now, so a very dangerous situation. You need to be in shelter, basement ideally. If you don't have that as an option, interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub is a good option for a little extra protection with a mattress or something over you to protect you. So that's where we're at this point. So it is definitely a dangerous situation that has picked up, and was quite obvious that this was going to try and produce something at this point. So again, seeing multiple videos of tornadoes, or a tornado, not tornadoes plural, but a tornado on this storm. And they're just updating the tornado warning. Let's see what they're saying here. They're confirming that is producing a tornado. They've changed the wording as they've seen the social media posts that this is currently producing a tornado. We've got another minute or two before we get our update on this scan, but very obvious that with that fish hook looking idea at the back, that is a hook echo, and your tornado would be tucked into there roughly. So again, tornado warned storm. Oh, crap. Bear with me. I deleted my box. Let me go back here. Sorry. I'm going to step it back, take out that. So again, anywhere in the orange polygon, be in shelter at this point. They have updated the wording to say tornado in progress from Environment Canada, and we've seen confirmation of that as well. So what else? So nothing new. We're waiting for a new scan here about 2 minutes out, and I am not looking at chat at all. My moderators will do their best in there, but we are watching this storm basically at this time because it has a confirmed tornado on it about to cross into Saskatchewan. It doesn't look like, let me just see how fast. It does not look like, once they tornado, they slow down sometimes. So I'm going to see if that's the case here, because you've got that interaction with the surface. It does sometimes slow the storm down, but currently moving across the Alberta-Saskatchewan border any second here. So we are going to continue with this again, south of Cold Lake, north of Lloydminster, and it's heading into Saskatchewan. Let me shorten up the frame rate here. So I'm going to pull it down. We will go away from 30 scans and we'll just go to 15 for now. It keeps it a little bit shorter. So you can see how this has developed. That's our storm in that orange polygon, again by Cold Lake, just to the south of it and north of Lloydminster. So we are waiting here. We just got our newest scan. Let me take a look at it, stop this. And we'll see here. So still showing that little bit of a hook echo. Does look a little bit weaker right back here. That is the area we would be concerned about. Still rotation on that. So we are still calling for you to be in shelter. This is still on the Alberta side at this time, but shortly going to be crossing that Saskatchewan border. And we'll see whether we've got anything going on here. Yeah, so nothing updated yet. Usually folks don't put when the, well, some chasers will put when the tornado lifts, just to keep everybody up to date. But right now that hook echo on this scan looks weaker than the previous one. And it may be the storm just trying to cycle, which means it's weakening and then it picks up intensity again. This was the strongest scan for that hook echo with those reds wrapping into there with orange. And that's when we had our tornado on the ground. This was our couple of scans before that where we had this appendage to the back to the southeast, and then it kind of tightened up and curled in. Dead giveaway, you've got a storm trying to put down a tornado. And that just happened. So again, right now, still calling for shelter at this point. Not had any confirmation anywhere that this is no longer on the ground. And it could try, even if it lifts up. Yesterday, we had a storm in Saskatchewan at the end of the night that produced 4 tornadoes in a row. It tornadoed, went for a bit, weakened, tornadoed again, weakened, tornado. Like, so that's what's called a cyclic supercell. Adam, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate it. And I'm glad you appreciate the hard work as well. So that's a win-win for everybody. And again, we're trying to get this information out. Please share this with anybody out in that area. Again, south of Cold Lake, north of Lloydminster. It is near Onion Lake, is the Cree Nation on the other side in Saskatchewan. It is moving northeast, and we do have, this storm has produced a tornado. We're not sure whether it will try and produce another one, but definitely seeing that on here as well. So anyways, yeah, I noticed that they didn't update the wording on the Alberta side, but again, just a lot going on, I guess. But right now, the Saskatchewan side is updated for that. So we'll continue to monitor that and take it from there. So, okay. Let me see here. I'm sticking just with this. There's obviously storms to the north, but these are severe storms from a precipitation perspective and from possibly straight line wind perspective. But when we have a tornado on the ground, ongoing, there we go. They just updated the Alberta side, I believe. Saying that is producing a tornado. So they did update the wording right now, just a little bit delayed, unfortunately. So again, 5:47 p.m. Saskatchewan, Alberta time, 5 minutes ago. I'm going to switch over to Manitoba and just make sure I'm not missing anything back here. Let me see here. No, nothing on this. This is just exactly what it was earlier. It is definitely producing a lot of heavy rain. I'm going to wait till that stops. Bear with me. It's producing a lot of heavy rain, some hail, a little bit of wind in this, but right now the rotation aspect not as concerning out of that one. It doesn't even have the look that we would be interested in. I'm just going to switch to Foxwarn, which one's closer right now? It'll be both, probably. Just give me a sec here. We'll take a look at Woodlands. Yeah, so right now, again, not as concerned. It's not a storm you want to be on the water with. Heavy lightning, lots of precipitation on that one. And then we'll head back over here. They've just updated both tornado warnings. We're going to take a look at this from Cold Lake. That is our closest radar. We're waiting for a new update here, and we'll see if this hook echo breaks apart or whether it continues to intensify. So they did update the warnings. I'm going to just see. They haven't put anything else in there, just saying that it is producing a tornado at this point, right on that Alberta side of the Alberta-Saskatchewan border. And we should have 2 minutes. We should have a new scan here. So right now things have amped up obviously quite a bit. Again, we are recommending in the orange box that you are in shelter. That is the orange polygon. That is the only area right now in danger from this particular storm. Everywhere to the south of this is not an issue. And if you are behind the storm on the Alberta side, not an issue. Lloydminster, not an issue. That's why we try and get on here, so we tell you where you don't have to worry about it almost as much as where you do. And again, this is crossing through. There we go. It's crossed over the Saskatchewan border. It is now on the Saskatchewan side near Onion Lake Cree Nation. Let's take a look here. Still got rotation, still got a hook echo on this, so we're still calling for shelter on this. It is moving northeast, and we'll see if it's just trying to cycle, and we'll continue to monitor a few things here. So let's take a look and see if I've got anything else I can update. If you guys follow us on X or Twitter, as it used to be, I'm retweeting some of them on our page here. So you'll be able to find them as well. I know Veronica put some in the chat, but I'm just retweeting these Alberta ones out as quickly as I can. Again, Canadian Weather Live is what we are on X. If you do need to find us, I can share that with you guys. This is our contact card, so you can see on X, it's Canadian WX Alive, and I've just retweeted all the photos and images and videos of this tornado that took place. We still don't have anybody confirming. We saw that it has lifted, but I've seen some other comments that I'm just taking a look here. It looks like it may have lifted at this point, so that may be a good thing. The hook echo is a little weak on it. Let me go back here and switch around. So that is the storm that we're looking at in that orange polygon, south of Cold Lake, north of Lloydminster. I'm just going to keep repeating that so people know exactly where this is. I'll show you how this is developed. And the storm's basically on the south end. Again, tail end Charlie today, getting it done. And we'll see if this is now cycling where it's weakening, and then it'll try and produce again. So I'm seeing posts about this being in Cold Lake, Alberta. This is not in Cold Lake, Alberta. This is to the south. So if you're seeing anything about Cold Lake, Alberta, that is not correct at this time. That's what we call misinformation. Well, this is where you guys can see everything happening. It's right on the Alberta-Saskatchewan border, heading northeast, folks. So it's moving at a decent pace, 50 to 60 kilometers an hour. Right now, I believe it has lifted, but again, we're not going to tell you not to be in shelter after a storm has produced a tornado, because it can cycle and produce another one. Inside this orange box, you do need to be in shelter. It could recycle and produce again. So we are going to continue to monitor this storm and track it very closely. The rest of the stuff we're not concerned about at this point. So 5:53 p.m. we're about 3 minutes away from our next scan. We'll see if this hook echo tightens up. And we'll see whether it's weakening or tightening up and possibly producing again. But we are going to keep you guys up to date as quickly, as efficiently as we can. Again, this is moving northeast at this point to the south of Cold Lake and north of Lloydminster. That's what we have going on here. Right about here is where it was looking a little funky. We had a couple of scans, and this is where it started to show that look of trying to put out a tornado, and obviously it did. Right now, the hook echo is a little weak on it, but still showing rotation, so far from over at this point, and we're going to continue to call for shelter. We'll have to move our box up, but if you are northeast of this orange polygon, I'm just trying to see here, Makwa, oh my God, I can't pronounce that. I'm going to zoom in on it so that we can read that. Sageki is this, oh God, Sagay can. Basically, if you are anywhere in northeast of this, you need to be prepared to take shelter because this storm is heading up that way. It is still to your southwest, but this is tracking at a reasonably quick pace, 50 to 60 kilometers an hour, so it will cover ground fairly quickly. Obviously going to cross over 21 by Peck Lake and then move northeast from there, so you do need to be prepared. Again, if you are south of this, you are not in any danger. Lloydminster, Turtleford, anywhere down there, Dewberry on the other side. I know sometimes these warnings go out all over the place. Orange polygon is the only area of concern at this point. So yes, Alberta is definitely in the clear. This is now on the Saskatchewan side and Saskatchewan's problem at this point, and that's why we're trying to get that word out. So 5:53 p.m., 1 minute till our next scan update or less. Just monitoring all sorts of stuff as quickly as I can. That was 10 minutes ago. It's a very pretty storm. Unfortunately, it's causing damage if you're in the path of this. Oh, God. Another day, another bunch of tornadoes. Okay. Let's see here. Come on, give us an update, folks. Here we go. It's definitely got an appendage here, so let me kill off my drawing. Let me come back to this. Doesn't look like it's wrapped up, but it doesn't look like it's done either. Still rotating back there by Onion Lake. Give me a second. My monitor's trying to time out on me. Bear with me for a second. We are going to draw a box. And again, the warning says moving east. This is moving northeast for sure. We're going to put a box out like this. Anywhere in this box, you need to be in shelter. It's going to cross 21, heading up in that general direction. I'm actually not liking that box. Bear with me, folks. Just widening it out a little bit. There we go. Anywhere in this orange polygon, you need to be in shelter. Basement, ideally, if you don't have that as an option, then interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub is a good option for a little extra protection, and then a small mattress or something over top of you. So this is heading northeast, like I said, from the Saskatchewan-Alberta border. Going to be crossing at roughly Peck Lake area along 21 on that Saskatchewan side. So okay, I'm getting some shirt ideas again. I had a whole bunch of them here. Still watching this storm again. Gonna take a look at the Manitoba one. The good news is I don't think I've heard them update that yet. So again, Alberta, south of Cold Lake, north of Lloydminster. It has crossed into Saskatchewan. The storm is not done. It still has the look. It is southwest of Meadow Lake, heading northeast at about 50 kilometers an hour, 60 kilometers an hour. Let me go back down. Tornado warnings have all dropped on this because, again, it has not been exhibiting anything dangerous for quite some time, this storm. It is out over some water, obviously Lake Manitoba. It is to the north of ebb and flow. Heavy precipitation, some wind in it, but not super super strong. Carmen, really appreciate the donation. Thank you very much for the compliment as well. So this is moving southeast currently, heavy rainmaker over water at this point. So that's the only storm in Manitoba at this point. In Saskatchewan, the only storm we are dealing with right now is that tail end Charlie up here by southwest of Meadow Lake, and you can clearly see the appendage on this, the hook echo. That is always what you look for as a storm chaser, or anybody looking to see if a storm is trying a tornado, is that little hook idea. It is weaker on this image, but it could recycle here. So let's see, they're just dropping that tornado warning that is expiring. That's why it's been updating here. So yeah, definitely not a good time right now. So what else have we got here? Okay. So we're continuing to monitor that one storm. 5:59 p.m. We're 5 minutes into our 8-minute cycle. We need another what was it? 2 minutes now till we get things. So yeah, it looks like it went right through the Onion Lake Reservation Cree Nation area. Hopefully everybody's okay, but definitely why we try to get the word out as early as possible so people have a heads up. Definitely a situation that's not what we like to see, but seeing multiple views of this tornado. It was a very low precipitation area of the storm and very visible, but obviously still going to cause damage. And we have multiple views from multiple chasers here on social media. Again, if you follow us on X, you'll see me retweeting all that information as well. So just keeping an eye on things and trying to keep ahead of everything as best as possible. So should have a scan here, just 1 minute or less. And we'll see if this is continuing to be a dangerous storm. Right now, it definitely has the look, in quotation marks, that we all talk about as storm chasers. So let me see what the update shows, and then I'll take it from there. There we go. Looks a little less dangerous, but it looks like it may be picking up intensity in terms of the updraft. So let's take a look. We're still going to say you need to be taking shelter. Hail has picked up in it. There is a small notch in the back. So let me do this out in front. And in this orange polygon, if you are in there, you need to remain in shelter. At this time, basement, as we always say, is ideal. If that's not an option, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Into a bathtub gives you a little bit extra protection, and putting a mattress, a small mattress or something over to you to protect you in case of the worst case scenario, if debris is flying around, that kind of thing. It is moving northeast. This is going to be coming up at 26. It is still west of 21 right now, so there's still a fair bit of time, but be ready to be taking your shelter. Have your action plan in place if you are anywhere northeast of this. Right now, south of here, you have nothing to worry about. This is moving away from you. Again, down towards Turtleford, Lloydminster, what other areas? Not a whole lot of towns named in there, but if you are anywhere south of this storm, it is moving northeast, so you don't need to worry about it. It is not coming in your direction, but it is moving northeast, so if you are up in that area, do pay attention, please, as well. So okay, just updating our tornado warning. Right now, they've changed the wording back to possibly producing a tornado. So at this time, Environment Canada just updating the box saying possibly producing a tornado. This is not good at this point as it crosses. Again, it is west of 21. It just went through Onion Lake, Cree Nation. It is still west of 21, going to go over Peck Lake. then it's going to go over Makwa Lake Provincial Park if it continues in this general direction. So if you are anywhere in that Makwa vicinity, be ready to be taking shelter because it is coming that way. This is a strong storm and already produced a tornado. I'm looking at the visuals here, and this is definitely a storm that is packing a punch on multiple levels. So we are going to continue to watch it here and update you folks as this continues to move northeast. Everything else on the map or on the board is inconsequential as far as this is concerned. We have the one storm northwest of Winnipeg that has weakened. That is just for rain, heavy rain, some wind, not rotating. All tornado warnings have dropped off of that. So we are just focusing on this specific area. Again, south of Cold Lake, southwest of Meadow Lake, and north of Lloydminster, just to give everybody an idea as to where this is. And we have to wait 8 minutes always for our next scan. There takes 6 minutes, but the data to come in and get processed and all that, it takes 8 minutes roughly between cycles. So it's a little bit difficult to sit here for 8 minutes waiting for an update, but that's just the way the system works. So it's the Maddox, it's the density within the storm. So the return that the data comes back to the radar, it's how dense that precipitation core is. And once you exceed a certain value, you basically, it's theoretical that you've got hail in there. You see the hail on radar, but not always making it to the surface because it can melt before it gets down as it drops through the warmer air layers of air. But that's how it figures it out. It's just the data goes out, the pulse of the radar goes out, comes back with a return, and if it falls within X number of parameters, it's considered hail at that point. Roughly, we as chasers, you know, that's what you learn. There's also a feature called oh my god, on US radars it's called oh my god, I'm drawing a blank right now. Not vertically integrated liquid. That's going to bother me. Now I got to go look at a US radar, but there's a feature on US radar that has it all broken down as well. We just know when we start seeing purple on radar as chasers or anybody who's an enthusiast of radar that you're getting into that hail territory, essentially. So yeah, exactly. Hail is reflecting the radar differently. So right now, nothing happening anywhere else, guys. Saskatoon, no areas concerning at this point. The only storms that are happening are in the northwest corner. I think we had some boundaries down here. That is it. There is nothing happening here. The cap is holding strong in that area. So again, nothing to be concerned about anywhere else but this area along the Saskatchewan-Alberta border between Lloydminster and Cold Lake on the Saskatchewan side at this time. So we are waiting for our next scan, and we should be about a minute out from it. We'll see if things continue to, downtrend. But then on this one here, it did look like the updraft picked up based on radar, and we'll see whether that's the case on the next scan. You're always looking for that little hook echo kind of getting tossed out from the storm. That is one of your indicators, and then obviously rotation associated with it. And you can see how quickly I went from, uh-oh, this is a problem, to immediately focusing on the storm. It's just from experience reading radar for 12 years, you just immediately know when a storm has the look. And unfortunately, yes, this did, hopefully nobody got hurt by this. Hopefully it didn't do damage and it stayed over some open country, but we won't know for a while yet. Okay, this is our latest scan. It has come up here, so let me stop the radar and bring it in here. There's no more hook echo on the back end. There is, let me see what this is. There's a bit of rotation still in there. We are still calling for you to be in shelter. There's a very small hook echo. Looks like it's just shedding it off at this point. And we do have some broad rotation trying to organize here, these red and greens. So it may be trying to do something again. You can see that the hail core has intensified on this storm. So again, indicating that there is a strong updraft associated with this this storm. For you to have hail, you need those strong, straight up winds, and then as well those pinks. As well, showing probably grapes to loony-sized hail in this right now, roughly. So again, right now, nothing. I would bet there's nothing on the ground. We've had confirmation of the last tornado lifting a while back. None of these scans are concerning us right now for it to be on the ground, but we do still recommend that you are in shelter because this could reproduce as well. So definitely something to be still concerned about. This is tail end Charlie again. Yesterday, all three sets of lines that produce tornadoes were all on these southern storms. So the pattern seems to be repeating itself today. So we'll keep it up on this and we'll go from there. What else have we got here? What did I see here? Okay, I think we're good. Okay, and I'm just going to keep monitoring some social media just to see if I can stay ahead of it, because obviously those scans every 8 minutes do take a bit of time. So I see that here. Okay, I think this is day, what is this? I want to say this is like day 13 out of 15 that we've been live streaming out of the last 2 weeks or so. It's been a crazy long stretch, you know, but that's the point of what we do, getting that information out, watching the severe weather and just updating and informing people as that happens. So again, if you are up at 26 at Makwa Lake or anywhere in that region, you need to be preparing to be in shelter. Right now, the storm does not look to like it's got any kind of tornado on the ground, but it does look like it's trying to cycle back up, pick up some intensity, and it may try to produce another tornado at this point. So let's just take a look here. Not seeing a very obvious CC drop, as they call it, or correlation coefficient. But again, a lot of rural area here, so hopefully it was only hitting grass and trees and that kind of stuff, not buildings. Let's keep our fingers crossed for anybody that was in this area. But it's definitely an intense storm. And again, this ramped up real quick. So. Yeah, and definitely this is a great comment from Kevin. Do not go sightseeing in damaged areas. Let first responders get in there and do their job. You're just impeding their way if you are in there sightseeing. Let those people get in and take care of anybody or anything that needs to be handled. Obviously, they're trained in it, and that's the main thing at this point. So again, right now, tornado lifted. It is heading, the storm is heading northeast. As you can see that here, currently nothing confirmed on the ground. The radar doesn't indicate anything. And we, like I said, we continue to monitor social media, trying to keep track of everything that's going on to make sure we can get any information out to you folks. So. I think every storm chaser should know how to do first aid. I know after my first year of chasing, or second year, I think, I went and got first aid training, because we as chasers, we are on the storm, and if a tornado hits, personal rules for us is if we see a damaged property, the chase is over and we go and make sure everybody's okay. And sometimes we're literally there seconds after the tornado hit, long before you know, any first responders are there. Elk City, Oklahoma, I was there 10 minutes before the first ambulance even showed up, trying to extract a woman from the house that got blown apart by a tornado. So definitely recommend that you have first aid gear in your vehicle if you are a storm chaser, and you do have first aid training so that you know how to use the stuff. My conscience would wreck me if I just stood there and didn't know what to do. So they've shrunk the box back. That's why this is being updated. You can see they've pulled it all the way up from Turtleford back up to just to the south of this storm. Again, we should have a new scan here very shortly, and it is moving across 21 shortly on this next scan, and we'll be moving between 21 and 26 on that Saskatchewan side, heading towards Makwa area. So let's take a look here. It's definitely trying to throw another hook echo out. This is the early signs possibly of it. So we're going to watch that. Again, if you are anywhere in this box, you need to be in shelter, and I'm going to update it and move it forward, just like Environment Canada did, but we're going to narrow it down. So we're going to just take it from here, move it out like that. And again, this is coming up to 26. It's right over 21 right now. Anywhere in this orange box, this orange polygon, you do need to be in shelter. This storm is still packing a punch. It is still rotating and trying to produce at this point. We'll keep monitoring things, but it is moving northeast, heading towards coming up. It's going to go west of Meadow Lake possibly, but it's still a long ways off before it gets there. First, it's 26 and Makwa area. You need to be in shelter at this point, and if you are northeast of our polygon, you need to be prepared to be in shelter and have your action plan ready. Do not wait till the last minute because it can be too late. Just taking a look here. Yeah, okay. Just checking some more stuff here. Okay. Nope. Nothing surfacing right now, but it does look like this may be trying to recycle and produce again. So that is why we are showing this a box or polygon that you need to be in shelter. We're going to watch it. There's still lots of strong rotating winds on this, and it has had a history of producing a tornado. So again, a very serious storm. I'm just going to zoom out, take a look if there's anything anywhere else right now that I need to worry about. I am concentrating on the tornado warned storm, obviously. Just going to do a hop, skip, and a jump between all these radar stations. And then the last one will be in the Winnipeg area. Storm looks to be just kind of hanging on for dear life northwest of Manitoba, or Winnipeg, I apologize. It is just trying to hang on to that body of water there, and the rest of it is trying to leave it at this point. It is dying off as it drops south. So again, just a severe storm for some hail in it, and it is moving southeast along Lake Manitoba at this point. That is the only other storm that we have literally on the board at this point in terms of anything that, you know, that had any potential earlier on. We obviously have a whole bunch of storms north of Cold Lake, Alberta, but on the Saskatchewan side, they have not severe warned these storms. These are thunderstorms that are non-severe, and some of them don't even have lightning on them. You can very clearly see where that intense storm is with the bright reds, purples, or pinks, I should say, and it's on that tail end of this line. So that is 2 days in a row that we've had tail end Charlie tornadoes. So if you're a storm chaser and you're trying to learn how to storm chase, targeting the southern storm, more often than not will pay off if you're going to have it produce, basically. So that's a little tip for storm chasing side of things anyway. So, okay. What else have we got going on here? So 6:17 p.m. Alberta and Saskatchewan time. We're about 3 minutes out from our next scan. I'm going to continue to have a little bit of food. I've got Makawas Saghe Khan. Thank you. I definitely butchered it, and I'm sorry, but Saghe Khan. Thank you. Let's wait for our scan here. About 2 minutes before we get our next one. So anybody jumping in here, we are northeast of Lloydminster, southwest of Meadow Lake, and southeast of Cold Lake. That's where this storm that has produced a tornado is traveling through, and it looks like it's trying to cycle back up in strength and possibly try to do something again. So we'll just keep watching it and see what it looks like. Okay. I always hate this hurry up and wait for the next scan game that we play here because of how long it is. You're just biting, trying to get the next scan. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Not tight rotation right now, so that is good. It is broad, but obviously still going to recommend being in shelter with this storm until it either weakens or another storm forms to the south of it, which could obviously impede this one as well. And we'll continue to monitor it. Right now, we are going to say stay in shelter on this storm. The rotation is broad, meaning pretty wide, not a tightened up area, and there's no hook echo on the storm like there was earlier, but that doesn't mean it's not going to try and do it again. So in that orange polygon is where you need to be concerned about as far as being in shelter. And we'll definitely update on the next scan here. So right now, orange polygon, you need to be in shelter. I'm going to just take a look back here to the west of Edmonton, see if these are just regular storms. They're not even thunderstorms at this point. So I'll double check on our storm here by northwest of Winnipeg, and it looks to be dying off at this point. Like I said, all the purple has gone out of it. We'll see on another couple scans, but this is completely weakening as it drops south through Lake Manitoba at this point. So this doesn't even really meet severe components at this point. So that is good news for anybody in that area, dying off as well. So Veronica, thank you so much for donating those Sunshine Club memberships. Thank you very much for that. A lot of people are going to enjoy that. So, okay. So, yeah, we are definitely waiting. Yes, I think we mentioned Meadow Lake a few times over the last 48 hours or 24 hours roughly, because that's 55. Where did we have the storms yesterday? I don't think they were this far north. No, they were down here by North Battleford. This is much further north. I'm getting a little confused. All my days are blending into one. Again, this is, I think, day 13 out of 15 that we've been streaming. It's either 12 of 14 or 13 of 15. I can't remember exactly. So we're just going to stick with this, and it's the only game in town right now. Everything else, everybody is good at this point. And again, to the north, those are just non-severe thunderstorms to the north. Just a huge cluster of them, basically. Some might get warned for hail, but that's basically the only thing I would expect out of it. So this is going to be coming up into Highway 26 here. In the Makwa region. So again, moving northeast at this time. Hopefully it doesn't re-intensify at this point. So okay. Yeah, there was definitely a storm south of Lloydminster. That was right here at where the Highway 17 crosses from Saskatchewan to Alberta. What is up here? This was Chauvin. southeast of there, and it crossed over into Saskatchewan. So we had several tornadoes there, and we were live streaming during that event as well. So we've been on a lot of tornadoes over the last few weeks, just out west and even in Ontario and other areas. So been a busy stretch, and we still continue. Tomorrow might be another day for live streaming. I definitely have to look at models and figure that out. But right now, we are concentrating on what's going on at the time, and we will see here. We're 5 minutes into that 8-minute cycle, so. Kevin saying, thankfully the East Coast is void of hurricanes. You'd never sleep. Yeah, I did intercept the last, hurricane in quotation marks. It was subtropical. That was Hurricane Fiona when it came through the Maritimes. Connor and I drove out for that. That was 4 years ago, I probably want to say at this point. Time flies. Jesus, yeah, I want to say that was 4 years ago. But yeah. If it's weather related, I want to be around it or involved in it somehow. Just getting a comment here, Mark saying, I think I'm in the orange box. If you're not 100% sure, take shelter. This is again between 21 and 26 in terms of being on the Saskatchewan side, heading from 21 to 26, moving northeast. If you're unsure, get to shelter. That's the easiest way. Safety first, and then you err on the side of caution with a storm that has been producing tornadoes, folks. That's the way I look at it. If you're not sure, get to shelter. And heading again up to 55. After it crosses 26, it will be going up towards 55 and somewhere around Meadow Lake. I still don't know exactly where it's going to cross over. It is moving at 50 to 60 kilometers an hour, so this is moving fairly quickly, folks. So that's where we're at right now. It just crossed over 21 and Peck Lake. Back to the southwest was the Onion Lake Cree Nation. And then again, Makwa region, there's a Makwa Lake. There's a whole bunch of First Nation, Makwa Lake Provincial Park. It is heading right up there through 26, and then it'll continue on through there to 55. I don't see a town here. What is here? Rapid View is a small little name here on 55, so that is next on the board. I don't think it'll get into Meadow Lake, but it could be close, so we will have to monitor that as this continues to march. We still have, this is our latest scan, I believe. While I've been looking around, rotation is broadening out, so this is definitely good. Again, I don't think we have anything on the ground. I am going to move our box and still continue to march it forward just because this has had a history of producing. But if you are in this box, please be in shelter. It could try to produce again. Not seeing right now anything on social media of anything. Okay, and just looking at another storm in Alberta. And then I'm going to look at our velocity scans here. Sorry, this is one I want. You can see the reds and greens are together, but they're over a large distance, meaning that rotation is very broad, meaning not tight, not fast, but that could change quickly. So that's why we always, with a tornado-warned storm that has produced tornadoes, we are always erring on the side of caution with it. So again, within that orange box, you need to be in a shelter at this point out of an abundance of caution, and coming through to 26 shortly. Right now in between, and it is moving 50 to 60 kilometers an hour. So definitely, if you are out in a provincial park, you really need to be in shelter somewhere where a camper isn't going to help you, a tent isn't going to help you. You need to be something solid. Usually the bathrooms, if they have outdoor bathrooms for that, they are usually fairly strong and sometimes made for shelter from severe weather. So that would be your best bet. But anybody in the park who's there can help you, point you where the shelters are for that kind of stuff. But do not hang out in a camper trailer or anything like that. They will easily get rolled over with strong winds or even lifted. Chris McDonald, good to see you here. Another exciting day on the channel with tornadoes again. And basically in the same area in Saskatchewan. You'll notice that the northern portion of this line broke up and has weakened. So this is the last of this line as it came from Alberta into Saskatchewan that has any intensity left on it. So let's hope it's going to die out here, and we'll see what happens. Okay, just coming back to a few things here. They severe warned some of these storms to the north of all this. That's why this big square box is flashing yellow. That is for severe storms north on the Saskatchewan side. So again, there are provincial parks up there. These are definitely very heavy rainmakers at this point. I'm seeing a little bit of hail, obviously, in a storm like this with these pinks, especially the bright ones. So those won't be good for your tent if you're in it. That definitely won't help you, but they have put out a severe warning for those storms moving northeast from the Alberta side into Saskatchewan, as you can see on our box here, our software inside this square box right to the north of our polygon here. So tornado warning still ongoing from Environment Canada. We are still calling for you to be in shelter in our orange polygon. That is the area of concern at this time. So there's a reason I hate camping. Tons of skeeters, and you have to hide in the crapper when a storm approaches. You're not wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong in that regards. Yep, we may have a couple storms trying here. The one closest to the line is the one I'm going to pay attention to the most, unless that southeast storm by Turtleford goes crazy, because it could work its way into this line and then be tail end Charlie again. So a few dynamics at play here. So I think we're still a long ways off from this being over at this point. I'm going to see what it looks like on satellite. I'm going to use my cheat code. Not showing up on satellite just yet on that scan. All that, bring up my radar, and we're going to watch here. Oh, there's a little appendage coming out of the backside of this storm again. So that's concerning. Still be in shelter. We're worried this is what it looked like when it originally tornadoed on the Alberta side. This kind of stuck out like this, and then what it does is it curls in over the next few scans, and that's when it produces a tornado. So this is definitely indicative. I wish I would stop doing that. This is definitely indicative of a storm still trying to produce a tornado. Very strong core for precipitation with those dark reds and pinks in there for hail. The rotation on this scan is broad, but this is definitely indicative of something trying to do it again. So again, be in shelter anywhere in this orange polygon at this time. Basement if possible. If you don't have that as an option, interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub gives you a little bit extra protection, and put a small mattress or something over top of you to protect you in case of the worst case scenario with debris or anything like that. So we're going to continue to stick with this, folks. Again, it's the only thing that we have. So we are just literally watching this one storm. We are going to pay attention to a couple more to the southeast that are trying to fire right now. And one of those may get through the cap and may be a problem, but we don't know yet. So Thanks, Innes Films. Appreciate you stopping in. I'll actually show you here. This is what the storm looked like when it was in Alberta. And let me see here. There's that straight appendage sticking out the back side of it. We had that for a couple of scans, and then it started to coil in. And that's when we had our tornado. So we basically have that same idea right now with the appendage to the southwest of this storm. So we have to pay attention to this. That's why we're saying that this could recycle and produce another tornado. If you are up in Meadow Lake area, be prepared to be in shelter. This is crossing 26 soon, heading up to 55, and it's probably going to come over Meadow Lake at this point. Whether it's got a tornado or not, I can't tell you that, but it's definitely showing signs that it wants to. Thank you, Susan, for that. This is great, helpful information because I'm obviously not familiar with it, but that'd be the Regional Municipality of Loon Lake and Regional Municipality of Meadow Lake number 588 areas for the rural folks. So thank you very much for helping out with that. Just doing a thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm warning for that one storm that's still by Manitoba there, by Lake Manitoba, I should say. We can zoom over there for a second. I'll take a look at it. Oh, good Lord. What? This should be expired. Oh, they expired it. Okay, that's good news. I was going to say this storm is dead. That is done and over with. This is north of Dog Creek. That storm is done in Manitoba. Nothing else on the radar out there. So we are very quickly narrowing the field here. So we are just waiting here calmly till our next scan comes in. 6:35. We should have another new one here about 2 minutes. They have put a severe warning on the storm by Turtleford. We'll see if that continues to increase on the next scan. I can say, Liv, I haven't looked in a while, but yes, there was one there earlier today, so I'm assuming it's still the same one. It was kind of bowed to the south and kind of drifting south, if I remember correctly. So there was a boundary there from other storms. Okay, question, where was this? Oh, let's take a look. This is our new scan. I'm not liking these storms to the south of this. That appendage is really sticking out now again. This is trying to produce another tornado, folks. That's very evident here. Let me just put this down and zoom in here. This is southwest of Meadow Lake. It's crossing 26. We are going to see what comes out of this, but it is definitely trying to do this again. That is very evident at this time. So let me update our box here. here roughly. If you are anywhere in this box, you need to be, or polygon, in shelter, down in a basement if possible. If you don't have it, interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And bathtub makes a good extra option for a little more protection, and then put a small mattress or something over to you to protect you from any kind of debris in the worst case scenario. So definitely, Chris, thank you very much for the compliment. Really appreciate that. So again, this is moving northeast. It's probably going to go into Meadow Lake somewhat, whether it's going to be the body of the storm or where this rotation might be. Currently, we do not have rotation indicated here where we would be concerned about it, but we do have that appendage forming. And when you do see that, that's where you have a tornado trying to form. So again, you'll see this trying to curl back in towards the storm as this tries to wrap up. And then we have two storms to the south here that we are going to have to monitor as well. Those are rotating a little bit, and if those can get established, I'm worried about that southern storm by east of Turtleford. That could be doing the same idea as what we're seeing right up here. So we are going to have to keep an eye on both of them and go from there. So yeah, okay. We definitely, I'm trying to think how big Meadow Lake is. Yeah, Meadow Lake is a decent sized town. You guys should be taking shelter at this point. It is heading up your way. Definitely a storm that has had a history of producing a tornado. It has got the look like it's trying to produce another tornado. So you definitely want to err on the side of caution there. It is a ways away, but that is the point. You're going to get to shelter not last minute, but ahead of it. So we are watching it as we go here. So seeing some comments here, just trying to, nope, we're good still. So right now, nothing on social media in terms of anything on the ground, but we are definitely seeing the signs of this trying to produce another tornado at this point. So let's pay attention to it, take your warnings, heed them. Again, out of abundance of caution, if you are anywhere in Meadow Lake, and no, I would be going to shelter at this point, just to be ahead of the curve rather than behind it. So over 5,000 people in Meadow Lake, according to Shibon. So thank you for that. That's a lot of people. So again, you don't want to see this go into a populated area with people not having the word. If you know anybody up in this region that is out ahead of this, please give them the heads up. Share the link for the live stream. Get the information out there any way you can. Obviously, that is our goal, and that's the most important thing, is just letting people know that this is on their doorstep. And to be prepared. They are in a tornado watch, and there is a tornado warning to the storm to the southwest of them. So again, shelter would be the right call on a larger area of population. So 6:41 p.m. was our last scan 6 minutes ago. We're hopefully going to have another one here in about 2 minutes. It's so agonizing when you have a hook echo trying to form here and you're waiting 7, 8 minutes, whatever it is, in terms of trying to get that information. So, what else? What's the question here? Oh, Veronica, do you know where Shannon is waiting right now? I actually don't. I haven't looked, haven't had the time, but I know she was in Saskatchewan somewhere. She's not sharing her location right now because she's not live streaming. So not 100% sure where she is, unfortunately, but I know she is somewhere in Saskatchewan. I want to say they were somewhere around Saskatoon or north, but that's just a hypothesis anyway. So, okay, come on, give us a new scan here right now. Next 10 seconds. Maybe if I sweet talk the radar. Nope. Hopefully it's coming here any second. 6:41 and we are 6:48, so we still got a minute according to this. So I was ahead of the curve. Just anxious to get it, that's all. Worried about the storms to the southeast. Hopefully they don't get rooted. That Turtleford storm is definitely going to be a problem, I think. It's rotating. It's in a couple of scans gotten pretty intense, so we are going to watch that. I'm looking at our storm here right now. That appendage is still sticking out. It is not showing tight rotation, but obviously still a storm that we are concerned about. You need to be in shelter anywhere in our orange polygon. And again, that is out of an abundance of caution, just because this has produced tornadoes and it's looking like it's trying to produce again. At least it's making an effort. We are going to be monitoring this storm east of Turtleford very closely at this time, because it's getting intense quickly, and this is a storm that may have gotten through the cap. It already has a hail marker on it. Let's see how quickly that happened. So it was evident right here at 6:17. So in 32 minutes, it's gone from being just a blip to having a hail core on it. So this is definitely a storm to pay attention to. They are still updating that severe warning. Wait, that's the tornado watch I clicked on. Sorry. Here, orange. They're saying golf ball to tennis ball sized hail possible in this storm east of Turtleford on it's southwest of Highway 3, west of Highway 4, down in that area. And again, we are telling you, if you are in this orange polygon to the north, be in shelter. This storm has produced a tornado already and looks to be trying to do it again. Hopefully it doesn't. Okay. Gonna keep an eye on things. Okay, let's continue going here. Just trying to see here whether continue watching this. So I'm just going to cycle the radar, and then I'm going to monitor a few other things here and look around to see if I have anything to worry about at this point. Okay. So right now, two storms, as we've been discussing, that need to be paid attention to. Southwest of Meadow Lake, and then east of Turtleford. That one looks to pick up intensity, and if it's gone through that cap that we were talking about, we're about to see some issues here. So, which is unfortunate, but watch what's going on here. Okay. 6:47 p.m. We're about 5 minutes into our 8-minute cycle. No other storms to speak of at this point anywhere that need to be monitored. We can look at our Saskatchewan radars from the Saskatoon area, Radisson area, and then south of there you can see there's absolutely nothing happening. Everything is tucked up into this, way into this northwest corner for storms, and right now that's where all the action is. We do have a couple of storms trying to form southeast. There's also one directly south of the tornado warned storm. There's another updraft that has gone. That may be the one preventing this from getting wrapping up and putting down a tornado. It may be interfering with it just enough that it's not able to produce, which is good for those out in front of it. So Uh, 6:47. Yeah, 6 minutes in. Yeah, if you do know anybody in Meadow Lake, I would suggest they are in shelter at this point, just with this storm coming up that way. Hopefully, it's for no reason other than this did produce a tornado earlier, and there's our tornado warning on the southern storm. So, Environment Canada getting ahead of it at this point because they've seen what's going on. They have tornado warn this. I can't disagree with that because this is a storm that will try and produce a tornado possibly. So we are going to say, let me just take a look here. It is moving northeast right now. Let me draw a box down here. This could get ugly, and if you are anywhere in this orange box, this is polygon east of Turtleford around 3 and 4, Highway 3 and 4. You need to be in shelter. This is a storm trying to get its act together. It looks like it's pushed through the cap and could be a very strong storm. It is the most southern storm. Again, the last 2 days, every tornado has come out of the storm that is the most southern. This already has a hook echo on it. So again, you need to be in shelter. I'm going to take a look at our northern storm. Let's just take a look at our velocities. Those look to be stretched out. The southern storm is absorbing into it, but at this point, that does not look as dangerous as this storm to the south with nothing below it. Let me read the warning here saying tracking a thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado near Fairholme, moving quickly to the east at 60 kilometers an hour. It is moving northeast, and then it's coming in the locations in the path are Glassland and Medsteed. So let me zoom in here. Where am I missing for Glassland? I know I've seen it many times here, so I must be missing it to the north or something like that. I'm scanning. Oh, there it is. Glassland is right below it, and Fairholme is also there. So anywhere in this area by 3 and 4, you need to be in shelter in this orange polygon to the south. It is moving, like I said, I'm pretty sure this is moving northeast, maybe east, northeast, but again, coming through town. So you need to be in shelter in this. This storm is trying to get itself wrapped up and produce a tornado. The storm to the north definitely looks less like it's rotating at this point. I'm going to look from Cold Lake, Alberta radar. It still has a bit of an appendage on the back side of it. So we are still going to say if you are anywhere here in the orange polygon to the north, be in shelter at this point. And again, we've been calling for people in Meadow Lake to be in shelter just out of an abundance of caution. The good news is I think the storm from the south is impeding it somewhat and is going to prevent it from doing anything. So the ones that's the most concerning here is right by Glassland, where Highway 3 and 4 meet. You have your storm right over top of you, and that hook echo appendage starting to form on the backside here. So that's the area that a tornado could form, and it could be trying. They've expanded the tornado warning to the north quite drastically, again, pushing it well past Meadow Lake. So let's just update all our boxes here. I'm going to delete them, and we're going to reset them here just to take a look at things. So we do need to heed the warning up here by Meadow Lake. Let me just pull up my velocity scans, switch it out. Okay, box is going to be like this. If you are anywhere in this box, you need to be in shelter. It is moving northeast. That is for the storm to the north. And then we also have this one by Glassland, Saskatchewan. I'll draw the box for this. Oops. That's a software glitch, unfortunately. Oh, now it won't even take it off. Are you kidding me? I hate glitches in software. Yeah, now it won't even take it off. Great. Okay, give me one sec. Got to reset. Okay, let's start this all over again. I apologize. Anywhere in this orange polygon to the south, you need to be in shelter. This is right over Glassland, basically. And then we also have our storm kind of to the southwest of Meadow Lake. Let me draw a polygon up in here. Anywhere in that polygon, also be in shelter. We're less concerned about the northern polygon than we are the southern one. It looks like this storm is being interfered with by the storm to the south that approached it, so it may keep it from putting down a tornado. But this one to the south is all by itself over Glassland, east of Turtleford. You need to be in shelter on that. We're waiting for another scan here in about 2 minutes or so. And that is the last of the line, and that's the ones that have produced tornadoes over the last couple of days. I keep repeating it, but it's because I want to make sure everybody's aware. That's where all the tornadoes have come out of. So once we step to the south on storms, that's the one that definitely will have our attention. So okay. You're in Moose Jaw getting a tornado warning? Or what? No. If you're getting a tornado warning in Moose Jaw, that is a very bad technical glitch. You have no reason to be getting anything. This is all the way to the north. So everything is up here to the north. There is absolutely nothing to the south, folks. Again, this is east of Turtleford, near Glassland, Saskatchewan, and then in the southwest of Meadow Lake, Saskatchewan. Those are the only two areas at this point. So yeah, and that's oddly calm in Meadow Lake, and yes, it always is calm just before these storms come in. A lot of times you'll have no wind at all, nothing, and then it'll be on your doorstep, and that's why we really want these warnings to go out ahead of time, because it can be a little bit misleading with how calm in front of the storm it is. So, okay, let's take a look at this. Definitely rotation down here south of where that appendage is. That is a tornado trying to form just to the southwest of Glassland. If you are in that town, you need to be in shelter. If you are anywhere in this orange polygon on the south side, you need to be in shelter. No questions asked. They have bumped the box a little further east. That's why this is beeping. I'm going to check to see what's going on. Still, wording is possibly producing a tornado. Let's take a look at our storm to the north. There is some rotation on the backside of this storm as well. I'm just going to see if it's showing on both radars. It's less evident on Cold Lake radar, but again, still calling for people to be in shelter on the storm heading into Meadow Lake. So southwest of there, it is between 26 right over 304 heading into Meadow Lake area. Be in shelter. Both of these polygons have serious storms on them. The one to the south is a little more concerning than the one to the north, but at the end of the day, you're splitting hairs at that point. So you can see that everything else has essentially broken up or died off. These are our last two storms. And again, the southern one just formed less than an hour ago, and it does have a hook echo showing on it, and possibly trying to produce a tornado. I'm just going to switch and see if I can find anything on anything to see if I can find a post for a tornado or anything like that. Nothing so far on social media. Was a funnel on this near, where is this? Loon Lake. Where the heck is Loon Lake? Let me see here. There was a funnel at that point. That's right in the tornado warning. Yeah, so this would have been on the northern storm. There was a funnel on that at one point. It did not reach the ground, but definitely a funnel as far as that's concerned. And I'm just looking, no other social media posts right now that can confirm or deny anything. But the southern storm by Glassland, east of Turtleford, you need to be in shelter. That is definitely trying to produce a tornado. I don't even need to have eyes on it at this point. So these are all moving northeast. That's why our polygons are set up the way they are. They basically east northeast, but if a big tornado ends up coming out of it, it can turn right somewhat. So again, we will have to monitor that motion, but overall right now moving northeast on both of these storms at this time. So still obviously a lot of caution needs to be taken with this. So yeah, Mark's saying I got another tornado warning south of, where was it? St. Walburg. Yes, you are to the south of this originally. Where was this? There is a storm to your southeast in St. Walburg. Again, this is in Glassland and southwest of Meadow Lake, folks. So you pay attention. These are heading northeast at this time. So jump on. You can see here, this is how it's moving. So very clearly, Glassland is in a bit of trouble right now because it's right over it, and the hook echoes back to the southwest where that tornado could possibly form. We do also have a wind velocity in there where we have rotation that has tightened up, and the colors are brightening up as well. So none of that is good news, unfortunately, but that's the reality of it. So that's basically what we need to be careful of. You need to get to shelter for that. So let me just take a look here. I just need to update something. Let's get back at it. 6:59 p.m. We're 6 minutes into our 8-minute cycle, so hopefully things get updated here within a minute or two. So, okay. We are, what time does it get dark out there? 9:10, something like that in Saskatchewan. On the western side, maybe a little bit later, I think, but we still got 2 hours before dark, so that's plenty of time for storms to get organized and continue to be a problem. So we carried storms last night till after dark. That one tornado warning storm in Saskatchewan last night was until 10 something p.m. local time, I believe. So right now, let's take a look here. Strong rotation on this storm right by Glassland. It isn't moving very quickly at all. Still has the look, still has a bit of a hook echo or appendage out the backside. And then let's take a look at our storm to the north. It looks a lot less dangerous. There are a couple of areas of rotation, but they are not very bright in terms of colors, meaning higher speed. So the velocities are on the lower end. So I'm feeling much better about this one to the north that is southwest of Meadow Lake. The storm is also losing a bit of its core. So you can see here it was red and purple. And as we're marching forward, that storm from the little tiny storm to the south of it went up and getting absorbed into the storm. So it's going through a bit of a merger. What happens is it can re-intensify after that merger is completed. And we'll continue to monitor that just to make sure that everything is okay with this. These are moving still northeast at this time based on the last few scans. So anywhere in our orange polygons, you do need to be in shelter. No questions asked at this point. So This is definitely a dangerous couple of storms. I am getting some words that further south there are storms trying to form that are not on radar yet from some of our chasers. So we are going to continue to monitor this. Damien saying sunset at 9:42 there. Wow. Okay, so we're still 2 hours 40 minutes out from that. That's significant amount of time. So thank you, Damien, for putting that into the chat. Now has started to rain in Meadow Lake. And again, you may get lucky here where that southern storm slammed into this main, the storm that was producing the tornadoes, and may weaken for a little bit and then could re-intensify going out the other side. So we still got lots of time for these storms to still continue moving across Saskatchewan and still intensifying. So we got to watch that. So yeah, it's definitely going to be another long day by the looks of it. We are crossing 5 hours right now on this live stream. Appreciate anybody who stuck with us for 1 minute or 5 hours, whatever it's been. Really appreciate the support, folks. Again, just trying to get this information out to people so that warnings can be heeded and we can at least hopefully protect some people from getting hurt if they don't have to be. So let me just take a look here. That off. Okay, we're good. Just cleaning up a few of my tabs that are open. I have 4 monitors that I work with, so it's definitely busy trying to keep up with everything on all of them. So again, we can see our storms are moving essentially, they may be moving eastward now. We're going to have to watch that to see if they've shifted a little bit eastward. They've been going northeast for the most part, but we're just going to watch that at this time. So I'm just concentrating on these tornado warned storms, and then we possibly have some other storms trying to go further south of this. So we are going to watch that very closely. 7:05 p.m. We're about 5 minutes into our 8-minute cycle, I should say. 29 Thunder, definitely want to be in shelter if you are anywhere inside these orange boxes. Do not be in a camper or a trailer or a tent. That is not going to help you out at all. So let me just take a look here. Crap. Sorry, bear with me. Yeah, storms are trying to fire, so we definitely have some possible issues. We're gonna see here. Just looking down here, trying to get a heads up of where this may be. Let's get back to our storms at the north here. We'll take a look from Cold Lake, and this one's probably closer to Radisson. Yes, it is. So 7:05, we are waiting. 6 minutes in, so 2 minutes left to go. So that's not what I wanted. Okay, let's see here. I'll change my boxes once the next scan comes out, and then we'll adjust accordingly. Again, Meadow Lake area, I think we're doing much better than we were earlier just because of the interference of that southern storm. Does not mean that this isn't going to try again. Obviously, our storm over what is it, Glassland? That is the storm right now that is showing the most intensity and the most potential for possibly trying to produce a tornado. This is all still tornado warned by Environment Canada, and anywhere in the orange polygon, you need to be in shelter at this point. So again, we are in Saskatchewan. Let's take a look here. This is our latest update. I'm going to update my boxes. Let's take a look here. Delete. Okay, southern storm, that is our polygon for shelter down there. I am going to switch to velocities up here. Let me turn that off, move up. Let's switch to Cold Lake. It's actually pretty decent. This storm, I again feel a lot better. There's not any sign of rotation on it currently. It is in a much better position as far as weakening because of that storm that hit it from the south. But out of an abundance, it looks like it's dying too. But one last scan, I'm going to say, out of an abundance of caution, let's be in shelter. Hopefully we can say that we don't need to worry about it after this next scan. So those are our two polygons. And we have some, oh, it may be right here. We're watching some storms here to the south of Saskatoon, southwest. Let me just see here. Yes. So, funnily enough, if you look by Highway 14, you can see those dots moving across the screen. That's a freight train. This, I believe, may be another storm trying to produce here. Just coming into the tornado watch to the southwest of Saskatoon. We are going to watch that just to make sure. So we'll watch it and we'll keep an eye on it. But if something pops back there, we will let you guys know. So definitely still a lot left going on here, folks. Unfortunately for those in line with all of this, definitely not what you want to hear. But again, I feel much better about Meadow Lake. We're just putting that polygon out for an abundance of caution. It does look like it's dying because that storm slammed into it from the south. Our storm right by Glassland does have a little bit more disorganized look. It still has rotation on it. It's not really moving fast, but again, polygon is there. Tornado warned, and then we're going to watch to see if anything else starts get going further south of here. So right now, Saskatchewan is the area that we are basically going to be paying attention to for the next few hours, I would expect. So yesterday I jumped on around 4 p.m. and we did nothing but talk about tornado warnings the entire 9 hours we were on the live stream or something like that. So just sorry, I'm watching a video here. We're getting a video submitted to us. Interesting. So that Meadow Lake storm still may have some potential on it. So we're still, again, that's why we've got the box out there. I'm just seeing a possible funnel cloud on the storm near Meadow Lake, but we are still showing that polygon orange. You need to be in shelter there. If you're back to the west, nothing to worry about towards that Alberta border. These are all moving northeast or east at this point. So anywhere inside these orange polygons, you need to be in shelter, and we are monitoring multiple areas. So but definitely I'm seeing stuff to the southwest of Saskatoon that we're all chatting about here as far as chasers are concerned. So definitely keep your head on a swivel if you're in the Saskatoon area, obviously a very populated city. So pay attention, folks. Hopefully nothing happens, but there are some little indicators that we could be seeing some storms trying to get organized down there. So Um, don't know that there's much chance of these two merging right now in the short term. Eventually it's possible, but they seem to be both heading in the same kind of general direction, so they should almost shadow each other. There is a bit of a gap between them right now, but we do have this other updraft a little bit to the north of this Glassland storm. If that starts getting organized and kind of gets fed into the other storm, there's a couple of scenarios that could play out, but I think these will stay ideally separate unless something anything. For example, if the storm to the north suddenly got a big tornado on it and turned right, then there's more of a chance of the southern storm interacting with it. But right now, they just look to march off in unison somewhat. So we're going to pay attention to it and go from there. And we are 1 minute out from our next scan here. Come on, give me that scan, please. Just waiting. Yeah, there's a halo saying, wait, something near Saskatoon. Right now, the storms aren't showing on radar. We have people in the field and there's some updrafts trying to go. The question is whether they get through the cap. If they do, then that's problematic. So this is 717. Let's take a look here. That Meadow Lake storm has gotten very skinny. No real rotation on it right now on that, so I'm definitely feeling far more confident about this one. At this point, rotation not as concerning on it. There's very little, if anything. So I think we're okay on that storm. The Glassland storm that hasn't even moved off that area does have strong rotation still indicated on it. So this is another area I would be concerned about. So definitely an issue. Okay. So again, right now, these two storms, the only one we're really concerned about is Glassland. And then the Meadow Lake storm south of there, this one has gotten very skinny and is dying off. I think we are done with this. I'm not concerned about shelter in this area anymore. I'm just going to look at our velocities just to make sure. But this storm has died out because of the collision that took place with the smaller storm. So right now we're less concerned about that storm. I'm going to go take a look from the Radisson radar. And there's that storm that I was talking about that we saw on the previous scan. It was barely indicated. This is what it looked like right here at 6:55. And this is trying to get organized here. So this is the beam that we are watching. This is very early on, but it is in the wrong, it's in a bad area for it to be a strong storm, and that's the problem. So this is north of Highway 7, around the Laura area, again, back to the southwest of Saskatoon. We are going to watch that. That is early sign of something that's possibly trying to happen. So right now, not concerning, but it's definitely an issue if it does get rooted and it does start to get to be a big storm. That is the one that we are going to have to watch because it is way down there on its own, and a lot of people pointing to that one. So we'll continue to see what's going on. Right now, the Glassland storm over Birch Lake has a bunch of hail in it. Let me see. Definitely grape-sized to probably loony-sized hail in this. Still has that velocity scan on there with rotation. You need to be in shelter on this storm. We have not had any confirmation of anything on the ground, but however, you need to be in shelter out of an abundance of caution. It definitely has a look to it. So let me just take a look here. I'm going to do a search here. Okay, that's... Oh, let's take a look here. So Environment Canada re-updating this tornado warning by Glassland. Let's read up what they're saying here. Tracking a severe thunderstorm that's possibly producing a tornado, always that key word. And again, we do see those velocity scans. We are seeing how this formed, lots of hail on it. So right now, no confirmation of anything down on the ground at this point, but looking at a traffic camera here, and it definitely has a lowering on it, but nothing on the surface at this point. So Let me, oh yes, I can't do that. And I thought I had an option to look at some traffic cameras on here, but Saskatchewan won't give us access to them. So other provinces, we can look directly through this app at traffic cameras, but on this one here, we cannot. Again, not sure why they won't give it to us, but we just have to look it up manually at this point. So just looking at more stuff here. So yeah, right now, no confirmation on the Glassland storm, the one by Meadow Lake. I'm definitely feeling a lot better about. There's basically no rotation on it, and it looks like it's dying. So on the next scan, we will probably pull our polygon away from that area, and you'll no longer, we will no longer recommend that you need to be in shelter, but that's totally always up to the individual as always. So, and then we are watching what happens on the next scan for this storm southwest of Saskatoon along Highway 7 near Laura and Delisle. Those two along that Highway 7. So we're going to watch it and see what goes on there. So switch to Cold Lake. I'm just going to double check my velocity scans in here. Okay. Just seeing photos of this updraft on the storm to the southwest of Saskatoon, and it's definitely making an effort. So we'll see what that shows like on our next scan. We're just trying to, again, be as far ahead as we can reasonably be, and getting that information out. So what's our latest scan? 723. That just came in. So let's take a look here. I'm going to look at our Glassland storm. Still strong rotation. You can see those greens and reds right east of Glassland, almost right over top of it. So still remain in shelter in this orange box to the south, orange polygon, I should say. To the storm by Meadow Lake, I'm just going to switch over to Cold Lake radar. Yeah, absolutely. So let's kill off our boxes. I'll reset these. So in Meadow Lake, south of their Highway 4, we're not as concerned about that. No longer recommending shelter for that. And then I'm just looking from Radisson to see what it says, but that's much further away at this point. So we will reset our box down here for the Glassland storm. Let me draw that out. It isn't moving very far or fast. If you are anywhere in this box, please be in shelter. And let's take a look at our storm that is trying to form here. Yeah, there we go. See, this storm is trying to get organized down here. It's still very small, still very early, but that is a hey, you need to pay attention to me just because of where it has formed. The photos I've been looking at from other chasers, that is definitely a red flag for that. So we are going to pay attention to it and see whether it does anything over the next little bit. So right now, only one storm we're concerned with for the tornado side of it as far as rotation is concerned. You can see these bright reds and greens together, and that is over Glassland area and Birch Lake. It does have hail in it, probably loony sized, maybe a little bit bigger than that at this point. So that's basically what's going on at this point. Oh, yeah, we do have confirmation. Glassland, Saskatchewan, there's a couple of tornadoes on the ground right now. I just saw a couple of comments. I'm seeing it on social media. So there's now confirmed tornadoes on this Glassland storm. That is, you need to be in shelter, as we've been saying for the last while. Be in a basement. If you are not able to get into a basement, please get into an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Bathtub bathtub makes a good option for extra shelter, and put a small bed or mattress over you so that you can protect yourself. So definitely a couple of tornadoes ongoing right now. They are smaller tornadoes, but they are still going to cause damage if you are anywhere in the path of these. So this storm is definitely trying to produce, as we've been seeing here. So now they're updating a tornado warning to the north. Let me just take a look here. There may be another circulation trying to form up to the north. Give me 1 second here. Saying possibly producing a tornado, and they are mentioning Meadow Lake, Pierceland, Goodsoil, Green Lake, Waterhen, Reserve, and Big River. The area that I'm concerned about right now is not Meadow Lake for sure. That storm looks pretty good. There's no rotation. That is dying, but these two storms kind of north and south of each other. I'm just looking here to see what the rotation looks like on this storm. So bear with me for a sec. We do have ongoing tornadoes, whether they're still on the ground or not, near Glassland. So you need to be in shelter for the polygon that we have to the south here. I'm just trying to determine if we have another circulation trying to form to the north here. So that's at 6,000 feet. And this is going to be at 7,700 feet. So Radisson is still closer right now. Definitely an area of rotation that we're going to monitor. Let me just take a look here. We definitely have tornadoes ongoing right now. We had multiple tornadoes on this. Seeing that on social media at this point and in the comments. Thank you guys for that as well. Really appreciate it. So let's just take a look here. So in this orange box, you need to be in shelter. I definitely don't see the rotation on the northern storm by Meadow Lake. That definitely has no rotation on it and is a dying storm. I'm going to say out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to put another box or polygon for this storm to the north. There is a rotation that looks like it's trying to get organized. So I'm going to just say if you're anywhere in this area, please take shelter. And there is rotation on that storm as well. Both of these moving kind of east-northeast. And right now confirmed ongoing tornadoes on that southern storm near Glassland, Saskatchewan. And just taking a look at everything to the south. They're continuing to tornado warn this. I'm just trying to see what they're going after here. So they're saying that possibly producing a tornado about 25 kilometers southwest of Chittick Lake, moving quickly at 60 kilometers an hour. Locations in the path, it says Ranger, Chittick Lake, Leoville, Sandy Lake. So let me just take a look at that and we'll go from there. Okay, I'm just getting the updates from that storm back to the southwest of Saskatoon as well. So where is Chittick Lake? Let me see where that is, and I'll get you guys. There it is. Yeah, so that's where I was seeing that rotation. So again, that's why we put the polygon where we did. So I'm glad I'm seeing what they're seeing. Shannon, thank you. I know she's not listening right now. I'm just getting another chat there, so just double checking everything. So okay, we've got two ongoing areas. The north polygon, still be in shelter. This is by Pelican Lake. I read that warning out. This is showing some rotation on the back end. Please take shelter on that storm. Ongoing tornadoes that happened on the storm here by Glassland. That was about 5 or 6 minutes ago. Let me see. 7 minutes ago, I apologize. So right now we have several storms that are concerning. We can see all this rotation with these reds and greens. Definitely concerning at this time, and then to the north as well. So two polygons that need to be in shelter, and this is our storm west of Delisle, or Delisle, one of the two, moving towards, I believe, Saskatoon, but let me see what it's doing. It's going to be kind of west of Saskatoon, possibly. Already getting a report of possible funnel on this storm. You can see how quickly it's getting organized. So we need to pay attention to that. It is only 7:30 p.m. We still have several hours of daylight left. So north of Battleford is where these two tornado warning storms are with our orange polygons. Those two, you need to be in shelter. Shannon has live feed has just popped up for the storm in Saskatoon area. So that is Shannon Bolesky that's on that. I'm going to jump into the audio just so that if she listens, that way she can hear what I'm saying. Give me 1 second here. Okay, we are starting to juggle a lot of things here, so let me flip over. So that is the storm that is southwest of Saskatoon, and you can see how quickly that is getting organized. We did have on the right-hand side a small funnel. It's not currently there, but this is a very young storm just getting going, and unfortunately it's in a prime environment. So again, Shannon is on this at this time, and we are going to monitor it with her. So this is a live shot from our friend and storm chaser Shannon Bolesky. So that is to the south, and then we have our tornado warning polygons to the north of Saskatoon. So we are looking at multiple areas right now as far as things go. Let me just take a look here. I'm just trying to adjust a few things as well. Let me switch over. I can bring up full screen here so you guys can see that. Okay, so let's, I'm going to turn that off as well. So this is a live shot again of the storm southwest of Saskatoon, one that we are paying attention to. So we'll continue to monitor that and we'll go from there. Right now, switching back to the storms to the north of North Battleford. And again, in these orange polygons, you need to be in shelter. We've had confirmed tornadoes on the southern polygon. The northern one is just showing rotation on radar. Let's take a look if we have another scan here that has taken place and I can do an assessment. 7:29, that was about 5 minutes ago. Still looks the same at this point, so we haven't had a new update. We're still about 2 to 3 minutes out, so definitely a lot going on at this point. And we have a lot of storms happening at the same time, and obviously monitoring multiple locations. So definitely a situation as far as severe storms. Quiet for, well, not quiet, but not a whole lot of action for a good portion of the stream. And here we are, we've got multiple tornado warnings like we did yesterday. Obviously for 9 hours, we had tornado warnings yesterday in Saskatchewan, and here we are again in Saskatchewan. It is already throwing a lightning bolt. How tiny that storm is, this is another indicator of how to tell if a storm is strong. It has thrown a lightning bolt. It is 20 kilometers away from the storm. So that tells you that this is a very strong storm that is trying to get organized. It is a cheat code when you are storm chasing. The farther out that a storm will throw lightning, the more you need to pay attention to it in a nutshell. So very simple at that point. So anyways, definitely a difficult situation right now with all of these storms being warned at this point. So and like I said, we've got a live streamer right there, so hopefully we'll see if anything is happening. We have a visual of it. Again, thanks to Shannon for streaming and helping us. With those people on the ground, it makes it a lot easier to be able to tell what is going on right now. There is a storm way west of Edmonton right now, but it's insignificant at this point. We'll keep an eye on it. If anything comes out of it, we'll let you guys know. So, yeah. Okay, we are, what time is it? 7:35 p.m. We just got our new scan. That storm continues to grow in southwest of Saskatoon. Let's look at our velocities. There's definitely strong rotation here, folks. Just south of Birch Lake, east of Glassland, Highway 3. You need to be in shelter and continue to be in shelter for that. Let's take a look here. We are still on Radisson on this one. Let's take a look at our velocities. There's broad rotation on this. Not saying that you don't need to be in shelter, but there is broader rotation on this near Chittick Lake and Pelican Lake area. So still stay in shelter in that orange polygon to the north, but both of these storms still concerning at this time. And we will take a look. I'm just going to look what's going on north of Cold Lake. Nothing really up there concerning. And then we just have this one storm back to the west of Edmonton. I'm just going to see what that is doing. That is moving east. So we'll have to monitor that when it comes out of the foothills to see if that's a problem. But again, we do have our little storm, which Shannon, you can see her live stream just above me here. I can switch it over to this. This is right on that storm. So you'll see that right next to Delisle on Highway 7. That's where this storm is located. So we'll see if this storm can get mature and if it will get surface based and lowering the base of the storm closer to the surface. That could be problematic. This is not the storm we wanted to see. And that's why we've been all kind of hunting around in this area, because we knew there was a possibility that one storm will get organized and go. And that's the only thing out there right now. So again, so far, nothing to worry about, but it does have our attention as always. So let me switch back to our main screen and I'll bring that up and we'll go from there. So what else? So yeah, right now, again, east of Glassland, that has produced a couple of tornadoes. It still has rotation on it. It still needs to be taken seriously. And the one to the north by Chittick Lake, I apologize. That one is still showing rotation, but it is broad. So it's not as concerning. And then obviously our third storm that we're looking at. So we'll continue to motor on here, people. Liv, yeah, she is southwest of Saskatoon. She's heading down. She's almost on that storm down by Highway 7 area. That's what she's looking at on the live stream here. So you can see that it's off to the right of the highway. And as you can see, there's a lot of daylight still left. So we'll see if the storm can really punch through that cap and get organized. That's going to be I guess the big question mark, whether this keeps going or not. But right now, that is the one that we are paying attention to outside of the two on our radar screen with the polygons that you should be in shelter with. So we'll continue to watch what Shannon sees there, and we'll see if anything comes out of it. If there's anything that happens on that storm, we will have hopefully a live stream of it at this point, you know, as long as data works and all that fun stuff. We can tell she's driving to the west at this point, so just trying to get out in front of this storm. What else? And we are monitoring all sorts of other social media as well, so holy cow, give me a sec here. I just may have gotten Rick and Sarah sending us a photo here. Let me just take a look.
Oh, 100% it is.
That. Wow. Okay, give me 1 second here, folks. Just gonna double check something here. So Rick and Sarah sending us a photo and a video from view to the northeast from Murray Lake, Cochin towards Glassland. So these were those tornadoes that were on the ground earlier. This is one of them. So let me pull it up. Thank you very much for sharing this. And I'll pull it up here and we'll share this. I'm gonna see if I can go full screen on it. Bear with me for a second. I'm gonna get this loaded up. Okay, so again, just getting that right now. Let me share it up here. This is that little tornado, obviously still very dangerous. You can see that wrapping up there. You know, this was the tornadoes out by Glassland. So that again shared with us. Really appreciate that. Going to keep an eye on the storm that Shannon is on. So again, that was from Rick and Sarah. Thank you very much. I'm going to switch back. We've just got that tornado warning from updated from Glassland area to the east of it, still saying possibly producing a tornado from Environment Canada. We do know that obviously this has had a history of producing. It did have a couple on the ground. We just got that video. Thank you very much for that. And it's basically the southern polygon at this point. I'm going to stop the cycle here on the radar. We've got Corey Penner, it looks like, and Shannon on that storm to the southwest of Saskatoon. We are still showing some strong areas of rotation, possibly 2 areas of rotation here on the storm east of Glassland. So still stay in shelter on that one. It is strong. I'm looking up here to the north by Chittick Lake. That does not look as concerning right now. Just going to switch between our radars. Doesn't have the look as far as the storm is concerned. It looks like it's kind of getting interfered with from the storm from the south, which is what usually happens. This looks like it's weakening. We are still going to say in this polygon to the north, be in shelter out of an abundance of caution. And then we're going to watch our storm out by Saskatoon just to see whether anything's going to happen. Right now, the base does not look organized, so this still looks good in the sense that it's not getting organized right now. And I'm seeing bugs. Is that bugs on this? Because that's crazy if that's the amount of bugs that are in there. Yeah, those are all bugs. Oh my God, I wouldn't be able to handle that because they like me way too much. Anyways, obviously Shannon getting a really good view here with Corey, and we'll see whether this base can get a little bit more organized. Still has some time that it needs to mature, so still not a danger. But our storms that we have on the screen here in the polygons, definitely the southern one is dangerous, and we are monitoring that one closely because it has produced a couple of tornadoes. We just showed you video of one, and also still indicating strong rotation on along Highway 3 east of Glassland. So heading kind of towards Spiritwood. If you are anywhere in this orange polygon, be in shelter, and out of an abundance of caution to the north by Chittick Lake and Pelican Lake, you need to be in shelter on this. Again, we will double check on the next scan that comes out. So right now, that's what we're calling for. And then Shannon is watching this storm southwest of Saskatoon just to see if that will mature. And that is the live stream you see above me here on there. So we'll watch it closely and see if it can get going at all. So right now, for those that don't like storms, it looks disorganized, and it does look like it's struggling a little bit. So we'll see if that's the case over the next little while, but it does look like that is struggling a little bit just looking at it at this point. So, but we still again have right now 2 hours till dark at this point. So anyways, that's basically what we've got going on right now, and lots of dynamic. This has definitely picked up at this point, and again, we're hoping that nothing happens with the storm by Saskatoon, but we have an early eye on it, and getting information out early when something goes bad. Right now, that storm is not bad. Is the key. Minutes in severe weather are a lifetime. I constantly say that. So that's why we've had our peepers or our spidey senses tingling on other stuff. So anyways, mosquitoes have got to eat too. Yeah. Not personally. They can get lost as far as I'm concerned. Anyways, let's keep an eye on this. We're going to wait for our next scan here. We're about 6 minutes into our 8-minute scan. So, and I'm just keeping up with things here. So I guarantee you Shannon is sitting in the truck because that's way too many bugs on that. So like I said, we've got a good view right now. That is great. Having eyes underneath that storm is so important. And we'll see what happens over the next few hours. So just give me one sec. And Shannon was just listening to me and she's in the truck for sure. She said 100% that she's in the truck. Anyways, okay, let's wait. We're still waiting on these storms north of North Battleford, kind of northeast at this point, east of Glassland on Highway 3, between Spiritwood and Glassland. That has produced some tornadoes. Definitely a dangerous storm. We're less concerned about the polygon to the north, but still out of an abundance of caution, calling for shelter on that storm. So that is the purpose of what we do, is narrowing down these giant red boxes that are from the system, from Environment Canada, and narrowing it down to a much more concentrated area where you know what to look for. So this makes it a little less complicated for anybody jumping in on the stream. These are moving east northeast at this point, so we just need to pay attention to them. So okay, let me just take a look here. So what time are we at here? 7:48. Oh, we just got our scan. Let me jump on it and do an analysis. Bear with me for a second. I'm going to kill off my boxes and then we'll look at those polygons again. Storm to the south, still dangerous. It's got a bit of a hook echo forming on it. So polygon in this area, you need to be in shelter. Let me go up and over. Definitely be in shelter on this southern storm. It has a hook echo trying to form, and it's also had a history of producing. There are a couple of tight couplets in here where you've got greens and reds together. This is again between Glassland and Spiritwood along Highway 3. You can see where this is, and then the storm to the north. Let me look at that. Bit of weird rotation in that area. I almost think that is noise. Let me just double check here. I'm going to continue to say shelter on this one as well. Again, out of an abundance of caution on this one. I'm still not comfortable saying it's nothing to worry about. This is through Pelican Lake, heading east, northeast at this point. So again, in this northern box, still be in shelter. We talk about basement, and if you don't have a choice of a basement, then an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And bathtub makes a good option for a little extra shelter and a small mattress or something over top of you in case the worst case scenario happens. So right now, this is our storm. Let me see what they're updating here. Okay, so they're extending the tornado warning, saying possibly producing a tornado at 7:49 p.m. Obviously, damaging winds, large hail. If you are anywhere back to the northwest, Meadow Lake, back to Highway 4, anywhere in that area, northwest, you have nothing to worry about. This is all to the southeast where these polygons are and moving east, northeast at this point. So this is going to head towards 55 if it still continues. And then we have our storm along Highway 3 between Spiritwood and Glassland. Anywhere in this orange polygon, you need to be in shelter. That has had a history of producing force, folks. So definitely be careful of this, and we definitely want to pay attention to what's going on. We have Shannon on the storm to the south of Saskatoon. That doesn't look like it's going to sustain here. It does look like a storm that's trying to die out. We'll see if that continues to be the case, but visually that does not look good as far as a storm sustaining. So we'll see if it kind of cycles or anything like that, but we've got a view on it, of course, and we will maintain that while we still can. So what else? Okay, Steph, thank you. Let me pull up here. See here, I gotta switch over. Messages, messenger. That's 6:20. That's a long time ago. Okay, just trying to find this photo that you guys sent in. Bear with me for a second. Unless it's held up somewhere, but my last message was like an hour and a half ago. So I can't find it right now. On Facebook, I believe, is where you said you sent that. So let me just see here. Okay, clouds building, shot from Trembola, Manitoba, looking east towards Dauphin. That's earlier. That is way long time ago, so that's not it. But I didn't see that shot. Anyways, I'll have to get back to it. I'm just going to get back to our storms. I appreciate you sending it in, Stefan. I hopefully will find it somewhere, unless it's in an email as well. But what else? I don't see it there as well, so I'm not sure where it is at this point. And unfortunately, I'm a one-man band right now in the studio, so I'll have to take a look after. I appreciate you sending it in. Oh, it's in the Facebook group for Canadian Weather Live alerts. That's where it is. Okay, bear with me. I might be able to get into that. Let's just take a look here. I thought it was to our page. Give me a sec. There we go. Sometimes it takes a while. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is the photo. So from Stefan, this is basically a picture of the Glassland storm looking from the east. So give me a sec. Let me share that up. Again, this is from Stefan. Really appreciate that, obviously from a distance, so we can see those updrafts and everything from there. So thank you very much for sharing that. Let me get back to these storms as well. We just got a new update, so let's take a look at our velocity scans. We're going to continue to monitor that storm that Shannon is on. There are some tight couplets down here in the south. So I'm just looking here. So still calling for shelter on this storm that is moving basically east along Highway 3. Right now still showing strong signs of rotation. Storm by Pelican Lake or Chittick Lake. That is less concerning at this point. That rotation has broadened out. So one more scan and I'll probably call that one at this point. Looking at the storm southwest of Saskatoon, that does look a little disorganized, which obviously for the city of Saskatoon, that is good. Right now, not showing anything concerning on it at this time. So let me just switch back here. And we'll take a look. Shannon is on it right now. A little bit of rain falling, obviously, right here out of that storm. But the base of it definitely looks very disorganized at this time. But that doesn't mean it can't get back to it at this point. So we still have almost 2 hours before, sunset at this time. So lots and lots of time for the surface heating and the storms to kind of sustain. So what else? Yeah, right now, just getting a question here from December saying up in Chittick Lake, like I said, we are still maintaining our polygon up in that area for this one last scan. I'm not as concerned about that rotation in the area, but if you are anywhere in this orange polygon or very close to it, be in shelter out of an abundance of caution. We are looking that possibly on the next scan that we will be able to say that it's not concerning anymore, but again, up there you need to be in shelter right now based on what we're seeing. And then obviously between Glassland and Spiritwood, anywhere in this orange polygon, be in shelter as well. So what else? Getting some comments from Robert. Also, Alberta storm has damage. So hashtag AB storm has damage picture from Tully Lake. So if you go and search that on social media, you should be able to find it as well. So again, lots going on right now. The only storms that are ongoing that are concerning, obviously, is right here in Saskatchewan. This is north of North Battleford. They're updating the tornado warning on the southern storm, so let's take a look at that. Just saying possibly producing a tornado, 7:56 p.m. Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm. No more update on that, but this is what's happening at this point. And again, that one has had a history of producing a tornado. We've even shown a video of it, so definitely needs to be taken seriously at this point. So what else? Got an image here from Kevin, except I don't know what storm this is. I'm assuming it might be the Glassland storm, but I can't tell. Let me see here. Let me pull it up. I'll share it with you guys. I believe this is going to be the Glassland storm based on what I'm seeing, but I could be wrong on this, so don't shoot me. This could also be the Saskatoon storm. If you guys send us an email, please let us know where it's from and what we're looking at. I just, unfortunately, it just says supercell, but I don't know exactly which storm it is right now. So maybe Kevin, if you're hearing me in the live stream, if you can throw me back an email, just letting me know where that is, so I can be accurate when I share it with people. So, Mini VIP Canada, are we safe in Saskatoon? You are right now. There is nothing of concern. This is a storm that is not organized at this point. It is not a mature storm, so we are watching it live. Shannon, her feed is right above me. She is on this storm. It is not concerning at this point. There is nothing happening on that storm. It is struggling to try and really get through that cap. I don't think it honestly got through there, so that's just my take on it. See here. So Stefan sending in a video here. I believe this is of the storm down by Saskatoon that's trying to get organized. It does look like that's the storm that we were just looking at. So let me share it with you. Thanks for sending that in, Stefan. So this is a video looking from south of the Glassland storm back to the south, which would be down by Saskatoon. And you can see that that is the updrafts for that storm that Shannon is on currently. So still looking a little bit disorganized at this time. But we will see whether that changes. It does look like it is struggling for the storm south or southwest of Saskatoon right now. So thank you for sharing that again. Let me just take a look here. Okay, let's jump back into this. We have a new scan here, so I'm going to take a look at our velocities. Again, to the north, Pelican Lake area, Chittick Lake, that is not concerning anymore for rotation. That has subsided. So we are going to pull off our polygon box up there. I am going to look down here to the south. Still definitely concerned about the storm here to the south between Glassland and what was it, Spiritwood? Let me just see here. Yeah, they've extended the tornado warning because of this little appendage that's back here on the south. So let's put a polygon box back in here and let's take a look at things. So out this way, up this way, back over this way. If you are anywhere in this orange box, you need to be in shelter. This storm is still exhibiting that it is strong. We are going to watch that. The storm up by Pelican Lake, and Chittick Lake we do not are not concerned with in terms of rotation. It broadened out and weakened. It still has very heavy precipitation and lightning on it, but the rotation aspect is not concerning to us on that scan. We are definitely concerned with the storm here that we've been talking about for quite some time, and we can see the storm by Saskatoon is not getting any stronger. It is actually spread out and looks to be weakening at this point, so it is struggling somewhat. It could re-intensify. We'll have to see if that's the case. So right now, just around the Saskatoon area, this is a rain shower. It doesn't even have any lightning on it, and that's one of the indicators when you're looking at storms. You can see how this has progressed, and it hasn't developed a solid base under it. It hasn't developed any lightning either, so that's why we know that one is not concerning right now as it sits. And our big storm here, again, to the east of Glassland and west of Spiritwood, that is the one that we are concerned about at this time. You can see it has produced a couple of small tornadoes. We've shown some videos on that, so that is the one to take attention to at this time. So what else? Yeah. Again, right now, no concern of this storm. It might rain in Saskatoon, but that's basically it. So let's just take a look what they're updating here on this tornado warning. Just continuing to say 8:02 p.m. Environment Canada tracking. Oh my God. This repetitive stuff is where it gets people unfortunately start ignoring these warnings because it becomes the boy who cried wolf, unfortunately. 8:02 p.m. tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. Those are the key words there. And obviously our orange polygon, if you are anywhere in that area, I probably extended it a little too far to the east. It's not as concerning that far east, but wow. Again, the orange box is where the concern is, and that narrows it down. The storm to the north is dying off at this point, so not concerning up there. So our only one orange polygon is where we recommend shelter. We did extend it a little far out. I'm going to clean that up. I'm just going to switch around here and just redo it just to be a little more precise at this point. So out like this, and then like that. So in this orange polygon, that is the area where you need to be in shelter. Still exhibiting some strong areas of rotation. It does have a little bit of an appendage off that back left side, which could be indicating trying a tornado. So again, anywhere near this box, you need to be in shelter at this point. The storm near Saskatoon is just a rain shower at this point, and barely that. We do have eyes on it, so we'll see what's going on there. So there have been a bunch of boundaries near Saskatoon and Radisson radar that we've kind of pointed out at times on the stream. You can see them flowing around here in that greenish blue area. So we'll see if one of those does anything with this storm. But right now, not concerning. This will go into Saskatoon, but it is a rain shower at this point. That is it. That is all. 8 p.m., 8:05 p.m. in Saskatchewan. Our last scan was 6 minutes ago, so we should have a new one here in about 2 minutes. It's so weird seeing 10 p.m. on my clock, but I'm 2 hours ahead of you guys. So I'm in Eastern Ontario. For those that don't know, that's where we broadcast from. So we are 2 hours ahead of you guys. Just going to watch that storm west of Edmonton that is still over Edson, and that is dying out. So that is not a concern as it's coming off the foothills. And right now we are just watching this area here north of North Battleford, northeast, and between Glassland and Spiritwood area on that 3. So oh, okay. I think I've got So this is a view. This is, again, thank you. Kevin just sent an update on that storm photo that I couldn't figure out where it was. This is south of Battlefords, looking at the Saskatoon storm. So let me share that up here. This is a view of the anvil. So that this is the anvil right here that it's extending out. So your updraft in the storm hits a kind of a plateau and then kind of spreads out. So that is the anvil at the top of it. And so a couple of photos here from that camera here. So thank you very much for sharing that. Like I said, I just wanted to make sure that I was giving the right commentary or information for that. So what else have we got here? Okay. Just checking some more stuff being sent in here. Okay. Let me download. I've got a video coming in, so bear with me for 1 sec, and then we'll update everything here and take it from there. Let's go here. Full screen on this. Yeah. So this is a view. Bear with me. This was submitted. Let's take a look. This is from Brooke. Looking from a Battleford, it looks like at the storms to the north. Let me pull that up and share that with you guys. So this is the storm looking to the north. So that would be the Glassland storm and Spiritwood. There you can see the updrafts on that back left side. So always a huge contrast. Thank you very much for sharing that. Where you see those updrafts. And then to the west, you've got nothing but sunshine. So definitely always a huge contrast with these storms as far as the darkness and the light in that regard. So let's just take a look here. This is 8:05 p.m. We're still, is this our latest scan? Give me 1 sec here. It's definitely reaching for that boundary. A bit of a notch trying to form in there too on that northern portion. See here, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, it's reaching further and further south. This is kind of stretching now, moving southeast. It has turned a little bit. So let me update our box here. We've got a little bit of motion to the southeast on this storm as it's latched to a boundary. This is the boundary down in here where you see that on the screen, and it's trying to feed off of that. So let me update our box here. That's not what I want. So again, anywhere in this area, you need to be in shelter. Right now, this storm has produced and has had a history of producing. So we are calling for shelter within our orange polygon here, and we will continue to monitor it. We've had a few tornadoes reported off of it earlier, and it does have a hook echo trying to form on this. So we'll see if that's going to wrap up or not. And there's another circulation a little bit to the north. We'll see if that tightens up. So that is our area of concern right now. Saskatoon storm, definitely not looking like anything is getting organized. It might be intensifying a little bit on this scan. Let's just take a look here. So you can see how it had a bunch of orange, or then it got a bunch of yellow, and now it's back to orange and red. So it might be cycling back up at this point. Still going to come in kind of to Saskatoon on the west side. It's just going to be rain for the most part, and nothing, it's not severe, nothing dangerous at this point. Right now, our dangerous storm is obviously up here through basically east of Glassland, west of Spiritwood, and tucked in south of Highway 3, essentially. That's where we have everything at this point. So again, we've got Shannon out there. They're updating the tornado warning. I'll get right back to that, folks. Bear with me. So they're updating every box. I'm going to wait till it stops beeping. This is like Jenga or Tetris, these boxes. They're all over the place. Okay, I think we're done now. So basically, Environment Canada tracking a storm that is possibly producing a tornado. It says it's over Belle Butte, moving east at 60 kilometers an hour. Locations in the path: Belle Butte, Spiritwood, Milford, and Bapaume or Bapaume. I hope I'm pronouncing that remotely close to accurately, and they're saying golf ball to tennis ball sized hail is falling with this storm, and it's also saying 2 tornadoes were early reported near Glassland. So again, this is a storm that has had a history and has the look and definitely needs to be paid attention to. So again, in our orange polygon here, you need to be in shelter. That is where things are at right now. So and we're going to continue to monitor stuff to the south as that storm goes into Saskatoon. It is starting to get a little bit more organized here, people. So hopefully it gets past Saskatoon before anything happens. It is right on the doorstep at this point. But it does look like it's a much more tighter storm with a base that looks to be expanding on it as well, possibly. So we'll see what Shannon sees there in a minute on the live stream. But it is going to be raining in Saskatoon as this moves northeast. It's continuing to head that way. You can see that right here. So we'll see what happens now that it's interacting with a boundary. That could kick it off. So we'll monitor that and just make sure that everything is good. And then let's take a look to the north here. Lots of hail along 943 and 946. This is northeast of Pelican Lake. Definitely some larger hail in that. That's going to be loony sized, maybe slightly larger on that in areas. So, and again, Environment Canada updated this with obviously some large hail falling with it. And we are going to monitor this as it moves eastward or a little bit southeast. It almost turned on those last few scans. So you can see how things were moving kind of a little bit east, and now it's kind of extended and going down southeast at this point. So also an indicator of this storm strengthening possibly when that happens. So so that's it. We are paying attention to these 2 areas. I'll quickly scan around to see if there's anything else that needs to be paid attention to, but I think we're just doing a Saskatchewan show at this point. Nothing down south. A lot of reflections on that radar, which is interesting. Absolutely nothing in Manitoba, and then Ontario, there's nothing. So yes, we are literally dealing with this at this point. So, crap. Let's take a look at reflectivity. What are they doing up here? 8:14 p.m. Central Standard Time. They're tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. They've updated this box here. Let me see. 8:11. That's 4 minutes ago. What radar are we on? Radisson. What does Cold Lake show? Let me see here. This just looks very broad, folks. I'm just not sold on it right now. There was some brighter winds here together right now on that scan, but that has broken up. I'm going to go with an abundance of caution just because what's been happening today, there's a lot of hail on this. The shape of the storm does not look right for kind of any kind of rotation based on what I'm seeing on the history of this, but let's do this. Let me just go back a few frames here. Okay. So we're going to add a polygon up here on 943 over to 55. This would include Big River. There is some rotation. It looks very broad on this. I'm not super concerned with it. Far more concerning is this storm to the south. But out of an abundance of caution, we're going to say that you need to be sheltered here. There is some hail embedded in that line as well. And so we're just saying that you need to be in shelter. And we're getting another warning down here to the south for the same thing here, just saying 8:16 possibly producing a tornado. Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm. We've already got our polygon out for that. We're going to wait another minute or two to see what updates here on our radar scans. And again, we are watching the storm near Saskatoon, so we're going to pay attention as that kind of goes on at this point. So again, these are our only areas right now of concern. There is nothing else going on anywhere else that is of any concern, folks. This is just the only area at this time. I know a lot of people are a little gun shy after yesterday in Saskatchewan just because of all the stuff that took place yesterday. We've got a very narrow area. Sorry. Oh, God. So I got a few questions from people about Prince Albert. Just to give you guys an idea, Prince Albert is 125 kilometers away from this storm right now. It could eventually end up there, but it is a long ways off from getting there. So we can't give you guys an exact track on it. This is moving southeast. More than likely will be impacted by the line, but how intense it is and what's going on will be still way too far out. Again, it's 125 kilometers an hour. Think about it. If you're driving 100, that's an hour and 15 minutes roughly, or an hour and 10 minutes. So still way too far out. The north here near Big River, again, that does not look like tornadic circulation or rotating circulation. Far less concerned about this. We are just putting that out there as an abundance of caution, but I am not concerned about that storm for any kind of circulation out of it. Still seeing this storm south of Highway 3. It's turned kind of southeast. It's going southeast from Glassland. And we do have some areas of rotation up by Spiritwood, and then on the southern end a little bit as well. So again, anywhere in our orange polygon, you need to be in a shelter at this point. Basement is ideal. If you don't have that as an option, then an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you can get into a bathtub for a little bit extra protection, and then put a small mattress or something over top of you for in the worst case scenario. So definitely still got this storm. It has been ongoing for quite some time. There are several areas of rotation. We even have a little bit of a notch trying to get that's in this area here, and there's rotation in that area as well. So strong inflow possibly. Let me step back there. Sorry, give me a sec. Kill that off, and we'll leave that up. So those are our two polygons. The one to the north. The one to the north is an abundance of caution. And once again, we're getting another warning box updating here. So still 8:19, possibly producing a tornado. Sorry, this now says is producing a tornado. So let me take a look. I don't know if anybody's seen anything here, but in the orange or in the red box, they are saying producing a tornado, which is the area I was just highlighting with my arrow. Environment Canada changing the wording on that warning to say that it is producing a tornado. So I'm just going to see if there's anything on social media right now. What else? There was 4-inch hail that fell southeast of Glassland, just an FYI. Seeing some photos of that. I'm not seeing any kind of tornado right now. Let me just take a look. This was 20 minutes ago. Not seeing any tornadoes, but Environment Canada is saying that there's currently a tornado in progress. So that is producing a tornado. That you can see that 8:19 p.m. And that is in the box that we are highlighted here to the south. You can see some circulation right by Spiritwood. We have no confirmation anywhere else, but obviously you need to be in shelter anywhere in our orange polygon at this time. So this is definitely escalating at this point, and we definitely need to be heeding all of these warnings and taking them seriously. So this is moving southeast at this point. We will see what the southern storm does. It looks like it's trying to peel away a little bit and turn further southeast from that northern storm. We've got about 3 minutes before that gets updated. And then we also have our storm near Saskatoon, but this is just a rainstorm at this point. There's no lightning on it. It's not doing anything. That is a weak storm at this point. So, but that can change, and that's why we're staying ahead, trying to keep an eye on it. So again, eventually this is going to make it into Shellbrook, and I can tell you how far it is from Shellbrook right now. This line still 70 kilometers away right now, folks, from Shellbrook, and then Prince Albert even further. We talked about it, about 100 and change, 110 kilometers. So still a long time before that makes it out that way. At 60 kilometers an hour, if that's how fast these are moving, that's 2 hours away from PA or Prince Albert, just to give folks an idea on that. And again, in that time frame, a lot can transpire. This can weaken. You never know. So we are going to just do it step by step and walk you through it as much as we can. Again, no other areas of concern other than what's in front of you on the screen. We are just monitoring that storm in Saskatoon area. We do have a live feed here from Shannon. She's just going through the area. So we have people right underneath that storm, just to keep things, eyes on from underneath it. So what else? Okay. Just going to play the radar here so we can all see what's going on. So we basically have 3 areas of concern, 2 areas of concern, I should say, and 1 area we are monitoring. And right now it is to the northeast of North Battleford. That storm by Glassland and Spiritwood has produced a couple of tornadoes. It does have a look on it that it's trying to produce again. It has a warning on it saying that Environment Canada says it's producing a tornado. So anywhere in that southern orange polygon, you need to be in shelter. The north polygon is out of an exercise of caution. I don't see tight rotation up there, and we've just gotten our latest scan. So let me zoom in here and take a look at what's going on. Again, right over Spiritwood, I would think there's a circulation in here, so we need to be in shelter in Spiritwood area. Definitely indicative of a tornado trying to happen there. I do not have confirmation anywhere, but based on the velocity scans and the wording from Environment Canada, that is concerning, just based on what we're seeing here right over 3 and 378, which is where Spiritwood is. And then on the southern end of the storm, there's possibility as well. So still be in shelter. Storm to the north, this is not concerning anymore. Again, that was out of an abundance of caution. That is just basically regular velocities in regards to it. So let me reset my boxes here. I'm just going to double check something. And so we'll kill that off and we'll reissue our box for the southern storm at this time. So we've got a pretty big box because we've got multiple areas where we have some possibility of rotation. So I'm going to carry it out pretty far. There you go. So this will be our polygon. It is moving again east southeast. You can see that right now, but right now where we were talking about Spiritwood, that area definitely indicative of rotation. So anywhere in our orange polygon, you need to be in shelter. Obviously further to the east here, that is way far out. That is just giving you a heads up that there's, you need to be in shelter soon. This is continuing to move east southeast. To the north, that storm is not concerning. Right over 55 here in Big River area, that is dying off at this point. And our Saskatoon storm just coming through there, this is just a rain shower, folks. It's nothing at this time. So that is just an area we are monitoring for potential that if it did get established, that could be a problematic storm. But right now, it is not doing anything. That is all. That's as simple as it can be right now. Orange polygon right to the northeast of North Battleford. You need to be paying attention in that area. We definitely look to have multiple circulations possibly. Definitely right over Spiritwood. That area is very indicative of a strong rotation, and I've drawn a large box because this is a large storm with a lot of hail in it and lots of rotation. So looking at another storm here, just seeing if there's anything going on. Okay, no, not seeing anything on social media, so we should be good. If that goes on a couple of days longer, you guys will have lured me in the storm chasing rabbit hole, and it's a deep rabbit hole, trust me. Okay, wait here. So just giving a second, I just see an update here. So 7:45. Oh, that's okay. That's old post. Somebody just posted something, but it's from 7:45 p.m., which is 45 minutes ago. Those would be the Glassland tornadoes, I would suspect. So nothing right now, but obviously a very dynamic storm system right now with these two cells stretched out from southeast or southwest to northeast, and again going through Spiritwood right now. That does have even you can see it right here, kind of a hook embedded in here, and that's where your rotation is. So if I switch back over to velocities, look at that. You can see how it's wrapping in there. Even though it's in another storm, that's very indicative of what's happening there. So that area definitely has my attention. And then back to the southwest, because it has this little appendage off the back side. This is east of Moosomin. Again, why we have such a large box, because we basically have two possible circulations in that area, and has had a history of producing. Everywhere else right now, we are not worried about. We are monitoring, but we're not concerned about them. So again, turning that temperature down a little bit, and it is heading east at this point, or southeast at this point. So waiting for another scan in about 2 minutes, and I'll update you guys from there. So Austin, yeah, hometown is Saskatoon. Right now, this is all to your north, and you have a little rain shower right over Saskatoon and the airport. I believe that's Diefenbaker. Yeah, Diefenbaker Airport. Max, there's a guy in here. I think it's Max somebody. I see too many usernames. He had the other day, we were worried about hail going through the airport. So right now, this is just rain at this point. So I've lost Shannon's stream, so I'm just going to double check if something's going on there. Maybe data down, but let me refresh it and see if I can get it to come back here. Bear with me for a second. A lot going on. Where are you? There we go. Refresh. There we go. Shannon's stream is back. Let's take a look. So the storm going through Saskatoon continues to look to be very weak at this point. Barely any rain out of it. That is not concerning. We are very concerned about these storms, again, along the area here northeast of Battleford. Just trying to look here whether there's anything trying to form on that boundary. You can see this storm has latched to the boundary and it's trying to hold on to it. I'll draw the line. This is a boundary. And why storms latch to these or try to kind of interact with them, it's an enhanced area of moisture and possibly vorticity. So that is stuff that storms like, and it's trying to latch onto it. That's why you see that southwest corner reaching out for it and just trying to hang on and feed off of it. But let's take a look here by Spirit Wood. That circulation does look a little broader. It has moved east of Spirit Wood, but again, still need to be in shelter at this time. Let's take a look at our storm to the north. Nothing to be concerned about by Big River. It's just heavy rain, lots of lightning, but no tornadic circulation that I see in that storm at this time. So again, dropping kind of southeast on this one storm cluster that is northeast of North Battleford. That is our only area that we are paying attention to. So just getting another question here. This is from Ultrasonic Bong Cleaning. Awesome. Right now, North Battleford is okay. The storm is reaching out for this boundary, but it looks to be moving east or southeast, so I don't think it's going to come into town. It would have to literally kind of pull a U-turn, and that's not very likely, so it looks like it'll miss to the east of North Battleford. Just for anybody, I know a lot of people were watching yesterday here, so it's the meat of the storm is way north of North Battleford, and I can tell you how many kilometers away it is. Right now it's about 40 kilometers where the meat of the storm is, where that bigger precipitation core is, about 42 kilometers, so still quite a distance from that. So what else? Shannon is east of Saskatoon, roughly somewhere in that area. I don't know exactly where, but they're tracking that little storm down there that we see here on radar. It's, as you can see, look at the size of this storm compared to Saskatoon, and then look at our storms to the north. You can obviously tell which storm has the potential to tornado. This one right now is just trying to exist, would be a good way to describe it. So we are just monitoring it just in case anything happens with it. But right now, these two storms, there's two updrafts in here. Those are the ones to be paying attention to. Those are the ones that right now are the most dangerous as they are ongoing at this point. So no problem, Ultrasonic. Happy to answer your question. So, right now, this is, again, I don't have all of the layouts. This we use Mapbox in the software. So Spirit Wood here, right in the center of this storm to the north, that's where this is. And then extending northeast from there. So Big River is on the northeast end of this storm right now. So it stretches from Big River back to the southwest, almost to, where would this be here? West or east of Moosomin. So that's where the very end of their southern tip is as far as this storm. So that's where this storm currently is, and moving kind of southeast at this point. So you can see how it kind of turned. It was moving east more, and then now it's turned and spread out. So it will go down that Highway 3 corridor, the northern portion of it, eventually into Shellbrook, and from Shellbrook into Prince Albert, but that's still quite a bit of time. The question will be how intense and whether there's any rotations on it. Those are going to be all the questions we have to ask. So we just can't give you any more than that at this point, because obviously storms are very dynamic, and this has changed dramatically over the last several hours. We are just crossing 6.5 hours right now on the live stream at this point. So The big storm come to Saskatoon? No, this is right now. It doesn't look like that. It would have to continue turning and going south. Right now, it is moving east, southeast, so it would head far north of Saskatoon at this time. And she's saying that the storm by Saskatoon is dead at this time. So I'm just going to chat with her quickly there. Oh, I didn't even see I had a comment from Mark here. Sorry, Mark, if you're listening, I didn't catch that comment. Yeah, I did see the circulation over Spiritwood. Mark's a really good forecaster and chaser. So let's take a look. Here's our update on our storms. The one by Saskatoon again has died. It's inconsequential at this point. We are just concentrating on this one cluster here at this time. So let's take a look. Rotation does look to have broadened out, but out of an abundance of caution, we are still going to say that you need to be in shelter. The southwest corner of this storm does not want to let go of the boundary. That's kind of why it's got that appendage out the back side of it. But I'm not seeing any really tight rotation in there. I'm just looking at this. There's a lot of stuff going on there, but the rotation that was near Spiritwood a couple frames ago, we can take a look at that. You can see right here there was like a bit of a circulation west of Spiritwood over Spiritwood, and now has moved east, is breaking up a little bit and broadening out, so a little less concerning at this time. The rest of it does not look as concerning either. Still a very strong storm, folks. Lots of precipitation in this, decent amount of wind, so going to be windy, and is moving east southeast at this point. The storm to the north has kind of broken off over Deep River. Ultrasonic, thank you for becoming a member of the Sunshine Club. I really appreciate that. So let me just take a look here. This is just a basically a severe thunderstorm at this point. No rotation that's concerning in it. Does have a little bit of hail right over Big River. This is going to be grapes or smaller, most likely. Lots of lightning and some wind in that as well. So that's what's going on with our three kind of, I'm going to say one storm to the north, and then these two are kind of fighting each other at this point. We still have lots of hail in it here where you see all that pink. And so that's been tucked into that storm north of 378. It says Moosomin 112G on my map. Hopefully that means something to you folks. That is where all this hail is located and continues to move east southeast at this point. So and our storm by Saskatoon is dead, and you can see that is very clear by Martinsville. That is just yellow and green, which is basically a garden shower. Your lawn sprinkler can put out more rain than that. So nothing concerning there. So we are narrowing our field as far as where we have to concentrate on. I'm just looking up here to the north. There's a lot of hail. This is interesting. There's a lot of hail here up by Ile à la Crosse. And that is a decent amount of hail. This is what else? Jans Bay. It has moved through Cole Bay. Let me just see here. Yeah, we've got hail over 155. That is going to be loony or smaller hail, and that is continuing to move east, northeast, and getting out of radar range. We have nothing further up that way, so that'll make it very difficult to track that stuff up there. And right now we are waiting for another 2 to 3 minutes for this to update for our storms back here north of North Battleford. Is this storm going to hit Blaine Lake? Well, give me a sec. I don't know where Blaine Lake is right now. 1 second. I'll see if I can find it. If I could spell it right, that would help. It could come down there. It's still, you're just on the edge of our polygon box. So again, definitely you need to be paying attention to it. This has turned southeast. So it is very possible that it does end up in the Blaine Lake area. We will continue to watch this as it updates here. It does look like it's slowed down somewhat. So that is good news, but still very, very strong storm. Lots of hail, lots of rain and wind in it. We did have a couple of circulations in the area. It did produce tornadoes near Glassland, and so obviously with a storm that has a history of producing, we are going to stay overly cautious with it at this point. So if you guys follow, Rosthern is southeast of this as well, so it's very possible that it comes down to there. Still far away from there, folks. Lots of time left for this to die off, change direction, or even intensify. Rosthern is 100 kilometers away from there, guys, so still a long ways off. You guys going to have to just stay here and pay attention, watching the stream just to see where this moves, because again, I'm not going to make guesses at 100 kilometers out where this storm is headed, because that's more than often going to be wrong, and I don't want to do that and give incorrect information. But you can see how this is marching. So this will, if it sustains and it doesn't die off, it's heading down towards Blaine Lake, and then what is this, Shellbrook, and possibly eventually into Prince Albert. But I think the weaker part of the storm might catch Prince Albert, Duck Lake eventually. But again, that is a long ways off. Not sure whether it's going to make it down there. So, Big River to the north, I think you're okay now. That is a strong storm in terms of precipitation. I wouldn't be outside, but there was no rotation on that. That was concerning. This is just very heavy rainfall on 55 and Big River. Maybe a little bit of hail in that, grape size. Or a little bit larger, and it is moving off, and after that you are done. All the storms are outside of your area. So what have they done here? They've updated a box saying 8:42 p.m. tracking a severe thunderstorm that possibly is producing a tornado. That is an orange box for part of the warnings that they've put out. I think they shrunk it back, but again, our big orange polygon is just out of an abundance of caution. Our storm right now tucked into this area south east of Glassland, southwest of Spiritwood. So that is where the biggest concentration of hail is, and there's some winds embedded in this as well. So just keeping an eye on this and being overly cautious just because of the history of this storm. No problem. Happy to help answer questions as much as I can. Whoops, that's not what I was looking for. That looks like a very large fish in your photo, by the way. Anyways, glad I could help you out, Richard. Susan just saying that North Battleford has finger greenish clouds, and that's going to be from this boundary that the storm is trying to feed off of. It's dragging that boundary south. You can very clearly see that. So that boundary is just going to be wind again with some moisture and vorticity, but it's moved through. Nothing to be concerned about. And it's the storm to the north just trying to feed off of that and kind of establish itself, but it's struggling to do so. If that boundary was orientated 180 degrees, or sorry, 90 degrees, I should say, from where it is right now, and you twisted it back to the north, that would be bad news, because then that storm would just feed off of it like a little conveyor belt. But right now it's crossing over that boundary, so it's struggling to latch to it. That's what's going on. What else? No. Oh, yeah. So they're just updating tornado warnings all throughout here. Again, 8:44, tracking a thunderstorm that is producing a tornado. That sometimes they forget to change the wording. I've seen that over the last 10 to 12 days where something has a tornado, they change the wording and then they forget to change it back. I don't see anything in here right now, but let me double check on social media and other sources. But I'm skeptical of that rotation. So let me see here. It's 10 minutes ago. No, I'm not seeing anything else. So again, right now, anywhere in this orange box, folks, you need to be in shelter just because this is a strong dynamic storm and it is continuing to produce. Give me a second here. Just getting a post sent to me. So what's going here? Okay, so we're still sticking with this orange polygon. That is the area that you need to be in shelter out of an abundance of caution. Again, very dynamic storm. So it's definitely what we are paying attention to at this point. There's nothing else really of any major concern. Stronger storm to the north, but that is just a severe thunderstorm at this point. And obviously packing some small hail in it with heavy precipitation. But these two kind of updrafts are the ones that we are paying attention to across Highway 3, extending northeast from North Battleford area and west of Shellbrook. So that's the area to pay attention to. Oh, I think you said St. Albert, Saskatchewan, but I think you mean Prince Albert. There is a severe warning out here to the east. Let me see what radar is close. These are they just stationary? I'm just going to check here. Producing wind gusts loony to ping pong ball sized hail. I'm just going to see if these are sitting there and they're warned for rain. No, these are warned right now. Right now, they don't look to be producing hail, but maybe over the next scan or two. But this is, well, it literally just popped on the screen. So there's a bit of hail in this to the east of Prince Albert. One storm producing some hail on that. That's why they've severe warned it. Let's take a look at our scans. For our storms here that have northeast of Battleford. Again, for the most part, this does look like things are subsiding at this point, but it's definitely a struggle when you've got all this radar noise. What I call radar noise is this Christmas confetti stuff in here, folks. When you're looking for red and greens next to each other, that definitely makes it difficult, or challenging would be a good word for it. But right now, feeling pretty good about this storm, about rotation. Still very strong in terms of hail, precip, and some winds in it, but does look like it's transitioning away from, being going to outflow dominant possibly at this point, and the northern end of it looks to be dying off as well, so that's a good sign, and we'll take it from there. But we do have some storms popping out in front of it, so quickly the gap has been closed. When you have storms that pop out ahead of it, you can see how close these are to Prince Albert. I'm going to show you how these are moving so you understand. They just severe warned them. They just exploded in the last 2 or 3 frames, so don't think we even have a direction of travel. A little bit northeast, it looks like. Yeah, these are moving northeast. You can see that on the last scan. So some of these may get into Prince Albert much sooner. The big storm back to the west still ongoing as well. So yes, Alec, this is our problem with our tornado warning box, or sorry, our warning and watch boxes. They follow imaginary lines like townships and county lines, that kind of stuff. We do not currently use storm-based warning. They've been promising to get to that for years. This is why I'm drawing my own polygons in here as to kind of narrow things down so people understand where to look rather than having to search through a massive box. And I think that what you're commenting about the Great Lakes storm was Lake Erie, and they literally warned 360 kilometers across that lake for a tornado warned storm that was 2 or 3 kilometers wide. So yeah, it's one of the biggest frustrations I've had with obviously trying to get our tornado warnings to work and getting the information properly to there. So. Yeah, and see, people are saying this is the problem. This repetitive tornado warning a box, continuously repeating these warnings that go out. People start to ignore them because it's the boy who cried wolf, and that's one of my other problems with it, that people just start ignoring it, and that's the worst thing that you can have. So another update here, 8:50 p.m., possibly producing a tornado. Same thing, and the storm to the north. They keep the wording in there that is producing a tornado. Nothing on this at the north looks like it's producing a tornado. I'm going to argue this one at this point, not seeing anything on social media, but let me double check so I don't stick my foot in my mouth. So give me 1 second here. Where are we right now? I'm just looking for this southern storm. I'm seeing a couple things. 1 sec. There we go. Where is this? Yes, so this southern storm definitely looks like it's possibly trying to produce a tornado right now. So let's adjust our box here. The northern part, I'm not as concerned about it. Give me 1 second, just seeing some stuff on social media. So let's adjust our box and draw this out right now. So this would be the box. If you're anywhere in here, you need to be in shelter. We are confirming that there is. We have a couple of videos here of a tornado that is ongoing. It is a smaller one, but again, those still can cause serious damage. So size does not matter. If you are anywhere in this orange box, you need to be in shelter. It is back to the left corner right now. So we are doing this out of an abundance of caution for the size, just because this storm has continually tried to produce stuff. So this is right now, I'm seeing, like I said, I'm seeing this video right now of tornado trying to get, it's not fully condensed to the ground, but there is rotation, it looks like, on the surface in some of these. So we need to be paying attention to it right now. And I'm going to check another area. Bear with me. Yeah, it's all in this area. So this southern tip, which is interacting with that boundary, that is the area that's trying to draw in that moisture. So northeast of North Battleford right now, tornado ongoing. So you need to be in shelter. Obviously, basement is ideal. They're rewarning. Let me just see here. So they are rewarning the tornado up to the north that's saying possibly producing a tornado 8:53 p.m. This would be by Big River. Let me look at rotation in this. Again, I hate arguing about this, but let me see here. This is getting very far away from the radar. Here's the problem. We're 8,000 feet off the ground, so you're probably closing in on 2.5 kilometers above the surface. Let me see here. This storm, let me see 1 second, picked up a little bit of intensity, but again, I'm not quite seeing the rotation on this, but we're going to say out of an abundance of caution, put a polygon out here. If you are up here to the east of Big River, that is a storm that they have just tornado warned. It is definitely high off the ground, but let's take a look here back to the south. I'm going to just see where we've got our rotational area. And again, we are seeing some tornadoes on social media. I'm going to keep checking here. So Heatherly, it looks like there's a bit of damage in that area. I'm seeing a post here right now. And then the southern tornado looks to have roped out, but we are still going to tell you to be in shelter at this point on the southern west portion of this box or polygon. 378 down here to the south, that is where our rotation was. It looks like it's dying out, but again, it could produce while it cycles or after it cycles. So please still stay in shelter here. I'm going to adjust this box on the next scan, but right by 378, moving southeast from there is where we have our they've reduced the size of the box again. So they're saying 8:56 p.m. That is producing a tornado. So they have updated the wording for this and shrunk the box down. Let me just take a look what is around here. I don't, so north of Whitco, kind of northeast of there, 378 again. That's the road out there. This is where that tornado was located. We do have it lifting, but that does not mean it can't come back down again. And you can see the motion on this. This is moving southeast at this time. So we are going to have to pay attention to that area. And then let's take a look. Storms south of Prince Albert have some hail on them. Let me see. Oops, that is the wrong button. Switch over to velocity. Switch over to reflectivity. So those have hail, heavy rain on them. So kind of pop-up storms that are now severe warned. And let's just take a look down to the south here. A little storm trying to get going here by Regina, southwest of there. Let's just see. Right now, those are just little blips at this point. This is southwest of Moose Jaw. We will monitor that to see what's going on. But currently, our area of concern is obviously to the northeast of Battleford, way north of Saskatoon. And we do have some storms south of Prince Albert and Shellbrook right now. So a lot going on here. But the one that is tornado warned would be down here to the south that has had a tornado on it. What else? Okay. Okay. So one other, I'm just moderators had some questions, and then we have tornado warning up here. We do have an orange polygon out of here for an abundance of caution. I do not see this being concerning at this time, but with everything that's going on this afternoon, we are going to put up this polygon against out of an abundance of caution just to be safe. And again, in that area, recommending shelter. So we have two areas right now where we are recommending shelter with those orange polygons essentially. So it's crazy, and I haven't had a chance to look as far as comments, folks. I see Helix is here from Australia. Awesome to see. But here we go. They're extending the box. They have shot the box south here. You can see that. So now we have a T, and that's because the storm is moving southeast. So that's what they're updating on the box, and that sends a warning back out to everybody involved. So just saying that tracking a severe thunderstorm that is producing a tornado. I am monitoring more social media just to see if there's anything. Haven't seen anything 4 to 5 minutes for now, so that is a good sign. Usually if we have anything ongoing, there's multiple reports of it, even in remote areas. So we'll continue to watch that and go from there. So that's mute it. Okay. We are 9 p.m. Saskatchewan time. We are probably about 45 minutes from sunset. This is a satellite view, and you can see how it's starting to get dark. So once that darkness hits, hopefully that's going to weaken these storms. It did that yesterday, it was yesterday. And by 10 p.m., things started to taper off. So sunset about, not 10 p.m., sorry, it was after 10 p.m. that things started to taper off. So if sunset's at like 9:40, somewhere in that neighborhood, we will start to see things hopefully weaken at that point. These are moving eastward. They might get into Melfort, but we have storms that are popping out ahead of it at this point. So still a lot going on at this point. Back to the west, all the warnings and watches are basically dropped. I believe this one, no, they still have a severe warning west of Edmonton for this little tiny storm. That once it comes off the foothills should probably die. And all we're doing is concentrating on our area here north of Saskatoon at this point. Obviously, to the left here, our big orange polygon with this big strong storm that has produced multiple tornadoes over its lifetime for the last several hours and continues to do so. That is the one we are paying attention to. So, and what else have we got going on here? Okay. So you can see how storms are unfolding here. We have a huge line of storms firing near Prince Albert, kind of to the south of there in front of this line as it's moving out eastward. We're going to see what happens with those. And you can see that the storm back to the west is starting to weaken on the last few scans. It's still very strong, but it is exhibiting signs that it is weakening a little bit, which is always good. So we will continue to monitor it here. Our last scan just now, 8:59, I believe. So let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at our velocities. Still some strong winds in there on the southern end. So we're still going to continue to say take shelter at this point because this storm has cycled before, meaning getting weak and then picking back up again. Not seeing anything on the ground from anything right now on social media right now. And storms basically around Prince Albert getting their act together. These are picking up in intensity for hail, heavy precipitation, rotation, not concerning at this time, but moving around the Prince Albert area south of Shellbrook and moving from there. So still a lot possible to happen this evening, and we'll monitor it. You can see how these kind of exploded right here. Very dynamic. Right north of Duck Lake, you can see that little bean pop, and look at the size of it now. It's huge. So these are concerning as far as the storms that are out front of the storm to the west. Those are getting intense very quickly. You saw that rapid development. So that would be concerning as far as that goes. And then southwest of Moose Jaw, Little Bean right now, that is not getting organized right now. So that is okay. So we're going to just concentrate up here and watch what happens as the rest of these storms continue to move through and head eastward from there. So, okay. Absolutely, Christopher. Thanks for tuning in. And it's definitely been a long couple weeks for us, whether we've been out west or east covering severe weather. We have definitely been alert filled, that is for sure. Just been going on like crazy. So, like I said, we're watching all these storms. If you're in the live stream, Prince Albert area, Shellbrook south of there, these storms have just fired over the last few scans and have had some explosive intensification, so those need to be paid attention to. They look to be moving northeast, so around Birch Hills, between Prince Albert and Birch Hills, that these storms are coming, and they are getting big. We are watching the storm back to the west. It does look like it's weakening, and I'll show you why I feel that way. You can see here how everything is kind of organized in a line. That northern storm breaks off, and then the southern storms, you're starting to see a break in between them to the north on 3. So that is a good sign. It still doesn't mean the southern storm is going to die off, but there is some weakening showing in portions of those storms. So again, we have 2 polygons here, one to the south that has produced tornadoes repetitively over its life cycle, and then we have one here east of Big River on 55. We have put that polygon out of an abundance of caution, not seeing any rotation in there that is concerning right now over the last few scans actually, but we've done that just because of the history of the area here. So 1 minute till our next scan update, and we'll change our boxes out and get everything kind of cleaned up and just kind of go over and assess everything that's happening. So we should see something here shortly. 1 minute. I need another. I'm going to have to grab another water. There we go. We are up to date right now, so let's take a look at all this. Storms just south of Prince Albert, definitely getting very strong very quickly, folks, so pay attention out in that area. Looking at my velocity scans. Let me kill my boxes and reset them. So right now, let me update this. Drag this up a little bit and I'll finish that off. I'm not an artist, folks, so bear with me. So anywhere in this orange box down to the south, still maintain shelter. This again has had a history of producing. It does look like it's losing the intensity as far as rotation is concerned, but we're going to stick with it right now. And now we're going to take a look at our storm to the north. We are now reading, we're starting to get to the edge where the radar can read. You can see that here, that round edge to the northeast of all these storms. Currently, the Big River storm is reading 3 kilometers up. So obviously quite high up on that storm because of the curvature of the earth. This is 9,000 feet up basically. So I'm not seeing anything on this storm concerning for tight rotation couplet or anything like that. So that one has moved on, no longer a concern as far as tornado. And then we have all of this cluster that just popped in the last few scans here by Shellbrook. You can see that started at 8:41. That is only 25 minutes ago, and these have exploded and they've lined out. So you've got a bunch of storms in a line. This is coming into Prince Albert. There's going to be hail on this. There's some wind associated with it. Heavy rain, lots of lightning, and they've gone all the way to kind of Nipawin. That is what is unfolding right now. So the cluster of storms that we see around Prince Albert definitely getting very intense quickly. Our one storm that is northeast of North Battleford, and it again, we are just putting this box out here for the polygon in orange for the history on this storm. It has produced some tornadoes quickly. Luckily, they haven't lasted for long, but let me just take a look. I'm just searching some more social media. And now they've put a massive severe warning box out for all this line that exploded here to the north of Saskatoon, northeast around Prince Albert area and that Highway 3 corridor. So again, lots of rain, lots of hail, lots of wind and lightning. So these have gotten intense very quickly, folks. So we still need to monitor those. It is only 9:09 p.m. Saskatchewan time at this point. So let me just take a look here. Yeah, I'm comfortable with that box. So right now, the only thing on this storm east of Big River is there's a bunch of hail in it, but by the time it falls from 3 kilometers up, this will probably be pea-sized, maybe smaller at this point. They've still haven't expired that tornado warning up there with the storm. They just did as I spoke about it. So that tornado warning to the north here, this is through Big River. That is an expired tornado warning. That's why that just went off. And we'll continue to monitor this stuff to the south and Prince Albert. So my focus right now is the storm northeast of North Battleford and this line that has exploded south of Shellbrook, Prince Albert. That is just rapid intensification at this point. So that can be worrisome. So we'll have to see what's going on there. The stuff by south by Moose Jaw, not concerning. That's just a rainstorm at this point. So we still do have some daylight, again, 9:10 p.m., but we are starting to lose the daylight, as you can see here on satellite imagery. So that is possibly a good sign. Usually in Canada, when we lose the sun, which is diurnal heating, it does help to weaken the storms, and they can't sustain as easily. So that does contribute to it. So I'm going to grab a water. I'll be right back here. Drop it first, but give me a sec. Stretch my legs a little. On chair, move. Spears is in a tornado warning for the second day in a row. Yeah, they actually, yes, they dropped that box because Spears should be right down here somewhere. That's Richard. There's Spears. It is to your north quite a bit. I can tell you that. Spears definitely. Yesterday, lots of damage I saw in through town. It is 30 kilometers to the northwest. Hopefully, it does weaken. And like I said, I'm seeing that sign, but again, it can re-intensify. So this area yesterday, we had the tornado warning start between Cutknife and Sweetgrass, and the storm continued east and southeast for 9 hours, I want to say. So it was tornado warning palooza yesterday in Saskatchewan. We are right now 7 hours on the live stream here, folks. So definitely a long day, but we're staying ahead of it. We've been on it, and I'm going to see, I've got a few notifications here. Okay, perfect. We're still good there. Thank you to everybody who has subscribed to the channel today, or anybody who's become a member of the Sunshine Club. Thank you very much for the support. Also for any donations. Connor and I really appreciate it. Once we get some time to not be on the live stream, we're going to try and make some improvements for everything. We're constantly improving things. So again, appreciate everybody's help with all of this. Definitely has been awesome to see all the support that we've seen on the platform. So again, we're only 1 year old, folks. Both of us have 12 years of storm chasing experience each. I've done most of my storm chasing in the U.S., seen close to 100 tornadoes over that time. Some pretty crazy stuff. And now I'm behind the desk warning people. So what time is it? 9:11. 9:11. Interesting. Just looking at my velocities here. Still latched to that boundary. This storm doesn't want to give up right now. So again, we're going to maintain our warning box here with the orange polygon. And we would recommend that you are in shelter for that. These storms are coming into Prince Albert now. Lots of rain, possibly hail here. We're definitely getting some strong markers for hail. So maybe grape size or slightly larger. So yeah, it's definitely Lots going out, and do give people a heads up in Prince Albert, obviously a larger community. They are now, what are they doing here? They're updating the T, as I'm going to call that the T warning box for tornadoes. So 9:13 p.m., tracking a severe thunderstorm that's possibly producing a tornado, being the key word, possibly. Again, orange polygon, that is our area where we should be concerned about being in shelter. The line that is severe, stretching kind of just south of Prince Albert, but it is coming into there. Very heavy rain on the south side. There is some hail associated with this as well. Let me see what height we're at here. We're only 3,000 feet off the ground. That's 2 kilometers. So again, you're probably grape-sized hail, maybe slightly larger, but this got going very, very quickly. As I've mentioned here, you can see there was nothing here. And then boom, we've had this just explosive line of storms. So those are going to move northeast. They're going to go to the north of Melfort. And we do need to see what this storm out back of this is going to do. And once that sun really goes down, that's the other thing when it goes over the horizon. Let's take a look. I'm gonna check something here. Use one of my apps. Sunsets at 9:35 p.m. in North Battleford, so it'll be a little bit earlier to the east. So we are about 20 minutes away from sunset, and then probably another 20 to 25 minutes till full darkness. And after that, we should hopefully see storms start to weaken, but that may not be the case. So we will continue on this at this point. So what else have we got here? Halo saying, guess the cap broke here with that explosive initiation on these storms. That would definitely be my take as well, because those just absolutely blew up out of nowhere right in front of this storm. And that forcing from the storms moving eastward may have been enough to push them through that, but definitely explosive initiation in that area. Just watching this little bean down by Moose Jaw, this is struggling. You can see that that's been there for numerous scans, barely getting anywhere. Up here, we went from no storms to a line in a very short amount of time. What time was it? 6 minutes into our 8-minute cycle at this point. So, yeah, I agree with this. That storm waddling in the rain west of Edmonton was basically coming off the foothills, and they usually die off. I'll take a look at it later, but right now that one is minor compared to everything that's going on here at this point. So I live here on the southwest coast of BC, finally forecast to get some showers tonight. Is there a chance of convective activity with this system? I honestly have not looked that far west into BC, so I don't want to speak incorrectly at this time, and I obviously can't do it on the live stream while we've got this kind of stuff going on. If it was quiet, I definitely would try and have a look at it for you. But if they're forecasting it, hopefully, they're accurate, and you're going to get some rain out of that system. What else is going on here? PA going to get pounded. Prince Albert, yes. Yeah, I always have to remember all the short forms that everybody has. So getting comments of pea-sized hail in Prince Albert. Thank you for that, Dave. That's what I kind of figured with this. So thankfully that is a little bit smaller. I was thinking maybe grapes, but pea size is good. This is our latest scan. Let's just take a look at winds here. There's some stronger winds to the south of Prince Albert right now, just with this explosive line going up. So west of Birch Hills, just be prepared that it is going to be windy. Let's take a look at our tornado warned storm back here. A lot of noise in this storm, which we, like I said, this Christmas confetti stuff going on. let me see here. I'm just going to play this back and see if I can pick up on any anomalies. There's still a small rotational area, but it looks like it's out front of the storm. Yeah, it is definitely out front of the storm. We're still going to say take shelter here. I'm going to change the box, though, move it out. I just want to see what is happening down here. Just so many areas where we have possibility of rotation, especially with how this is unfolded. So just bear with me for a second. So we're going to do this and then kind of down in that area, a little bit higher, and then we'll go here. So just kind of tucked back in here. That would be our box for shelter at this point on that storm. Again, our orange polygon would be the area to be concerned about. Looking way north, the storm that is now east of Big River that kind of broke off from our initial storm that we were just talking about is dying off. That is just a minor storm. We still have over Prince Albert National Park. That is a heavy rainmaker at this point. We are now, let's see how far away from, or how high up. We're at 9,500 feet above the surface. That's well over 3 kilometers. So this hail that's indicated here will most likely melt by the time it gets to the surface, which is when it's dropping through those warmer air masses, maybe pea-sized hail at most. And then let's take a look at through Prince Albert here and southwest, basically some stronger winds in that area. And we do have a line of intense precipitation we did hear about pea-sized hail in Prince Albert, but south of there's a little bit more. So I would not be surprised to hear about grapes. And that continues from southwest to northeast as this line continues to move northeast into that area. So that is basically where we're at this point. Nothing around Saskatoon, but this storm does slowly continue to drop southeast, and it is interacting with this boundary. Like I said, it's been doing that for the last several hours. And this is that boundary that it's latched onto. You can see that feeding right into that storm, or the storm reaching out for it, basically. So let's just take a look here, what they're updating. Tornado warning saying that is possibly producing a tornado. Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm. So that is good news that it's possibly producing. Let's just take a look at social media. I'm going to see if there's anything else in there that would be... let's take a look. There is a scary looking cloud under this storm by Prince Albert, so I'm going to monitor that as well. I'm just checking a couple of things here. So, okay, that's where those strong winds are. Right tucked in on this notch on Highway 11, there was a funnel reported right in here where we've got all these bright pinks and some greens in there. This is southwest of Prince Albert. There was a funnel, nothing reported on the ground yet, but that is obviously something that's attempting to happen. So I'm just watching it here with the photos that I can't share them with you folks because we don't have permission from the owner, but I'm watching them to just get a view underneath that storm. So it's still attempting to do stuff with that explosive initiation. So we are watching that closely right now at this point. So hopefully nothing comes out of it, but that was just updated seconds ago. Within the last minute. So still lots of areas to be concerned about, folks, and we'll update you as quickly and as accurately as possible right now. So you can see what's going on here. Orange box, that is our polygon for being in shelter just with this storm that has been there all afternoon. And then this line that exploded out in front of it heading kind of northeast at this point. So what else? Okay, right now, watching the stuff here. Obviously, the line that exploded continues to have initiation back to the southwest, and I'll show you what I mean by Blaine Lake. Storms are firing right over that area. Right now, those are non-severe at this point. They're just heavy rainmakers, but they are getting active very quickly. You can see that. They pop right over Blaine Lake and immediately have signatures on radar. There's another one here by Waldheim. That storm is going to start getting organized, and they have tornado warned this around the Prince Albert area because of what we were seeing on social media and that rotation in that area as well. So bear with me, folks. Let's pull this up. We are going to recommend, I just got to figure out how this is tracking because the lines sometimes are a little bit hard to track. Yeah, see that just jotted southeast. So in Prince Albert, I'm amazed that they cut off the area for rotation there. In terms of the tornado warning, that seems bizarre. Let's just take a look here. So we are going to say if you are anywhere in this box right now, you need to be in shelter as well. That was trying to produce, based on what I saw on social media, based on also on the reflectivity and velocity scans on this storm. So nothing posted yet in terms of anything down, but again, oh my God, they're tornado warning back by Duck Lake. Holy cow. This is getting crazy very quickly. This is the stuff we were talking about, folks. If storms can get through that cap, let me just see here. I'm just going to read what they're putting out. I see the area of rotation. Bear with me. Saying tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail. So we have several areas of rotation. Bear with me. Right now, another polygon out in this general direction, and you can see how they're following each other. There's kind of a line that's happened. Look at all these lines flashing just with all the updates that are going on, folks. So right now, things are getting very dynamic. If you are in the Prince Albert area, you need to be in shelter. There is a rotation signature near you just to the south, and then we have another one trying to form back to the south of Shellbrook. So those two orange polygons, you need to be in shelter, and one back here to the southwest as well. That has had a history in the past of producing. Right now, not looking as concerning on that, but definitely got lots of stuff going down as far as that's concerned. Let me just check on a couple of things here in my chats. Dear Lord. Okay, let's see what they're updating. This is north of Duck Lake. So if you're coming in here and it's to do with Duck Lake at about 20 kilometers. So they're tracking a severe thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado about 20 kilometers northeast of Fort Carlton Provincial Park. And it says moving east at 40 kilometers an hour. That's the warning from Environment Canada. And that would be up in this area right here. So again, where our polygon is, we need to be in shelter out of an abundance of caution with how crazy things are getting right now. So let me just see here. We're monitoring a whole bunch of different things. So again, in Prince Albert, we are recommending that you are in shelter just with how this has been trying to get going and organized. I'm continuing to monitor some of the social media. Oh, wait. New wall cloud forming 1 minute ago for the cell south of Prince Albert. I can see that. This is insane. Okay, so again, in Prince Albert, out of you definitely need to be in shelter. There is a storm trying to produce a tornado right now. It is not on the ground currently, but it has made a couple of attempts. South of Shellbrook here through Nisbet Provincial Forest at 692 in this orange polygon. I'm just trying to see if there's any other towns that I can pick up here. Wingard, it is northeast and north of Wingard where we're talking about. And then we have our tornado warning box being shrunk back. What are they doing here? So possibly producing a tornado. About 20 kilometers southeast of Rabbit Lake. Golf ball to tennis ball sized hail is falling with this storm, moving southeast at 45 kilometers an hour. Locations in the path: Mullinger, Mayfair, Altacane, Keatley, and Hafford. It is Hafford. So again, our box is roughly in the right area at this time. And you should be in shelter in any of these orange polygons right now with everything that is unfolding at this time. Again, around the Prince Albert area, we've had views of funnels and also wall clouds and trying to get down to the surface. So we do have strong winds in there. And we need to take it seriously. So remain shelter in all of these 3 polygons. Some of them are less concerning than others, but with how explosive it's been, we definitely want to pay attention to it. So we do have these 3 storms kind of north of Saskatoon area. That's kind of a rough idea, right around Prince Albert. So what else is going on here? Yes, this definitely got going way too quickly, and that's what we were worried about, if some of these storms could bust through the cap. Right now, we do not have a confirmation of a tornado, but we've had a funnel 3/4 of the way down to the surface. You need to be in shelter. We don't have any confirmation right now, but again, be in shelter if you are anywhere in Prince Albert in this orange polygon. That is the area to take shelter. And then back to the southwest, we have another orange polygon. And again, this is near Nisbet Provincial Forest, southeast and south of Shellbrook. This is all moving northeast right now for the line. The storms back to the west are dropping southeast, and they're going to smash into Blaine Lake area soon with this storm. So I'm curious what happens there, because that seems to be the initiating point right near Blaine Lake area. So it's going to be a difficult situation going on here. So if you are anywhere in these storms, right now the storm moving southeast is going to be coming through Blaine Lake, probably Hafford, Waldheim, Hague, Rossern, Duck Lake, in those areas. So obviously be prepared in those areas. There's still a bit of a ways away, but you can see how this is tracking, folks. You got to understand where you are on the map and look at it closely so that you know where you are and what's moving in your direction. I can only warn people so much. At some point, you guys have to know where you are in relation to these storms and their motion at this time. So it's a lot going on right now. Okay. Moderator's just trying to monitor. Moderator is trying to monitor a few things, so we're just teaming up here. Again, I don't even know if I think Melissa's no longer. I don't know. Maybe Melissa is here, but it's definitely a very busy night right now. So they're updating the severe thunderstorm warning for this line as well. We have 2 tornado warned polygons in that line, and you can see how they're moving northeast, folks. Going through the Prince Albert area, it's going to be very stormy because there are storms back to the southwest that are just going to continue plowing into Prince Albert. Some of them do have circulation. So again, I would be in my shelter at this point because we have multiple areas of circulation with this line that has developed. They are strong storms, lots of wind, a ton of rain, and tons of lightning on that. You can see how berserk that has gone over the last short little while. So that is indicative of an area that you need to worry about. So it's definitely going to be this thing going on here. So again, folks, this is where we've got everything going on the live stream, and we are watching storms back to the west dropping southeast, and then storms firing by Blaine Lake heading northeast. Obviously your line of the big blob on the left hand side, which is a big storm dropping southeast, is just going to plow through that area unless something suddenly stops it. I'm not sure what will happen when it gets near Blaine Lake, because those storms are firing and initiating in that area, and then we'll have a collision. So definitely one of those things that we're not sure what's going to happen, but assume that this is going to continue southeast, and those storms are going to continue northeast at this point. So What else? Yeah, well, Daza, yeah, the problem is, again, we were waiting for that cap to break, and obviously that's the situation that's taken place with these storms around Prince Albert. Again, we have several areas where you need to be in shelter at this point. We are 9:29 p.m., so we are 6 minutes into our 8-minute cycle. So around Prince Albert, be in shelter. There is a lot of rotation in there, a lot of precipitation, hail, wind, rain, lightning, all of the stuff is going on. And then southeast of Shellbrook in the again, Nisbet Provincial Forest, that area is concerning for rotation. I don't see any other. Wingard, again, is the only little town that I'm seeing here labeled on this. This is to the northeast of it at this time, and this is all firing kind of off of Blaine Lake, moving northeast. And then we are monitoring our storm coming down to Hafford along 40, and then we'll be continuing southeast into Waldheim, and we'll see where it goes from there. So right now, hoping that when the sun really sets here in about 10 minutes, oh, actually it's setting right now, I believe. So hopefully with the darkness, we're going to start losing energy on these storms, and they hopefully will weaken, but that is a big, keep your fingers crossed. So Daza, yeah, definitely, if you are anywhere in these orange polygons, you need to be in shelter out of an abundance of caution. Let's take a look. Oof. Right now, you can see greens and pinks right down here in this area. So let me just take a look. That is feeding into that storm. These are very strong storms right now with lots of updrafts, lots of precipitation, and again, areas of rotation as well. So let me just take a look here. So directly south of Prince Albert, there would be an area of circulation. So again, stay in shelter, stay in a basement if you have that option. If you don't, be in an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. These storms are marching northeast, kind of from Blaine Lake. Let me update some boxes here. I'm going to delete them out and re-update them again. So let's just take a look here. What is going on here? They've updated this tornado warning over here, so let me jump on that. Possibly producing a tornado. Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm at 9:36 p.m. So that is, again, around the Prince Albert area. We've already said that you need to be shelter there. I'm just reassessing all my storms right now. Let me see here. So again, after dark, this is the worst case scenario. We are being extra safe. Let me delete that. I don't like my box there. So down to here, down this way, and out like this, and down to that area. So that is one box polygon when we're recommending shelter through Hafford and through that area. That is dropping southeast, going to be going towards Blaine Lake, Waldheim eventually, but the main area of intensity may be south of Blaine Lake. And then we have several areas up here that I'm just looking at and assessing right now. Okay, so let's take a look. We're going to redraw our box. Almost into Prince Albert. And then let's take a look here. We've got basically two circulations right behind each other. I've got another one kind of through Prince Albert up in this general direction. So again, anywhere along this line, you need to be in shelter. We have multiple circulations that are attempting. I'm just watching a few things here as well. So okay, just looking, monitoring a whole pile of pages, right? So, okay, 3 boxes right now, 2 of them around Prince Albert, southeast of Shellbrook, north of Duck Lake. Those are where we have our orange polygons. Be in shelter in those. And then we have one last one back to the west here by Hafford. I'm a little less concerned about this one right now. That is not what I wanted to click. I'm definitely less concerned about it, but still it has had a history of producing, and it is latched to that boundary still. So out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to keep saying you need to be in shelter on those. So this is how this is all unfolding. I'm going to play it for you guys, and I'm going to zoom in as much as I can so you can see how these storms have exploded to the east, and storm to the west is going to plow into all of that. So really not sure what's going to happen here. Lots of dynamic stuff, and I'm trying to keep up with chat folks a little bit, but it's very difficult with this much information basically going on. I'm staying with the information on the screen, updating you folks as to what my assessment is on the radar. I'm again trying to respond to anything at this point, but it's definitely difficult. So I appreciate everybody's understanding with that. Yeah, definitely a crazy evening here in Saskatchewan. Again, this is like Groundhog Day. I did this exact same thing yesterday. We are now almost midnight in Ontario. It is 9:41 p.m. out in Saskatchewan time. Sun has just started, has just set, or darkness has set in. So hopefully these storms are going to weaken, but it doesn't look like that right now. The line of storms by Prince Albert is just absolute explosion, as you can see. If we had satellite imagery, I could take a look at that, but we're obviously darkness at this point. So I could look with infrared, but right now, just going to stick with this just so we can see what's going on here. So our orange polygons, definitely recommending shelter for these storms. And that would mean a basement if you don't have that option, in an interior room. And again, a bathroom is a good option into a bathtub. And it gives you a little bit more protection. And then if you have some kind of like small mattress or something you can put over yourself, that would be ideal as well. So let's take a look when our last scan came in. 9:35. We're about 1 minute out from our next scan here. Animation, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate all of that. Thank you very much for the support. Oh, that is not good if there's a CC drop. There's a lot going on here, so let me just take a look. Let me play this back. There could be a very small one in there. Hopefully that's not the case. CC drop is another way of monitoring if there's debris in the air. You know, obviously if there's debris, you have a tornado. But right now, we don't have anything confirmed from social media. But it's very, a lot of stuff going on in there. So let me just see here. This is 9:41. This is our latest scan. Still going to be saying shelter in these areas currently. A couple of circulations moving through that area, some strong inflows with those green winds that we're seeing. Rotation looks like it's a little bit broader, which is good news, but definitely out of abundance of caution, you're going to be in shelter, or we are going to recommend you be in shelter. What you do is up to you, obviously, at the end of the day. The storm south, I'm less concerned about this one at this time. I think this one is just losing its intensity. We are getting close to this Radisson radar too. That's the other issue. Things start to look a little bit weird when you get close to the radar. Let me just look at this. I think we're fairly safe on this southern storm near Hafford. I don't see any rotation in there. I do see some stronger straight line winds. So we're going to say that the polygon, I'll delete it out actually and take that and eliminate it. Down here by Hafford, I think that storm is just is now just basically. Thank you very much for the donation, Michelle. Really appreciate that very much. Helps support our platform. So thank you. So down by Hafford again, I'm not concerned about. They just extended it, of course, as I'm talking about it. Let's see what they have to say. They are saying possibly producing a tornado. Again, this is more than likely out of an abundance of caution. They mention a bunch of places that are nowhere near this. They talk about the Battlefords. That is way back to the west, so I have no idea why Battleford would even be mentioned in this tornado warning. The wording always frustrates me because it just doesn't always make sense. Okay. Anyways, again, I'm not seeing anything on this storm that concerns me, but because of what's happening, I'm going to say we are going to extend the box, especially with being after dark, tornado warned by Environment Canada, and with all the history that this has had. I'm just going to err on the side of caution, folks, a little bit here, just to be sure. Again, polygon down here, we're going to be concerned about being in shelter in that area. And then I'm just looking up here for the Prince Albert area. There's a few kind of little hook areas. Let me re-add the boxes back in here on these scans. Let's take a look up this way. So again, still through Prince Albert, we're recommending that you're in shelter. Let's take a look down to the south. I'm going to take another box here. So we still have 3 areas that we are paying attention to. Out this way, up in this area, and then back again. So anywhere in these orange polygons, you need to be in shelter. The one by Hafford, I'm a little less concerned about. I would say the threshold for me is much lower on that storm, but we've had a lot of crazy stuff going on this afternoon. So obviously take that with a grain of salt at the same time. So what else have we got going on? Yes, the Lloydminster Battleford area is completely clear, and I don't know why that wording shows that, and it always frustrates me. Tornado warning, and it says the Battlefords, which I'm assuming is north and just Battleford and North Battleford, but they are to the west with storms moving east, and they're not in the red box. So I'm a little baffled why that is there. Let's just take a look here. They still have these tornado warnings active. Well, it expires in 3 minutes, so those will come down to the north. Right now, just an explosive line near south of Shellbrook, southwest of Prince Albert, and over Prince Albert. These are probably creating a lot of rain, some flooding through Prince Albert, and then we do have circulations moving through that area. Sorry, Rick sending me something here. Okay, so we are getting somebody on the ground. This is what I thought. Okay. So we're just getting a confirmation on that Hafford storm. This is a windbag event. What they mean by that is that it's straight line winds, and you can see that green line stretching out. So I'm even less concerned about that area by Hafford for any kind of rotating signature. This is again, to me, it looked like straight line winds, but we are dark, and with Environment Canada warning it, I erred on the side of caution. But now I'm seeing some reports that is just basically straight line winds as well. Let me just take a look here. I'm also getting some other reports here for another storm, so let me just double check it. So again, Hafford area, not concerned about rotation on that. That is straight line winds. You are in pretty good shape with it. It is going to be windy and rainy, but rotating winds are not a concern on that. Our line to the north, that is to the northeast, that is the area of concern. Let me switch over here, just looking for some stuff to confirm. Where is Richard, Saskatchewan? Where is that? Bear with me. That's way back to the west. Okay, yeah, that's that same event. Kind of, there's nothing I'm seeing underneath the storm by Hafford, and it is not concerning at this time. There's nothing underneath it at this point. It's just straight line winds moving southeast. This is our latest scan at 9:47. Let's look at this massive line that has just exploded here by Prince Albert area. Is the tornado warning's been updated at all? 12 minutes ago, nothing new as far as information is in there. there is still some areas of rotation. So all along these two polygons, we are still going to say that you are in shelter out of an abundance of caution. Heavy rain, there is a bit of a gap right now through Prince Albert for that heavy rain. Nothing rotating in that area, which is good. The rotation would be southeast on Highway 3. We can see that just between Prince Albert and Muscoday, moving northeast. And then there are some velocities back to the south here within the storm over Nisbet Provincial Forest. That is the other area of rotation that we can see, but it does look a little bit broad. But again, these things went crazy, cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So we definitely have that going on. But right now in Prince Albert, things are definitely looking better on this latest scan. Like I said, just red pixels in that area, so nothing rotating there. The area I would highlight would be down here on Highway 3, as I mentioned before. But we will continue to monitor this, and I'm curious what happens when this storm gets kind of over Blaine Lake, whether additional storms are going to fire. And we'll wait for our next scan and see whether this storm dropping southeast starts to weaken. It does look like that's happening, and I'll show you why I think that. You can see the purple hail or pink hail on it. It has been in that storm and then weakened, and now we're down to just darker reds and down to orange and yellow. So that is hopefully dying off, and then all we'll be left with is this line around the Prince Albert area. That is the only other area of intensity. I'm just going to take a look to the south, see if there's anything. No, there's nothing happening down here. So yeah, this is the last of the show up here. Just question is going to be how long are these storms around Prince Albert going to sustain? They did explode just before dark, so yeah, Maria, that's definitely, there are two storms to the right, ones that exploded in front of the original storm. So what else is there? What do you think of Saskatoon tonight? Right now, again, this is the only game in town. We don't think there's going to be additional storms. But again, Cap is holding in some areas. It obviously lost the battle here right by kind of Blaine Lake and Duck Lake area. That's where the storms exploded. So let me just take a look here. Just still saying that they're tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado right now. I've seen several storm chaser posts from that area, and these are definitely straight line winds. There may be areas that are mixing in there, but from a tornadic aspect for rotation, there's no real circulations in that area. So definitely very windy in that area. Let me just continue to monitor one of these. Give me 1 second. Okay, let me see here. Oh, I somehow I switched accounts. What the? Oh, maybe that's because it's this page. Give me a sec here. Bear with me. Okay. Yeah, just again, I'm reviewing some of the stuff here for the Hafford storm just to make sure. But again, it does look like just straight line winds. I'm getting the same comments on the from storm chasers as well that are on the ground in front of it. So just want to be sure. So right now, this line around Prince Albert to the southwest and to the northeast of it, that is essentially the two areas that are very intense with these storms that exploded. And again, you can see how this transpired. There were no storms there, and boom, just a massive, explosion of initiation on that line. And they've not moved very far from there. They're sitting there essentially. So we're going to have to monitor and see what continues to happen here. So, what else? So they've just updated the severe warning up here. Obviously, this is all severe warned. Our areas for shelter are obviously the orange polygons. There is a lot moving around in that area. These storms are growing in size. So definitely still recommending shelter. We did see some velocities in there, but they did broaden out right now. But a lot is happening. And because these scans are 8 minutes apart, you can have a circulation touchdown and not even know about it. So that's basically it. So again, down in Hafford for tornadic circulations, we are not worried about that. Obviously still a strong storm. These are all strong storms, and that's why they are warned. Heavy rain, lots of lightning. And they're continuing to update the tornado warning here. I'm just going to move back to that. Let me see if they've got anything. Just says tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado. No location or anything on that information, but we do have our orange polygon in this that we are recommending shelter out of an abundance of caution. Just there's a lot happening right now. It is after dark, not something you're going to be able to see before it is on top of you if there is anything. And we have had quick spin ups, so I'm just watching multiple sites here as things kind of taper off here. We are starting to get towards dark, and again, we are 9:56 p.m. So over the next hour, I'm hoping these storms do start to weaken, but right now still obviously anytime you see red with lots of lightning, there's wind embedded in this stuff. You are definitely dealing with strong storms that still can cause damages. So obviously you need to pay attention to this stuff. But as far as circulations, rotating winds, again, our only two areas right now would be around the Prince Albert area, and that is changing very quickly with every scan. So continue to heed those warnings and not ignore them at this point. So what else? Lester saying it's amazing how you can see the storm clouds all the way from Kindersley. And yes, it's generally when you see large updrafts that get to 40 or 50,000 feet, you can see them from over 100 kilometers away easily. Even much further than that, I've seen them almost a couple hundred kilometers away. So it definitely, it's a lot going on. Okay, my earpiece is dying, so I got to switch to my backup piece. If it'll work here. Come on. There we go. Okay. Fishman saying hiya from Shellbrook again. Thanks for everything you've done for the past while, Tom. Just rain and thunder here with blinking lights. I'm assuming he's talking about lightning, so glad to be doing it. Glad it is helping, and appreciate you tuning into the channel. So what else? Yeah, Dave, thank you very much. Same thing. Really appreciate the kind words always. Yeah. Scully, I definitely need a sit-stand desk for this. We've had somebody reach out who says they're going to be able to possibly help us with that. So definitely looking at it, because sitting in this chair for that long is not healthy. And I try and stretch my legs as much as possible. Obviously don't want to have a blood clot or anything on a live stream. That would not be fun. Just overall bad for my health. So these storms do continue to expand in size around Prince Albert. Just going to take a look here. We still have a lot of strong winds associated with this. These are strong thunderstorms, folks. Even straight line winds can cause damage. So just because it's not spinning, you still need to be aware of it. And you can see that obviously we have a bunch of red through Shellbrook area. Prince Albert a little bit lighter right now in terms of precip. It's kind of in between the two storms, but still very heavy precipitation with hail and lightning to the north of Birch Hills, north of Duck Lake, kind of tucked in between Shellbrook and Duck Lake. And then we have our Hafford storm going through there. Quite windy. It looks like straight line winds, and it's moving over the radar as well. So continuing to drop southeast, and this will head into into Blaine Lake and slowly make its way into Waldheim. I know there was some damages there yesterday, so just multiple rounds here of some areas getting hit twice. So definitely not good for those folks, and I feel bad for you guys. Right now in Prince Albert, yes, we are still saying that you need to be in shelter because we are seeing circulations moving through the area. It is weakened right now in terms of precipitation. Just let me switch over here and look at the winds. I'm just going to take a look. That is our latest scan that just came in, or no, we're still 1 minute out. So right now we would say yes. I'm not ready to call that you can get out of shelter at this point. So yeah, so that's basically where we're at this point, still calling for shelter. These are dynamic storms. I'm waiting for an update here. We should have one in 1 minute. So right now we have no confirmation of any tornado on the ground. We did have a while ago. Let me just take a look how long ago this was. This was 32 minutes ago in that Prince Albert area. We had that couple of storms attempt. We do have, give me a sec here, by Duck Lake. This is a very obvious hook echo trying to pop out here. So let me zoom in right here. I'm going to see what's going on with this. This is very noisy in here, but let me see. That is a little bit of a notch on the backside of not a notch, a hook echo. Thank you for the 5,000 stars, Jürgen. Thank you. We do have, I'm concerned about this right here to the south. This definitely looks like a storm trying to put down a circulation. I'm going to be overlapping things here. Monitor trying to reset or time out. Let me see here. I want to check which way this is going. Thank you again. Really appreciate those stars. That is moving northeast or east at this point. So I'm going to say right now we need to pay attention to this area. We do have already a box or polygon kind of north of Duck Lake, but right now do have an appendage right in this corner. This is a kind of a hook echo looking thing. I need to watch it over the next few scans just with how crazy these storms have been. And then let's take a look back to the southwest right now. Still looks like straight line winds in this storm here. Lots of rain. Obviously going to be windy. Lots of lightning. And doesn't look like there's any hail on this storm over Hafford, stretching to the northeast, but still a strong storm heading down. It may reach out to, I don't think it'll reach out to Radisson. It's going to miss it to the north, but it may get down into Hepburn, Langham, and Dalmeny. And then obviously Waldheim as well, and Blaine Lake, it's on the doorstep there. So we're just going to see what's happening. But look at the size of this line that has developed here. This is a massive area of precipitation. We are talking 45 kilometers across, 42 kilometers across in terms of precipitation with these storms. So very intense. And a lot happening here, and it is dark, folks, so it does make it a little difficult to see what's going on through social media, and we continue to monitor it here. What else have we got here? Funnel to my east. Wait, 33 seconds ago, I'm just watching this. Person put funnel to the east, but the storm is to the west. I'm confused right now. Sorry. Okay, they're updating the severe warning, this yellow box. All of this is very severe, obviously, as this moves northeast. Just trying to see if there's anything coming off that storm. Right now, we are right near the radar at this point. So we're going to see what continues to happen out of this storm. We are about 5 minutes into our 8-minute cycle, still calling for several areas of rotation. As you can see, there's an appendage back to the southwest of this storm. That did generate where our tornado started in Alberta. This is exactly what we saw as this little hook echo. And I'm not sure that this is one. It just has a bit of a look to it, but we're going to see on the next scan whether that kind of tries to wrap in a little bit. I don't see the winds in there, but again, 3 or 4 areas that we need to pay attention to for shelter, and it's still continuing to move through the area as we move through this evening. So again, after dark is the worst for this, just in terms of visibility and people being able to see it. So what app am I using? This is WeatherWise. I can bring it up full screen, top of the corner. We use the pro version. We are not sponsored by them in any way, but we love this app. It's been phenomenal. So we've only been using it for about 7 months now. I used to use Radar Scope for about 12 years. And again, it's been a phenomenal app for us, and we are loving the development with it, and the support with it has been amazing. So what else? Yeah, I guess 100% I get that people want to get out of the bathrooms and that, but I also don't want to get you to go out of the bathroom when something still could possibly happen, so I'm sticking with it for now. I believe the circulations kind of east and northeast of Prince Albert, those are okay at this point. I'm worried about the big cluster back here that stretches between Shellbrook, Prince Albert, down to Red Deer, and then down to Duck Lake. I'm waiting for my next scan to see what this little appendage in the back corner does. So again, we are just saying out of an abundance of caution as far as sheltering is concerned. It is an inconvenience, but at the end of the day, I really hope you don't need it. But if that ever did, it definitely would be good to be there. Snackatoba, thank you. Appreciate the kind words. You're welcome. This is what we do. So let's take a look here. I'm going to update all these boxes on the next scan, do an assessment, and then get everybody from there. Any touchdowns right now over the last little bit? No, but previously, yes, there were several touchdowns for tornadoes. So that appendage is still there, but not seeing it. So let me delete this out. Let's look at everything from scratch, and let's take a look here. Again, down southeast of Hafford, I'm not concerned about that at this point. This does look like straight line winds, and again, we have seen social media posts underneath that storm. What else? Just scanning a few other posts here. Okay, so right now, let's take a look at our storm, this massive complex around Prince Albert. There are some strong straight line winds developing in this as well. Those bright pink areas, I'm going to show you that. These are 100 kilometers, 103 kilometers an hour, only 1 kilometer above the surface. So this is going to be 80 to 90 going through that Nesbitt Provincial Forest. Let's just see how this is moving, but these storms are continuing to intensify. Those storms winds are dropping southeast, so those are heading kind of north of Duck Lake, across 11 and down to 782 and into Dom Ramey. Sorry, I'm trying to read them as quick as I can. So some strong straight line winds, those are problematic as well. Let me just take a look here. So right now in Prince Albert, let's take a look at our winds moving through that area as well. Yeah, these are moving, the winds are moving east, southeast. Let's take a look at our reflectivity scan. Bear with me, I need to assess both. Yeah, so there's an area of rotation right here by Red Deer Hill, and I'm watching that just to see what it's doing. That is a circulation. It is moving southeast through Red Deer Hill and then down through there. So let me just take a look how that lines up with the storm. Okay, give me 1 sec. Let's highlight this. Has my thing stopped working? No, okay. So let's highlight it. So we're concerned about this circulation right in here, heading kind of in this general direction right now. There are some very strong straight line winds to the back here. So again, in this box, we're going to say that you need to be in shelter. Prince Albert, no longer any circulations in that area. You can see that they've moved off and they're rotating eastward, and to the back, there is no circulation. So Prince Albert area, you're okay at this time. And then I'm concerned about these straight line winds. These will cause damage, and they look like they're picking up as they push out in this general direction. So that is the area that we're concerned about, that I'm highlighting. That's coming into Duck Lake and to the north of it and pushing south. So right now, just updating, taking a look at things. There's very heavy rain in all of this, folks. A little bit of areas of hail. This is just intense stuff after dark at this point. So I just want to see, yeah, that area is definitely an area of circulation heading towards Birch Hills. Right now, can't confirm anything on the ground, but I'm going to say anywhere in this orange polygon, be in shelter. And then obviously these straight line winds, they're going to blow trees over, that kind of thing. That is very possible. Prince Albert area, like I said, you are good for now. We will update you on the next scan. That may change quickly, folks. This is a very dynamic situation, and I'm just trying to keep ahead of it so that I can keep everybody informed of what's going on. So, okay. Getting some comments about storms. Yeah, there's some very small storms, folks, down here. These are minor. They are struggling in comparison. You can see that where we had all that explosive initiation to near Prince Albert. Look at these. They're just barely getting going and they're dying. I'm not concerned about these storms. They are just regular. They're not even thunderstorms. They have no lightning on them. Our big area of intensity is obviously here around Prince Albert area. And there's just a lot going on because there's so many storms interacting. You can get all these different, rotational areas, not necessarily attached to a mesocyclone, just the interaction of all those storms. So just trying to keep up with it at this point. So yeah, definitely. You guys getting a ton of rain again in Saskatchewan. That is another problem in itself, just with all the flooding that's been happening with these areas being so saturated. And again, continues to get even more rain at this point. So one of my moderators saying all our 511 and cameras, highway cameras, are just too dark for any kind of visibility of anything. So we always try and use some of those to be able to see what's going on. And I'm just seeing here and just monitoring some more here. So what's going on? 1011, that is our latest update. So let me take a look at everything. Let me zoom in here. This is near the radar. There's an outflow boundary, so this has still got a lot of wind associated with it, but rotating is not concerning. There's a lot of lightning, a lot of precipitation still on this storm as it continues to move southeast towards Waldheim, Langham, Dalmeny, and eventually on to Warman and other areas. So that is just going southeast at this point. Let's take a look at our circulation. So still seeing this circulation in here, those strong winds that I was telling you about. You can see that bowing out. Those winds have now increased. We have 110 kilometer-hour winds to the west of Highway 11, to the west of Red Deer. This is going to start wrecking stuff because this is only 5,000 feet off the ground, which is 1.5 kilometers. So at the surface, 80 to 90 kilometer-hour winds. And so still seeing that bright area, you can see that kind of arch happening, and unfortunately buried in a pile of rain and some hail as well. So again, Prince Albert, starting to look better up there. There are some winds moving into that area. I'm just looking to see how our precipitation is doing. You're in a bit less precipitation, kind of moderate to light. And then we're seeing this south of there, we're still seeing those dark reds and pinks in that area. So right now, one area for shelter right here in that orange polygon, a bit of a circulation. It's elevated, but again, with what's happened, we are saying take shelter in this area. We do have some red and green next to pinks. That is definitely something to pay attention to with just the way all of this is swirling around. So, and then in behind that, I'm worried about those straight line winds as well. So lots going on at this point, still in this area. But it is all kind of isolated around the Prince Albert, Duck Lake, Birch Hills, and southeast of Shellbrook, I believe. Yeah, Shellbrook. Out of the storms now at this point, unless something else fires here. But right now, this looks to be the last of it, and we'll continue to monitor it. What else? You see. So they are warning or updating a warning here. Give me a sec here. Environment Canada tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, definitely damaging winds and large hail locally. They have pushed that to, where is it? Dom Remy, One Arrow, Duck Lake area. Let me just see where they're looking at. I don't see it on the southern end at this point, but let me double check here. There's a lot of radar noise in here. This Christmas confetti looking stuff. I see what got their attention. Bear with me for a second. Right in here where those straight line winds were, and it's still in there. So let's take a look here. It's amazing how the dynamics on this are changing a little bit. So in front of these straight line winds, I'm going to see this area right here. Let's put the box out this way. Let me move everything over. So just going to check if that lines up with everything that we're seeing. That's where that little hook echo appendage is that we've been kind of paying attention to. So there are some winds in there. Again, it is dark. It is explosive. So we're saying that we have a couple of areas of rotation in these orange polygons. And again, out of an abundance of caution, be in shelter down there. As this blows through, there's also straight line winds in behind all this. So it's definitely going to be very windy at this point through those areas. So it's now 10:11 p.m. We're about 2 minutes away from our next scan, and we'll update you folks with that. And hopefully this is going to start weakening here again after dark. I'm definitely hoping that's the case at this point, but we're still not sure if that will happen or not. Just checking with what else have we got here. Still people on that storm near southeast of Spears. That again looks outflow, just basically strong winds, lots of lightning and wind, but no issues as far as rotation. So Glassland, Saskatchewan apparently had a softball-sized hailstone that embedded into the ground here. I've got a photo of it. I unfortunately can't share it with you guys, but Glassland did have some very large hail associated with it. So we'll continue to watch this area and update you folks on that, and we'll continue just to see what happens here until this starts to subside and weaken, and we can kind of say that things are calming down a little bit. So let's hope. That's a good question. I actually don't know the answer to this. Getting power out in Shellbrook, so that's one of the things. That's not what I was commenting on, but I just saw it. Thank you, Laura Lee. Appreciate that. Or is that Lori? I appreciate it. And then question about, has Saskatchewan ever seen a Derico? I don't know the answer to that, and I would have to look it up. If Connor was here, he might know that off the top of his head. I am not sure. They're not common, but I mean, weather has been around for obviously a very, very long time, but they do not happen very often in Canada. It has to be 400 kilometers of travel with sustained winds of over 100 kilometers an hour for that entire distance. So you can imagine how strong and crazy that would be as far as a storm is concerned. So uncharted skies getting a tornado warning in Martinsville. Well, the box for the tornado warning right now from Martinsville is 45 kilometers away. You are good in Martinsville right now. There is a storm moving southeast from there. I'm just checking if they're canceling the tornado warning, but I don't see rotation on this storm for a long time coming through Hayford, and they've now just put a severe warning further out in front of it. So there is a severe warning, but uncharted, you are not in any kind of tornadic situation in Martinsville if you're talking about north of Saskatoon, because you spelt it, I believe. Oh no, you spelt it correctly. So yeah, that's the area you're talking about. Let's take a look around Prince Albert. We do have a new scan out here. Some strong winds across Highway 11. These are straight line winds, 115, 117, 118 kilometer hour winds in here. Only 1.6 kilometers above the surface. So I'm guessing on the surface, they're going to be 90 to 100 kilometers an hour. That is going to cause damage in a straight line. And I'll show you how they are moving. You can see how they are moving kind of east or southeast, with maybe a bit of an easterly component. I'm looking at this area right near Red Deer Hill. It is very windy, very rainy in this storm. And right now that is the area of concern. You can see those bright pink areas just to the north of Red Deer Hill as well. So just strong straight line winds out of this. Prince Albert, again, windy in there, but not seeing any rotation right now that's concerning. So you are good in the Prince Albert area. And this is all kind of isolated south and southwest of kind of between Duck Lake and Prince Albert area at this point. So still a lot going on here. I'm looking at this little appendage back here. Doesn't see rotation on that last scan. But again, out of an abundance of caution, we're going to say in these two polygons, just be in shelter. There is straight line winds coming through that area. So anywhere near here, you need to be in shelter. And they are moving east, southeast at this point. And they seem to be picking up velocity. Again, we read some 118 kilometer hour winds in there. Dark red, lots of rain. So precipitation huge, lots of lightning and a wind in this storm. So this is going to cause damage one way or the other. Right now, not seeing strong circulations. But again, out of an abundance of caution, we are monitoring it. So, okay, apparently Rick did a quick search about Derico, and only it seems like Ontario and Quebec have had it. I remember the one here in Ontario several years ago. It went right past my place here. I wasn't here. I was out in Texas and Oklahoma chasing storms. But that's the answer there. So I don't think Saskatchewan has had one. No, in winter, that would be something completely different. That wouldn't be a Derico. Dericos are in summertime, and again, has to maintain 100 plus kilometer hour winds. So it's, as far as I know, it's just summertime thing. So right now, I've got a question here. Nipawin and Carrot River. So that is, I know that's up here somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. I know they were moving northeast of there. So, Oh, way over here. Right now, you're far from the radar. Unfortunately, there is no radar close to you. These do look less severe. Obviously, when you're seeing yellows and greens and blues, that is low end of the precipitation. Even light orange is low end. So right now, up in Carrot River and Nipawan, lots of lightning. But let me see how far up in the storm we are reading. Okay, so here's the problem. You are at the extent of where that radar can reach. It is reading 6 kilometers above the surface. So I can't see the bottom 6 kilometers of that storm. So right now it does look like there's some rain and wind in there, but it's very inaccurate. I'm going to warn you about that because, again, we are talking 6 kilometers above the surface. I don't see what's below it at this point, and that's just because there are no other radars available, and I'll show you what I mean by that. We have Radisson, and the next closest radar is Foxwarren, way to the south here. So in Manitoba, we've been talking about having a radar that needed to be up in Flin Flon or the Pass, somewhere in there. This is inaccurate, but I can't give you any more information than that, and I feel bad because I can't really give you any more accuracy than that just because it's blind in that area. It becomes, not useless, but I can't tell what's happening below the storm at this point. So, okay. Okay, let's get back to this. Just we're seeing a lot of power outages throughout Saskatchewan. Rick's been checking that as well. So lots of lightning on these storms. Obviously, if you're to the south of this or even to the west, you are seeing a light show. This is Mother Nature's fireworks, basically. Let's see here. We just got an update. Let's take a look at our storms and reassess. I'm going to kill off my drawings. Let me see here. This storm, again, just lots of heavy precipitation, lightning, and wind in it. Not seeing any velocities right now. They have not extended the tornado warning further south, and I don't think they should. I don't see anything in there that's rotating. Let's take a look. Strong winds, those Red Deer Hill area, we were talking about that. You've got 115, 117, just about a kilometer and a half up. Actually, this is 2 kilometers up, so a little bit higher than that. Right north of Red Deer Hill and to the north of it, those are strong straight line winds. You can see that flesh tone color in there, and they are moving almost directly east at this point. So they're going to go through Red Deer Hill and then eventually to Highway 3 by Muscoday. And then we do have some strong winds by Birch Hill, but these are all mostly straight line winds at this point. So let me just take a look here. And then heavy rain south of Prince Albert with some hail embedded in this, but I think the rotation has mostly worked its way out of this storm. Still very dynamic, but lots of precipitation tucked in south of Prince Albert, and it's moving kind of eastward at this point towards Birch Hills. We can just take a look at that. Yes, most of this is marching now eastward at this point. So making its way, it'll pass south of Prince Albert a little bit, still catching part of it here. You're in kind of moderate heavy rain in Prince Albert at this point, but nothing really showing in terms of rotation for the last little while. So give me a sec. They're just updating a pile of boxes at the same time. So let me see if that's done beeping. So they're saying possibly producing a tornado near Duck Lake, moving east at 40 kilometers an hour. So where are they looking at here? I just want to see where that is. They're still talking about this area to the south right here, this little appendage. That's what they're looking at. I'm just going to put a box out of an abundance of caution, mostly moving east at this point. So again, it would be kind of in this area and over in that area there. But we do have very strong straight line winds packed in right south of Prince Albert, going between Highway 11, going over Highway 2 near Red Deer Hill, and it's continuing eastward. These are the strong winds that we're concerned about. Again, 115, I bet you there's something 117 almost in there. So we are talking very strong straight line winds in that area moving eastward. So that is going to blow stuff over, unfortunately, causing damage regardless. And even with no rotation, those are going to do some damage in that area. So, and again, we are running out of area here where the radar can read. You can see the extent of it. And I'll show you right now in Prince Albert, 6,000 feet. And when I go all the way out here to the very end, we're at 28,000 feet. So you are talking basically, what is that? Almost 9 kilometers up at that point. So almost pointless just for the sheer fact that you have no clue what's below it. And that's unfortunate, but we have no radars over there that we can use at this point. So we're kind of getting into no man's land with these radars, and it does make it difficult on us to be able to accurately report on things for you. So what else? Yeah, guys, don't spam the chat. I'm trying to keep up with it as best as I can, but don't just jump in here and start asking about a specific area. You guys got a tornado warning. I don't know why you got it. I did answer somebody earlier on. Martinsville right now has nothing going on. This storm is to the northwest. It is possibly coming down that way. This is a straight line wind event. It is not tornadic, has not been for quite some time. Chasers have all left these storms because they're no longer going to do anything too crazy. So most chasers have gone and left these storms. That's also another good indicator when you're, talking storm chasers leaving storms. Not saying nothing can happen because storm chasers left, but right now this storm is just dropping southeast. It does look like it's weakening a little, but it is still close to the radar, Radisson radar, right here. So heavy rain still in that storm. Lightning, some winds in it, but these are straight line winds right now, not rotating. So you are okay as far as rotating winds. There are no tornado warnings down here at all. The only areas we are talking about right now are by Prince Albert and to the north as far as that's concerned. So this is all to the north of Saskatoon, and the only thing is there's a smaller storm coming south from there, and I'll show you how much it's been dying over the last number of scans. You can see the size of this storm back to the northwest of Hafford, and it has slowly started to shrink as it's moving, and look how skinny it is now. So this is a dying storm. It takes time for them to die, but it is going to have rain, wind, and lightning in it, but it is dying off at this point. It will end up in Martinsville and probably slightly into Saskatoon, but right now it is a dying thunderstorm at this point. So what else? Oh, perfect. Michael just seeing an update that tornado warnings have been downgraded to severe thunderstorms from 4 regional municipality of Prince Albert, Duck Lake, and Birch Hills. Some good news. Absolutely. The only concern I have right now, this is our latest scan that just came in, was those straight line winds, and they continue to pick up, folks. So coming into Muscoday on Highway 3 and through Red Deer area, we now have 131 as far as kilometers an hour. This is 6,700 feet above ground. So even if we take 30 kilometers an hour off of it, these are 100 kilometers an hour winds on the surface. They are going to cause damage. So you need to be leery of this. If you're outside camping, get into shelter. Tent isn't going to help you if a tree falls on you, nor is a little camper. None of that is going to do you any good. These are continuing to march eastward at this point. You can see those flesh tone colors. Those are the concerning winds at this point to the northwest of Birch Hill and kind of west of there. There's a few small pockets in there. Those are straight line winds. But again, we are starting to get into higher elevations on these storms because we are getting further away from radar. So let's just take a look here. So yeah, that's basically where we're at this point. So still dynamic, still lots going on, but it does look like things are slowly weakening at this point, which will be good news. So the composite radar, that's just composite is just the accumulation of all the different radars put together. So you're seeing a big picture, but it's still getting data from those radar scans. It cannot extrapolate what's below it. That's a question from Kodiak here. So it's still going to take the information that is being put out by the radar, but we have no coverage below it because we are so far away. So the composite is just all of the radars combined into one image that you can play. But it's still getting its data from those radars, so that won't be any different at that point. So perfect. Daza, you are good. Again, in Prince Albert, you are solid. I hope you heard me earlier. Thank you for sticking around. In the Prince Albert area, you guys are going to be moving out of the rain here very shortly. Just to the west of you is light rain down to no rain, basically. Shellbrook is now out of it, and this is slowly drifting eastward through Birch Hills. Obviously, a lot of precipitation, and those straight line winds that I've been highlighting for a while here, those are concerning, coming through Muscoday and along that Highway 3 and continuing eastward. So straight line winds still a concern in this storm. So Chronic Dawn, good night from Lloydminster. Thanks for all you do and put up with. Thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words. That helps to motivate us. So thank you again for tuning in here. Daza, great. I'm glad to hear you're all good. And again, earlier on, we did have some funnels forming near Prince Albert, but that was probably an hour ago at this point. Things look, even though this is still a very strong storm cluster, it is weakening in the sense that it's moving off. It's not, there's no additional storms firing up for the most part, going crazy. We're just dealing with this pocket right now. We are 10:35 p.m. Saskatchewan time, and hopefully this is the end of it. I'm just going to take a march around here. Some non-severe storms south of Regina. These are minor. They're just rainmakers. Absolutely nothing to be concerned about there. Let's take a look in Manitoba. Nothing happening down in that area. Going to look at, why can't I remember the name right now? Woodlawn, I believe. Yeah, I think this is Woodlawn. From Manitoba. Yes, it is. Anyways, getting tired, obviously, just been on here for 8.5 hours, but we're going to continue pushing through here. We have no northern radar stations in Manitoba, so once this is getting, even before it gets to the Manitoba border, our radar can no longer read this. So at some point, I won't be able to help you folks out anymore. I apologize, but that's Environment Canada with a lack of radars. Up here, again, Flin Flon in the past, that there's been plenty of talk that should have been a thing. So let's just take a look. We just got an update here. Those strong winds are still in there around Prince Albert to Birch Hills area. So along, what is that, Highway 3, I believe? Yeah, that's Highway 3, Muscoday. Very windy in there, lots of rain, and this is continuing to march eastward. Prince Albert almost out of the rain. So right now you've just got very minor rain in there, and that will continue to improve. And our storm going south towards Martinsville, let's take a look at that. Has heavy precipitation into it, might have a little bit of hail. It is going into Langham, just on the southern tip of that. That is going to be moderate rain to light rain at most, and then Dalmeny, Martinsville, and Warman on tap for this storm to come through. It is only severe warned at this point. No tornado warning down there. I'm just going to see why they haven't expired this tornado warning. That's weird, but anyways, it expires in 13 minutes right now. And the Duck Lake one still active for another 36 minutes, but not seeing anything in there. This has turned into straight lined kind of wind event, more outflowy. So that is good news as far as any kind of rotation for the most part. So things are, even though they don't look like it, they are improving. There is some hail in this, heavy downpour, but definitely a dynamic evening here that's transpired over the last several hours anyway. So Kirsten's, you're welcome. Glad you could tune in. That is definitely why we are here. So I'm getting a question about Turner Lake. Let me just see if there's anything up there. I don't know where it is, so bear with me. Turner Lake, is that SK? I don't seem to find. Is there anything bigger that's around Turner Lake that I can look up? Because I'm just making sure. No, that's in the US. So I don't have anything. It won't find it, but let me see if Google Maps will find it. But if you can put in the comments, Turner Lake, Saskatchewan. Let's see here. Oh, it's TURNOR. That's possible. Wait, where is that? That's way in North Saskatchewan, if that's where you're talking about. I believe. I'm just looking here. I don't think there's even, that'd be up by Fort McMurray, I believe. Carla, just double checking here. So if this is Turner Lake, that would be up by Fort McMurray. There is just rainstorms up there at this point. So again, starting to run out of a little bit of radar area, but Turner Lake, TURNOR, it's basically there's just regular showers up that way. There's nothing showing on radar up there at this point. So right now we are back to the south here. So that was the only area that is east of Fort McMurray is what I'm seeing. And again, there's nothing up that way. You can see this right on the radar. There's just showers. That is nothing concerning at this point in comparison to what you see down here. So hopefully that answers your question. So getting comments that there's flooding happening in Prince Albert. That sucks. That's there's been heavy rain over that area. Sorry to hear that. But that's what happens with these intense showers that just suddenly explode. It dumps so much rain so quickly that the system just cannot handle it. So what else have we got here? Okay, getting another. Yeah. Oh, it's that Wynyard. Okay, wait a minute. So there's another Turner Lake southeast of Saskatoon. Oh, if you're southeast of Saskatoon, you have nothing to worry about either. So just making sure that's what like I said, we get multiple area folks. So whenever you're asking for a location, you need to put the province as well. We obviously are concentrating on Saskatchewan right now, but we did cover Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Just pinpoint it for us a little easier, folks. Again, we cover all across Canada. So there is way too many places for me to remember or memorize just so that we can be efficient about it. So what else? Birch Hill's just saying high winds and rain right now. That is basically, oh God, my brain is short circuiting here. I know I've seen it 52 times today. Yeah, so right now, Birch Hill's high winds and rain, which is good news. Let's just take a look. To the north of you, there are still some strong straight line winds. Hopefully it doesn't cause any damage, but those are reading very high. So we will keep our fingers crossed for you that that's not a problem. December Melly asking, is Langham good or not? I've never. So right now you are to the north. There is just moderate rain. This is just light rain. This is a it's severe warned at this point, but right now you have moderate to light rain for Langham. There is more intensity to the north of there, which probably will come into Warman area. Lightning and rain at this point. You can see that it has just missed Langham. There's a little bit of rain coming into town. So nothing concerning on this storm that is northeast of Langham all the way to Waldheim. That is just rain, lightning, and a little bit of wind. No rotation on that, and it continues to die off. Prince Albert almost completely out of the rain now with the green, and this continues to march eastward at this point. Still some big winds here by Muscadet. We are still, again, seeing 118. They've come down a little bit, and we have gone up in elevation, so that is good. At the surface, probably 80 to 90 kilometers an hour at this point, north of Birch Hills area. Heavy precipitation still in this, and this is moving off to the northeast, or to the east at this point. So let's kill that off. Right now, we are pretty good everywhere as far as rotating winds. This is just turning into a straight line wind event, which is just winds blowing out from the storm as it kind of collapses or shrinks on itself. So Scully, thanks. Always good to see you. Thank you very much for all your support as well. Have a good night, and we'll catch you guys on the next one for sure. Let's take a look here. Am I going to be doing this tomorrow? That is possible. We are looking at severe weather for tomorrow, but I have to assess models in the morning. I may look at them before I go to bed. Right now, it's what time is it? It's almost 1 a.m. where I'm at in Ontario. So we'll see in the morning, but there is a possibility that, yes, I will be covering severe weather again tomorrow. I can take a look at what Environment Canada has for day 2, and they have it through this area once again. Let me see this. This is for Sunday. Still winds. They're calling for 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. So another repeat possibly of severe storms in this area, but I don't think they're calling for tornado risk, which is a good sign. Hopefully at least that is on the minimal, but this is based on today, and data will have changed. This was this morning, sorry. So this will be based and changed tomorrow morning, so I will check that in the morning. But yes, possibility we're doing this all over again for day 3 for Saskatchewan. So what else? Let me see if I can reset and see if we can get some of these. Thanks, Rick. Appreciate that. All the tornado warnings are off the screen at this point, and everything is just severe warned. So no more tornado warnings anywhere, which is fantastic news. And we're just dealing with heavy precipitation and stronger winds east of Prince Albert through Birch Hills and moving eastward. You can see that. I'll push this radar rotation, and you can see how everything is just drifting eastward at this point. So straight line, strong winds through that will cause damage. I guarantee you there are going to be trees blown over, all that kind of stuff. So definitely we are very good at this point. No more tornado warnings anywhere, folks. We have things have toned down, so we are in a good place at this point. So yeah, so I'm trying to keep up with anybody. Alberta, nothing. Yes, there's nothing in Alberta. They had a few storms there earlier. We started our day with a storm going through Edmonton, just dropping in some heavy rain and winds in that area, and then we've made our way to Saskatchewan. But right now, there is no severe warnings anywhere in Alberta. There's none in BC. There is one severe warning way to the north of Dryden. We have no radar up there. I can't even click on a radar, so it's out of my purview, and that's it. So our last, you can see where all our action is. It's right here in Saskatchewan, and we are running out of radar territory as well. So as this continues to track eastward, away from Prince Albert into Nipawin, Birch Hills, and eastward Melfort, we're starting to get blind because the radar just is reading way up in the storm at this point. So you're going to have to, have ways of getting warnings as this drift eastward. If Environment Canada puts out a warning, take it seriously. That's the only thing I can say. Yeah, Saskatoon, you're getting lightning from this storm dropping southeast into Martinsville at this point. So definitely I'm just going to look at my velocities here. Yeah, definitely. That's where your lightning is. You can see all the lightning bolts on the kind of the software in the center here, right over Martinsville. So that is the storm that's north of Martinsville that's throwing off all that lightning. And then obviously still a pile of it packed into these storms east of Prince Albert. And we are 10:41 p.m., so we should have a new scan here, but things are calming down at this point. And it always happens where you get the sun going over the horizon. Once it gets dark, about an hour after that, things start to taper off because the storms just don't sustain like they did when the sun was up. So that's all good news at this point. So we'll continue to monitor this. But I'm feeling good. Things are definitely coming down, and we're in a much better place than we were a short while ago. And it's been a long day. What are we, 8 hours, 40 minutes right now? I've just got to check something here. So, yeah. Still continuing to monitor this and watch it as it continues eastward. So, so Aaron asking about Melfort. So this is heading that way. There are strong winds in this. So definitely batten down the hatches. Again, lots of precipitation still in this, lots of lightning, but there are strong winds in this. So if you are anywhere in front of this line and it is moving eastward, as you can see here, so it is losing some intensity, but it ain't dying before it gets to Melfort. It's going to go through Melfort, Star City, Tisdale, and then along 55 there through Neepawin, Carrot River. It's going to continue going through there, folks, but the radar does not read accurately because of the height, and I have no alternative there. This is, again, you were talking almost 6 to 7 kilometers above the surface, so, you know, you're almost the height of Mount Everest, essentially, in comparison where this radar is reading versus where you are. And you can imagine at the bottom of Everest, it looks completely different than what it's like at the top of Everest. So, like I said, it's almost pointless to read radar at that height. You're so much space below you that you have no clue what's in there. So right now this is what we're dealing with. So yeah, definitely Melfort, you want to batten down the hatches. So Jordan, have a good night. Thanks for being here for most of the day. Really appreciate that. What else is going on here? Oh, Shannon getting, looks like noctilucent clouds or whatever that is. So that's cool. I've never seen those. Very cool. Okay. Absolutely glad you found it. Glad you've been here, Carmen. This is what we're going to be doing moving forward. Again, we're only 1 year old, but we would like to be here for a long time with everybody's support. We will be. So again, thanks to everybody who made any kind of donation, anybody who has subscribed. We appreciate you guys tuning in. And make sure if you are new to the channel that you did turn notifications on so you know when we go live. Again, probably going to be doing this again tomorrow. So definitely feeling like Groundhog Day right now. But that's the way it goes with weather. So rain moved out of Prince Albert now, and everything is continuing to move eastward. Slowly but surely, things are looking better. Getting comments from Francine that power is out in the city of Prince Albert. So that's unfortunate. Lots of stuff happening with these storms. Hopefully the power isn't out for a long time. What else have we got here? It's pretty much good night at this point. Nothing is threatening. It's why you are the only one alive at this point. Crazy is saying, so yes, again, things are definitely downtrending at this point, and we are down to just severes. No tornado warnings right now, so everything looking much better. So that is where things are at, and we'll continue to just watch this for a little bit, and then eventually we will end the stream here, but we'll definitely keep up with it for a little bit here for now. So What else? Street flooding as well. Stranded vehicles in Prince Albert. That's no fun. With all these, I saw the same thing in Edmonton yesterday with the heavy downpour. So, Philip, thank you very much for subscribing. Have a good night as well. And again, we may be doing this tomorrow all over again. So. Oh, that's no fun when your phone is dying and the power goes out. So one of the things we recommend as part of preparedness for severe storms and severe weather is having a battery bank, so that if you do have this type of situation, if you can get a battery bank, that's definitely a good way to be prepared for severe weather. So yeah, definitely unfortunate that the phone is dying right when the power goes out. That doesn't make things easy at this point. So again, things are definitely looking much better, folks, compared to the way they were. We have one little bean of a storm south of Regina, but these are non-severe, barely even thunderstorms at this point. So again, tomorrow we look to be repeating ourselves for round 2, or this should be, sorry, round 3 in Saskatchewan once again. So we'll watch this for a few more scans. And we'll see what happens here. The tornado watch, Rick just reminding me that this tornado watch, which is the box with the red lines that are thin, expires in 6 minutes. So all things are downtrending, which is fantastic news. Yeah, flooding in the prairies has definitely been a problem. We had it in south of Montreal. We had a huge rainstorm. Manitoba had a month ago had huge storms. Definitely the biggest theme I've seen across severe weather this year in Canada is heavy rain, lots of precipitation and flooding. That has definitely been the issue across the area. So, anyways. We'll stick with this for a little bit longer, and just make sure we're not seeing anything. There's a little bit of hail showing up in this last scan. I'm going to just see how high we are. The problem is we're now in this storm at near James Smith. You're 11,500 feet off the ground. That's 4 kilometers. So by the time this hail reaches the surface, it's more than likely going to melt. So that'll just be rain at that point, but it does look bad in terms of that pink area. When we see that, we all automatically think of hail, but in this situation, I think it would be mostly melted by the time it gets to the surface. And again, we are looking pretty good at this point, so things are moving out, and we'll keep an eye on that just to make sure, and then we'll call the stream here at some point. I'm just checking if 1 second. Let's go to our Oh, we lost our live off of Facebook. What the? Oh, I killed it at 8 hours again. Well, I'm not going to restart it at this point because we're almost done, but Facebook's supposed to go for 10 hours. So suddenly it's 8. Anyways, mental note to know, because we live stream here on YouTube and on Facebook for anybody that wasn't aware, but we definitely do that. So okay, so I'm caught up on comments. Now we're just waiting for a few more scans, and then, like I said, hopefully this is just going to die off and move east. Once we get east of Melfort, it's really hard to read anything on the radar because, again, it is just so high up that what's below it is hard to see. So I definitely think there's a lot more rain going into Carrot River and Nipawin that is not represented on radar because we are starting to shoot over top of the storm almost. So that's the unfortunate part there. So okay. 10:53 p.m. We've got about 4 minutes till our next scan, so I'll update things once we get there. Eh. Okay, let's switch back to this and then we'll take a look here. So, storm just to the north of Martinsville and Warman. That is a severe storm at this point. Has a little bit of pink in there, so maybe pea-sized hail at most. This is close to the radar, so that is reading much closer to the ground, but this is just a regular severe thunderstorm. The winds are not very strong in this, and it continues to move southeast at this point. Let me kill off that box. So it continues to move southeast. It's going to die off over the next few scans. Hopefully within half an hour or so, this will basically die off, and then we're just left with the storms east of Prince Albert. And again, they are a little bit misrepresented just because of the height of the storm that we're reading into for the radar itself. So still going to have storms tonight. And with winds, lightning, and quite a bit of rain. So, Austin, thank you. Appreciate you sticking around here. Dandy asking about Saskatoon, whether it's going to be okay. Yeah, it is. There's the only thing that's happening right now is there is a small severe thunderstorm to the north, but it is slowly dying as it's marching southeast. So nothing to be concerned about. I'll back it up. You can see the size of it here, northwest of Hafford. And you can see how small and skinny it's become. It will probably move through Martinsville, miss Saskatoon, and then by the time it gets southeast of Saskatoon, it will be basically non-existent, non-severe thunderstorm at this point. So yeah, there's definitely some lightning in that storm by Martinsville, but not compared to the lightning to the north, as we see here east of Prince Albert. That is just a fireworks show. That's Mother Nature's fireworks show at this point. So, yeah, a lot more lightning up this way. What else have we got going on? Wait for our next scan update. We should be about 1 minute out. Watch this one down here by Martinsville. Hopefully that pink disappears out of it, and it's like I said, it's trying to die out. There you go. The pink is gone. There's a lot more orange and yellow and some red still in it, but this is a dying off storm. This in the next half an hour will be basically over and done with. Storm east of Duck Lake. Let's just take a look how that changed in the last scan. It is weakening as well. That is going to take a little bit longer to die off. Still heavy rain in it. Lots of that precip with those dark reds. And then let's take a look here. Southeast of Prince Albert, we do have some strong winds associated with this, but we are again reading further up into the storm. Still heavy rain, lots of lightning, and this is going to continue eastward for a while. This will take some time to die out. I suspect it'll probably die out significantly by the time it kind of gets to the Saskatchewan-Manitoba border, but this is going to continue eastward over the next few hours. So it's definitely still going to sustain a little better than everything back to the southwest, just because you can see the intensity in that storm. A lot more precipitation. So what else? Hills. It's still got rain and wind over Birch Hills area, but you're almost out of it. This is moving. You're basically on the far western edge of this at this point. You can see Birch Hills in the center, and so shortly this rain is all going to move out. There is some wind still packed in around the area, so it is going to be windy even after the rain stops. There's going to be winds back behind there, but shortly you're going to be in very light rain and then none left anymore. So again moving eastward, and it has now heading towards, like I said, Melfort, Star City, Tisdale, and eastward from there. This is going to march towards the Manitoba border, and it will sustain for several hours still, but it is slowly dying out. As it does, again, I think it's still going to make it to that to the Manitoba-Saskatchewan border at this point throughout the next several hours. But things are looking very good because things are dropping down. We'll wait. What time is it? It is 11:03 p.m. And we will probably see another couple of scans and just see what's happening, and then probably pull the stream at that point. But we'll monitor it still just to make sure everything's okay. So. Like I said, this looks dying right over Hague and Osler on Highway 11. That storm is definitely dying out. It's going to show even weaker and weaker and weaker over the next few scans. So that is good news. Nothing to be concerned about there. And again, just the synopsis here is all this red is going to move east towards the Alberta, or Jesus, I keep saying that. Sorry, Saskatchewan and Manitoba border. But that'll take several hours and it'll weaken as it does and then die out hopefully overnight. So Hadley asking, Saskatoon and Warman will be fine. Yes, you just have a regular storm at this point. It's not even severe, meeting severe capability here. As far as Saskatoon is concerned, it's probably even going to miss Saskatoon at this point. So might rain, but that's basically it. Ashley saying, I'm in Prince Albert. Should I go to sleep now? Yes, you are good. This has moved on. Everything is to your east, and there's nothing behind you at this point. Unfortunately, it looks like maybe another severe weather day tomorrow, but we will post on our Facebook page. If you guys are new here, you can find us here. This is our kind of contact info between X, Instagram, YouTube, email, Facebook. Those are all our locations. You can pause the stream or play it back. We also have a merch store as well in case anybody's interested in buying anything that supports the channel and you get something nice out of it. But that's where you can find us. So tomorrow we will post on Facebook, like we did today, outlooks as to what areas are potentially impacted, what we're expecting, and then when those severe thunderstorm watches or tornado watches go out, we always post those on our Facebook pages as well. So that's where we're at this point. And again, I think we're winding down here, folks, which is great news. We should have a new scan here in about a minute. I'm hoping that most of the red disappears out of this storm and it continues to shrink. And right now there's not even any lightning indicating here. I'm just going to double check, but it does look like lightning has subsided on the storm north of Warman at this point. So lots of things going on. Yeah, I definitely think it's heading for Flin Flon in the pass. Unfortunately, we have no radars up there, so I won't be able to confirm that in any way. So yeah, this is breaking up. This is, again, this storm is dying off. You can see there's a lot more yellow and green involved. It's still raining at this point in certain heavier pockets, but this is a dying off storm. Same thing with storm east of Duck Lake near Dom Remy. That is dying off. And then we still have some winds here by Birch Hills. You can see that even after the storm's in behind them. This is now moving eastward. I'm going to definitely wait one more scan here. And again, east of here, the radar does not read because we are, again, looking at 6 kilometers above the surface. And obviously, we don't know what's below it, and there's no more radars available for us to access because Manitoba's closest radar is down here by Foxwarren. Where is that? Let me just take a look here. That's our Foxwarren radar, and that is far away from it as well. So you're kind of in a no man's land for radar. They definitely need one up here by the pass or Flin Flon to be able to give a little bit better coverage up that way. So right now, that's basically where we're at. What else? So I just saw a question about James Smith. You are in the storm right now, but you're in a lighter, moderate to light rain, lots of lightning. There is a wind in your area, but the precipitation is going to slowly make its way eastward, and it is you are going to be out of the precipitation soon. The winds, though, are going to carry on for a little while, but after that, once you're out of the rain, it'll just be the wind for a short period, and then you're out of it at that point. There's nothing behind this. This is all again moving eastward, so we are in a good place at this point. So Ashley, it's absolutely safe to sleep in. I think you said you were in Prince Albert. There's nothing coming behind this. Obviously, without power, that makes it a little more difficult if you need to set alarms or anything like that. But there's no issues in Prince Albert anymore. All the storms have moved off to the east. You are golden at this point. So, what else? Oh, just getting comments from Michael that it looks like a major power situation, obviously in Prince Albert and up to La Ronge. Definitely sounds like there could be a big circuit down, so that's not good at this point. So definitely some issues there for power overnight. But again, you guys are safe. Storms have moved off, and this is dying off, folks. So I'm going to stick around for maybe another 20 minutes. And then we'll end up pulling the stream because this is all dying off, moving eastward and getting out of radar range where we can't really give you guys any accurate updates. Again, we are reading anywhere around Melfort, you're about 4 kilometers up, and anywhere east from there, you start to climb quickly. You are 5, 6. This is 6 kilometers up between before you even get to Carrot River. This is 7 kilometers up, and then that is 8 where I've got my little tool here, and then when you get to the edge of the radar, you're 9 kilometers up. You're over Mount Everest basically, so that does nobody any good. It'd be like saying, well, it's snowing at the top of Mount Everest, so it must be snowing at the surface. Well, clearly that's not the case. Down at the surface, it's going to be warm. So that's why I'm saying it's unfortunate, because we just don't have any coverage. Environment Canada has no radars there. So yeah, we'll, like I said, I'll stick around for 20 minutes and we'll go from there. And then we will call it, and we will again be back here more than likely for tomorrow. So, but if you stay in touch with us on our Facebook page or on our YouTube, as if you have your notifications on, you will know when we come back on here. So, oh, perfect. I'm getting an update here from Works W40. I live in Weldon, Saskatchewan, between Birch Hills and Kinestino, I believe. Pouring rain and a little hail, lightning and thundering. So it sounds like things are improving. It doesn't sound like there's many winds in there, because we would have mentioned that, but right now there aren't any winds I can see, but these flesh tone colors back to the northwest and to your west, I'm curious if those are headed your way. Does look it's like it's windy, even though that is above the surface. We are seeing some strong winds in some areas, so we're based on elevation from how far we are from radar in terms of how high up we're reading in the storm. I still think there's 80-90 kilometer-hour winds within this cluster of storms as it dies out and moves eastward at this point. So we will see if that's the case, but I feel pretty confident in that statement. Let's just take a look. We're going to have a new scan here in 1 minute or less, hopefully. And then that will put us at what time is it? Almost 1:15, or sorry, 11:15 p.m. Saskatchewan time. It's 1:15 my time. Okay, so I told you this storm was going to die out just northeast of Warman. Didn't even make it into Warman. This is just a garden variety shower at this point. Sprinkler system will probably do more watering than that will. The storm over Dom Remy, still a little bit of heavy precipitation, but that is going to die out over the next few scans. So that is almost done. And then all we're left with are the showers east of Birch Hills, moving into Melfort and east from there. So I will wait one more scan. Ashley, you are good. It is absolutely safe in Prince Albert. I keep repeating myself there. You are good. There's nothing coming that way. The storms are done and they've moved off to the east in Prince Albert. You can see that they have clearly moved out eastward. So you can call it a night and sleep easy knowing there's nothing coming back behind there. So and then, like I said, we're going to wait another scan here. So that'll be in 8 minutes. And then we will probably call the stream at that point because everything is dying off and downtrending. I'll take a walk around through the radars out here. Let me just flip them on so I can quickly pick them up. Basic showers in BC. Up by Grand Prairie, south of there, there's some regular showers, not any lightning. West of Edmonton, that is a garden variety shower with one lightning bolt. Looking down by Calgary, nothing. Up by Cold Lake, nothing. Regina, we have two little storms by Francis, and these are literally, non-existent storms in terms of non-severe with a couple of lightning bolts, so a little bit of rain. That is it. That is all. Those are struggling to even kind of sustain. Nothing on Foxwarren essentially, and around Winnipeg, nothing happening there as well. So the last of it is right up in this area, and it is all dying off at this point, folks. So we are in a very good position, and we'll watch one more scan and then we'll kind of probably call it back at this point. So and then I'll try and get some sleep and get back to this tomorrow. So yeah, definitely quieting down here, folks. That is the good news of the night. So definitely a hectic, I would say the last 5 hours were pretty hectic with all the warnings that we had for tornadoes, and we did have tornadoes happen. Second day in a row for Saskatchewan to have tornadoes, and hopefully it's not tomorrow. Hopefully it's just severe weather and we're not going to have the risk of tornadoes, but we'll see in the morning what's going on there, and we should be good there. Dandy, yes, Saskatoon is good, guys. There's nothing happening down there. You've got a little dying storm to the north, which that is nothing. Your sprinkler can water the lawn more than that is putting out at this point. So it'll be gone in the next couple of scans. Everything is downtrending, folks. So the only areas I cannot comment on is this is all moving eastward with still quite a bit of precipitation and lightning. And you can always tell where an area is still severe, even if you can't see it. Let me see if I turn. Oh no, the radar kills that. These lightning strikes that you're seeing all over there, that's still showing intensity. So even though I can't read what's there by radar, I know there's a lot of precipitation intensity moving east, and you always follow the lightning. When you don't have lightning, that is storms that are weak or of no concern. So again, heading eastward, you can see where all this lightning is tucked into, even though the radar doesn't see it properly. So again, I said this is going to march east, slowly dying out, but it's still going to have very heavy rain, wind in it, lightning, and moving towards that Manitoba border. It'll probably weaken substantially by the time it gets there, but it probably will continue over the border as well. So that is the game at this point, and once again, we are basically at the end here. 11:11. We've got one more scan I'm waiting for. I'll update everything, and we will take it from there, and then probably pull the stream at that point. So Uh, and I will try and get some sleep. And they've extended the severe warning, this yellow box with the thick yellow line. If you're in there, expect severe conditions. Environment Canada putting that out east. As this is all moving eastward, you can see that right now, that this is just marching east at this point. So just that's what you can expect after we jump off the stream. If there's lightning, it's still a severe area and still needs to be taken carefully there. So let's see. We've got another update here shortly. We've got 1 minute or less here. And we'll watch what's going on. The storm northeast of Martinsville, that has died off. That is non-existent anymore. And we'll just do one last update. There we go. So you can see this storm east of Highway 11 is now green and yellow. There's nothing there, basically. That is dead. Storm near Donremy, that is almost completely dead. And then the rest of this is moving eastward. So you can see that our lightning is tucked into this area right here. All the way back to the basically Manitoba border. So that is still severe weather in there. The tornado warnings have been dropped, but this is moving eastward and again slowly going to die out, but that is going to take time. By the time all of this gets to the Manitoba border, and I'm talking the stuff that's the far west, over the next several hours, it is going to slowly weaken out and then die off. So it will probably cross over into northern Manitoba and rain there. This isn't going to just shut off at the border, but that's basically what we got going on. So yeah, Tony, thank you. I'm amazed that you're still here. It's 1 o'clock it's 20 after 1 here in Eastern Ontario. That's impressive as always. Thank you very much for your loyalty and for hanging out. So again, right now, folks, this is the only area. It is going to move eastward. The radar can't read in there, but when you're seeing these lightning strikes, still severe at this point. So thanks for everybody being here today. I'm going to pull the stream at this point, and we will probably be back at this again tomorrow, covering severe weather. So thank you so much, everybody, and appreciate everybody who subscribed, everybody who became a member of the Sunshine Club, and anybody who donated. Thank you very much from Connor and myself. Thank you to my moderators, as always. We can't do it without them. So I hope everybody can at least have a decent night's sleep and rest, and we will see you guys on the next one, which looks to be tomorrow. So thank you once again, and sleep well, as they say.